Chapter 599. Glover quietly listened to Tinker's complaints. He was preoccupied and did not speak. Anyway, today's situation is special. Tinker snapped out of his daze. Lillian specifically found the green-skinned man to scare off the Black Silk gang. Glover frowned and looked up. Black Street Brotherhood? What happened? Don't you know? At the mention of this, Tinker sighed in annoyance. The head whore of the Brotherhood, a whore called Felicia, has disappeared. She was kidnapped in Red Street Market. Thales became alert when he heard the interesting content. Felicia had been kidnapped in Red Street Market. And he knew who did it. Glover frowned. What does that have to do with you? Tinker shrugged. Aren't the girls from the North popular these days? A few days ago, Felicia fought over a few new Northland girls and became enemies with Lillian. So, the Black Silk gang thinks that we did it. They brought a bunch of people over to put pressure on them. All the shops were taken care of, especially here. You know, that damn whore and her one-night encounter. Even if she didn't kidnap the Northland girls, she has been trying to make things difficult for us all these years. Tinker sighed. Because of this, Red Street Market has been in chaos for the whole day. The atmosphere is tense. Humph, there was even a blind carriage that ran amok in Red Street Market at this time. By the way, did you see that carriage? A carriage that ran amok. Glover was stunned. Under Thales' gaze, he shook his head woodenly. So, did you do it? Thales quickly took over the conversation and diverted Tinker's attention. Kidnap the Brotherhood? Tinker glanced at Thales and cast a puzzled look at Glover. The latter signaled that it was fine. Of course not, Tinker denied it at first, but after hesitating for a while, his tone softened. Alright, I'm not sure either. He thought for a while. Boss Catherine probably did not do it, but I can't say for sure that Red Viper, Wanderer, or the other people in the gang did not do it. This is a huge matter. How could the big shots in Blood Bottle Gang not know about it? Glover was a little puzzled. Tinker sneered. You've been gone for too long, Pudgy. The situation is different now. 6 years ago, in the one-night battle at Red Street Market, we were utterly defeated. Our vitality was greatly damaged, and we could not have kept this place. All kinds of brothels would have become money trees for Black Silk. Thales pricked up his ears. Tinker was a little emotional and helpless. It was Boss Catherine who came forward and used her background as a big shot to persuade the Greenskins, especially the chief garrison officer, to intervene and force the Black Silk gang to sit down and negotiate. In any case, they were forced to agree to a truce and spit out half of the newly occupied territory. Tinker sighed. But Blood Bottle Gang has not been the same since then. The strongest 12 with potential are either dead or scattered. Almost none of them are left, and the big shot mystic behind the scenes that the gang has always claimed to have never been seen, Boss Catherine, is the most popular and has inherited most of the territory. However, she chose to negotiate a truce with the Black Silk Gang and has to bear a lot of criticism. Red Viper is not willing to accept it and advocates to reclaim his interests. However, he has made enemies everywhere with his little manpower and power. I can only say that it's good that he didn't help but make things worse. In addition, Wanderer Forger has returned from Blade Edge Hill. He has a group of people under him, and he always wants a piece of the pie. However, he doesn't have any good connections. The other new hills are either useless or still immature and not good enough. So, we are like a sheet of loose sand. We do not have our orders, and we fight incessantly. We keep losing our businesses, territories, and power. On the other hand, the Black Silk Gang work together and prosper. Hard Fist Senza, Iron Heart Rhoda, I Lance, Alpha Wolf Fiso, Ripper Anton, Fatty Morris. Over the past few years, every boss has become stronger. Did you notice that we don't even mention the legends of Black Sword and the 3 great assassins anymore? As Thales listened to this news, he was shocked to realize that after he left, the underground world of Eternal Star City and even Constellation had been turned upside down and was no longer what it used to be. Tinker spread his hands. You can see from the comparison between One Night's Romance and Laurel Club that our business is deteriorating day by day. We can't make ends meet, and we're just struggling to hang in there. A few days ago, when we were snatching the northern girls, we couldn't win against that vixen, Felicia. Glover stared at the lights in the room in silence. He did not know what to think. Tinker's tone changed. But first, there's the business discord between the northern girls. Then, there's the kidnapping of people in Red Street Market, which is on the border between the two countries. Then, there's the kidnapper's carriage that crossed the border to stir up trouble. Hey, how can there be such a coincidence? Every single one of these incidents is a sore spot for us and the Black Silk Gang. Glover and Thales looked at each other expressionlessly. Tinker continued to complain, that's not all. You know that Blood Bottle Gang started off by selling moonshine. As a result, over the past few months, the raw materials for brewing wine, the business of storing wine, and the business of selling wine have all been in a state of depression. Everything is not going smoothly. The wine market is crying piteously for food, but we can't brew wine. We are losing customers and profits day by day. This is practically digging up the gang's roots. Also, it is said that several big blacksmith shops in South Street and the suburbs, regardless of whether they are on the right track or not, have been raided by the police these past few days. From the bosses to the apprentices, they have been arrested and sentenced. You should know that most of them have a tacit understanding and agreement with the Black Silk Gang to forge weapons and equipment for them. The Black Silk Gang is famous for being able to fight. Without weapons, how can they fight? We suspect that the Black Silk Gang has their eyes on our moonshine business. The Black Silk Gang probably guessed that we used the government to cut off their weapons supply. Thales' gaze shifted. Tinker looked like he was scheming something. Hey, I'm afraid that there are ambitious people on both sides who want to stir up trouble. The 6 years of peace between us and the Black Silk Gang is about to be broken. Glover wanted to say something but stopped. Tinker snorted softly and shook his head indifferently. Who knows? Maybe this is the norm. The 6 years of peace that both sides managed to reach under great pressure is not normal. It feels like a deliberate fake. There was silence in the room for a while. If the gang start an all-out war again, Tinker, protect yourself and Lillian, Glover suddenly said. Do I need you to remind me? Tinker snorted disdainfully and patted his chest. I participated in the one-night war 6 years ago. That scene, that battle, that vigor, that blood all over the streets. F***CK, I don't want to do it a second time in my life. Glover looked at him quietly. That's good, Tinker. That's good. When he heard Glover say this, Tinker felt a little unnatural, but an undisguised shout came from the corridor and freed him from the awkwardness. Tinker, Tinker. Where are you? Boss Catherine is gathering manpower. It was an unfamiliar and young male voice. His tone was excited, and it was obvious that he was a member of the gang. The Black Silk Gang said that the kidnapper's carriage entered our territory and insisted on coming in to search. They fought with our brothers at the border, and a few of them were lying on the ground. I think we're serious this time. They're fighting. Glover's expression changed. Tinker, you, but Tinker sneered, got up, and opened the door a little. In an instant, his expression became one of pain. Tinker's face contorted as he yelled at the door. Damn it! I have diarrhea. My legs are weak, I can't go any more. An indignant reply came from the corridor. Are you kidding me? Diarrhea again? A few years ago, you were still one of the strongest 12 in the gang. Tinker's voice became urgent. I can't take it anymore. I have to go to the toilet again. Talk to you later. Tinker closed the door and sat back in his chair. He no longer cared about the gang member who dragged him into a gang fight. On the other hand, Glover and Thales were stunned by what they saw. "What's wrong?" Tinker was a little dissatisfied with their gazes. He explained, "I really have diarrhea. I always say that when Boss Catherine comes to check on me." He touched his stomach, and his expression changed. "Oh no, I've finished my laxative." Tinker was a little distressed. "I have to buy a few more packs later." Glover and Thales both looked at him with complicated gazes. "That's good, Tinker." Glover inhaled and understood some of Tinker's strategy. "That's good, Tinker." But the zombie immediately raised his head seriously. "Tinker, if you and Lillian need my help, forget it." Tinker waved his hand nonchalantly. "You know what I mean, right? With your current identity and our current state, helping is equivalent to harming others. Wasn't the lesson last time enough?" Glover was instantly stunned. Tinker was silent for a while, but he still stood up slowly. "You and your young master should leave once you've rested enough." Tinker pointed at the inconspicuous Thales and patted Glover's strong arm. There was an indescribable emotion hidden in his eyes. "As for your unconscious brother, if it's not convenient for you, we will hire a carriage to send him to your place." Glover looked back at him, slightly confused. "Thank you, I'll pay for the carriage. Also, I've been transferred, and my salary has increased. If you need money urgently." This sentence seemed to have hit a nerve. Tinker's expression changed drastically, and his tone became anxious. "Hey! We don't need your stinking money. Especially your family's." Glover seemed to have realized something, and his face turned pale as well. I know. This was the first time Thales saw the zombie so distressed and aggrieved. He was evasive, and there was shame on his face. "I'm sorry." Tinker stared at Glover for a while before he sighed in the end. *CK, Tinker moved his gaze away in displeasure. "Stop saying sorry. You're making me sick." Glover was silent for a second before he replied in a daze. "I'm sorry." Tinker clicked his tongue in pain, shook his head, and gave up on correcting Glover. He walked towards the door. Also, Tinker's back was facing them. He pressed his palm against the doorknob, and his tone was hesitant. You better not come here anymore." Glover's breathing froze. Tinker's mood was equally gloomy. He seemed to have made up his mind about something. "I'm saying, if your enemies find out, you can't protect us." Glover was silent for a few seconds before he spoke with difficulty. "I know. Can't protect us." As he looked at Glover's expression, Thales suddenly had an epiphany. He remembered something. The zombie took a few deep breaths. "I know. Thank you, brother." Tinker did not turn around. He just exhaled as well. "We are no longer brothers, Pudgy Dumpling." "Not brothers." Glover was stunned for a moment. "Since you have escaped from this *T pit, then go and live the life you deserve." Tinker gently pulled the door open. His tone was desolate. "You are no longer one of us. Lillian, that's what she hopes too." No longer one of us. Thales saw Glover's arm tremble at that moment. But before the latter could speak, Tinker walked out of the room, leaving only the tightly shut door behind him. Glover stared at the door in a daze. He could not snap out of his daze for a long time. After a few seconds, Thales felt that the atmosphere was about right. He then moved gently from the corner to the table and coughed. "Glover?" Glover snapped out of his daze and lowered his head in shame. "I am very sorry, Your Highness. I should not have attacked that police officer. As for Lillian and Tinker, they do not know your identity. Please forgive them." Thales stared at him carefully and smiled faintly. "You know, I thought Lady Lillian was your lover at first," just like everyone else did. Glover's body stiffened. Thales sighed and moved the chair in front of him. So, do you have anything to explain to me about that lady? Glover raised his head with difficulty and stared at the prince in a daze. Thales looked around and tried his best to speak in a calm tone. Don't worry, it's just you and me here. The atmosphere in the room froze for a few seconds. Glover wanted to say something, but he did not. In the end, he shut his mouth and his expression stiffened. If you do not want to say it. Thales could not help but feel disappointed, but he still put on an understanding smile and stood up. It's fine. He walked to the door. Put on your clothes. I will wait for you outside. It's time to go back. But at that moment, sister. Glover's hoarse and pained voice came from behind him. Lillian, she is my biological sister. Thales' gaze froze. He slowly turned his head around. And Tinker. Glover shut his eyes tightly. They are my brothers and sisters from the same mother. Thales widened his eyes. Them? You? The prince was puzzled. But you are from the Glover family, I told you, your highness. Glover opened his eyes and looked exhausted. I was once a child beggar from Blood Bottle Gang. That's true. The room was quiet for a while. Then, Thales let go of the doorknob and sat in front of Glover. I understand now. The prince tried his best to look at him calmly and gently. Same mother? Glover nodded and remained silent for a long time. Thales did not rush him. He just waited for him to slowly figure it out. My mother, she was in the sex trade, Glover said hoarsely. He finally let go of some secrets, as if he had finally revealed them. She had many clients and gave birth to 7 children, or more. I can't remember. Some of them died young. Thales did not speak. He only listened carefully and attentively. And my father, Glover sucked in a deep breath. He was a mediocre, useless, and unsuccessful playboy who lived under the shadow of his family's reputation. The zombie's expression became calm again. Or in my grandfather's words, a piece of trash. Glover's father and grandfather. Thales said quietly. So, one day, he came to Red Street Market to seek pleasure and met my mother. That was just an ordinary purchase of sex. Glover's tone was very calm, as if he was narrating someone else's story. She left behind a lowly bastard born from a prostitute. Lowly bastard. Thales furrowed his eyebrows. Ever since I could remember, I lived on this street, Glover said faintly, women and the smell of cosmetics, customers and the stench of money, moaning and moaning, freezing, hunger, and sickness. That was my childhood. Lillian was the oldest child among us. She learned to lead us in the alleys and roam the streets at a young age. She imitated the adults and lived a hard life. Roam the alleys and roam the streets. Imitate the adults and lived a hard life. As Thales listened to his words, he gradually became absent-minded as well. Until a boorish rich man strangled my mother to death on the bed. Glover's expression was terrifyingly calm. Since then, Lillian took over the role of our mother. She sold everything and gave everything she had to lead us children and our younger brothers and sisters to struggle to survive. We went hungry, we ate until we were full, we suffered until we endured. Struggled to survive. Thales subconsciously clenched his fists. Lillian told us that when we were all of us, we are connected by blood, we should help each other. When she wandered the streets, she was taken away by different men again and again. Then, she came back with pitiful copper coins and food. Sometimes, she was even in pain. Glover's eyes showed pain, and the bandages on his body turned red again. We are brothers and sisters. That is the most important thing, she always said. She laughed and cried. Thales stared at the lamp on the table without any expression on his face. Those days were not easy. Glover paused for a while. Scabies, slugs. 2 of our siblings died of typhoid. Vaughn was caught during a failed theft attempt. After he was carried back, he did not make it. Died of typhoid, was caught stealing, did not make it. Thales heard the beating in his chest become faster and faster. Until Grandmother Laurel took us in. Glover looked at the furnishings around him gloomily. Here. Laurel Club. Thales took a deep breath. Was Grandmother Laurel a good person? The prince tried to hide his true emotions by participating in the conversation. I would not say that. Glover shook his head. There are no good people who can make a living on the streets. At that time, everyone did not call her Wet Nurse, and this place was not called Laurel Club either. Wet Nurse herself was beautiful, and her methods were superb. She also had a deep relationship with Blood Bottle Gang, and she managed to get close to several Blood Bottle Gang cadres. She was planning for herself. She liked Lillian's appearance and tenacity. As for the few of us, we were just additional members. But that was not important. What was important was that from then on, we became child beggars for Blood Bottle Gang. Thales' gaze wandered. He seemed to see a dilapidated house with a few unkempt children squatting inside. Lillian was taken away by the grandmother, and her life became much better. But the person in charge of the child beggars in Blood Bottle Gang was a former circus clown who played with throwing knives. He had a strange temper and was naturally suspicious. He also liked to laugh maniacally as he used us to practice his throwing knives. In the end, only Lillian, Tinker, me, and the youngest, Trento, were left among our siblings. Thales suddenly realized that he had subconsciously raised his left hand and pressed it against the burned scar under his shirt. If everything had progressed normally, I would have been like most of the orphans born on this street. I would have either joined Blood Bottle Gang to run errands or become a fighter, or I would have left halfway and tried to become an apprentice or a farmer to make a living on my own. When he said this, Glover's voice trembled. Until that day. Thales raised his head subconsciously. That day, the clown who took care of the child beggars chased me, Tinker, and Trento together while laughing maniacally. He handed us over to some people who were dressed neatly but did not smile. Lillian was also sent over after that. We were brought to Sunset Temple, and each of us had a blood sample taken. Thales trembled slightly. He seemed to have seen his own day. Dawn, blood, and lights. Glover said absent-mindedly, they sent us to the most beautiful house I have ever seen in my life, and we ate the most delicious food we have ever eaten. The most beautiful house. The most delicious food. Thales' gaze gradually became unfocused. Then, Glover's tone became tense. Until they pushed the door open and entered. They took me away. The zombie's words were filled with boundless resentment. Only, me. I wanted to bring my brothers and sisters with me, but those people did not allow it. They only sent me to the carriage respectfully, but they left no room for doubt. Until I realized what they were going to do to the remaining people after I left. You know, they were all employers, and they had been doing this kind of task for a long time, such as silencing people after the deed. Thales lowered his head and closed his eyes. I used everything I learned on the streets to break free and jump off the carriage. Glover took a deep breath with great effort, as though he had just blocked a full-powered attack from an opponent. When I rushed back, Tinker struggled madly, Lillian cried in pain, and Trento only twitched. The zombie gritted his teeth. What did I want to do? But there were too many of them, and they were too strong. I was too weak at that time. I was too weak. Thales realized that his arm under the table was trembling uncontrollably. His memory seemed to have returned to that night. He saw Quide's red nose and the children's faces, which were crying in fear. At that moment, an old but dignified knight arrived. He and his men drew their swords and saved Tinker and Lillian. Glover exhaled in pain. But Trento, our little brother, he was too young. When the rope was around his neck, he could not breathe, and he could not fight back. It was too late. It was too late. Thales sat quietly in his original spot. The old knight squatted down, caressed the back of my hand, and apologized to me. He told me that it was an accident, and that he was my grandfather. He shared the same blood as me. He was a royal knight, the master of the Glover family, and the watchman of the royal guards. And he believed that no matter how embarrassing and humiliating it was, the blood of the Glover family should not wander the streets. When he talked about his grandfather, Glover had an extremely conflicted gaze. My grandfather admired my loyalty and friendship towards my blood kin. He said, "My love and friendship cannot be exchanged for 1,000 pieces of gold." And he could protect and even support my siblings, as long as I could give the same loyalty and friendship to my true brother. Thales looked up. "True, brother?" Glover nodded. Later, I found out that my father passed away that year. And Lozano, my half-brother, contracted typhoid. They did not know if he could survive it. As the backbone of the king's faction, the Glover family needed a backup direct heir. The zombie said in a daze. From that day onwards, I changed my name. I was no longer called Pudgy Dumpling, but Caleb Glover. An illegitimate son of the famous Wind Knight, Glover family, who was born in a filthy and lowly family. Thales stared at him in a daze. He seemed to have seen that day 6 years ago, when he stood high above the Hall of Stars and faced the densely packed crowd in Star Plaza. Regardless of your past, when you stand up, you are, Thales Theranjarana Kessel Jade Star, single quote. The second prince of Constellation. Thales closed his eyes before he opened them again. It was as if he wanted to wash away the light and shadows in front of him. I understand now. The prince said tiredly, so, to you, this place, and them, Lillian, Tinker, Torto. That is your homeland, your past. Your indelible self. Glover's gaze sharpened slightly. But after a moment, he shook his head with a bitter expression. No. You do not understand, Your Highness. When I gradually matured and became independent, and joined the royal guards, especially when Lozano became more and more outstanding, when my grandfather finally passed away, when I became dispensable again, Glover stared at the room in Laurel Club in a daze. Finally, one day, I returned and reunited with them and my siblings. Reunited. Thales was silent. But at that moment, Glover raised his trembling hands and looked at his fingers, which were full of calluses from practicing swordsmanship. Yet, I discovered that the only thing I brought them was pain. Be it the misfortune of young Torto in the past. It was something that happened later. Thales tensed up. What happened? He asked softly. Glover snorted softly. His voice was filled with sarcasm. You know, Your Highness, I am not a sociable person, and I do not know how to socialize. I forced my way into the Vanguard Division with my grandfather's name, but I offended many people. They, a few bastards in the Vanguard Division who had a grudge against me, somehow found out about my background, as well as my. Glover lowered his head sadly. My relationship with Lillian. Thales sighed. So, after I fought with them again, that night, those bastards came here in groups. Glover's voice was low. They used an unprecedented amount of money to kidnap Lillian. His voice began to tremble. They locked her in a house. Thales' heart was heavy. He pursed his lips. A coward's move. Glover ignored him. When Tinker knocked on my door in the middle of the night, covered in wounds, I had to go to the Glover family's mansion and do what I did not want to do the most, seek help from Lozano and find the best doctor for the dying Lillian. The zombie had to pause to adjust his emotions. The room became quiet. Thales was silent for a while before he spoke again. Those people in the royal guards, those bastards, who are they? It doesn't matter anymore. Glover shook his head with a gloomy expression. It's already been solved. Solved? Glover snorted mockingly. Hatred and determination appeared in his eyes. You know, those bastards were certain that I would not dare to take the risk and attack her. They proudly showed off to me and told me how they tortured her that night. Thales remembered the terrifying wounds on Lillian's body just now, and he was speechless. Glover gulped and gritted his teeth. I couldn't control myself. Thales nodded. Just like today? Glover closed his eyes. I'm sorry. I committed a great taboo by attacking a colleague, and I caused great trouble. Lozano used his connections, looked for laws, and tried his best, but he could only barely save my life. Glover opened his eyes. There was no light in them, only a deep numbness. Until one day, a person came to the guard's confinement well. He told me that he was the new watchman of the Royal Guards, and he needed a new subordinate. So I walked out of the confinement well, followed Lord Mallows, and went to Western Desert. I see. The two of them were silent again for a while until Thales spoke. Glover, but the zombie seemed to have suddenly woken up. He interrupted the prince without caring about anything else. So, I know. Glover grabbed the bandages on his body tightly. His face was contorted. A long time ago, at the moment I was taken away by my grandfather, everything changed. Thales stared at him quietly, and he suddenly understood what it meant to empathize. We, Lillian, Tinker, Glover exhaled in pain. He felt resentful, but also relieved. We can't go back. Forever. At that moment, many scenes and words flashed in Thales' mind. Child beggars. Siblings. The day my fate was changed. A new life. An old burden. In his days, the prince heard Gilbert's words. Perhaps the day you find them is the day you cause their deaths. In the next second, Thales took a deep breath and snapped out of his memories. Glover. The prince's voice rose steadily, and there was a tone that allowed no room for doubt. Can you still walk? The zombie looked up in confusion. Your Highness. Thales stared at the door expressionlessly. No one knew what he was thinking. I want to go somewhere. Glover was stunned for a second before he reacted. Your Highness, Commodore is not here. I am alone, and we do not have enough manpower, Thales smiled. He did not wait for him to finish and spoke to the door. Lorbeck? Big brother Lorbeck? It was quiet outside the door. There was no response. Glover looked puzzled. Thales felt a little embarrassed, so he raised his voice. Lorbeck. Lorbeck the blockhead Dara. There was still no response. The atmosphere suddenly became very awkward. Then, Thales took a deep breath, put his hands in front of his mouth, and formed a trumpet shape. He shouted angrily, Koan Nima Caribbean. There was a thud outside the door, as if someone had suddenly bumped into the door. Glover's expression changed. He suppressed the displeasure in his heart and stared at the door gloomily. As expected, the next moment, the door opened. Police Cohen's bruised and swollen face was revealed through the crack. His face was full of fear and puzzlement. What? Big brother Waya, Thales interrupted him, get ready. Follow me to a place. Cohen was stunned. Where? Downtown. Downtown, both Glover and Cohen were stunned. After a few seconds, the police officer cautiously opened his mouth. But that is Black Street Brotherhood's territory, Thales' gaze turned cold. Are you afraid? Sir Caribbean, the first-class police officer of Western City Police Station? Cohen paused. He was a little indignant, but he was still hesitant. That's not it. Just that, forgive me for reminding you, the Brotherhood and Blood Bottle Gang have been showing signs of tension recently. Thales narrowed his eyes. Are you afraid? No. Cohen hurriedly shook his head. I mean, although I am very strong, and although the big brother sitting there is only a little weaker than me, Glover snorted in disdain, if I were to barge into the Brotherhood's lair, are you afraid? Of course not. I have been to downtown a few times, but the roads there are not easy to walk on. It is very easy to get lost. Once you get lost, you will only get lost until the sky turns dark. Are you afraid? No, but you are a prince after all. If you accidentally bump into something, are you afraid? No, no. Also, I am on leave today. It is not considered a work injury, and the medical expenses are not reimbursed. Are you afraid? Bang. Cohen slammed the door angrily, and a loud sound was heard. He was full of grandeur and looked death calmly in the eye. Damn it, what's so great about it? Let's go. The police officer gritted his teeth and roared in a western desert accent. I'm not afraid of your balls. Chapter 600. In the first district of the lower city, on a noisy and chaotic street where the cold wind rustled, 3 cloaked figures walked with large strides. They squeezed through the crowd and blended into the chaotic atmosphere. The local escorts solicited customers with smiles and loud voices while casting malicious glances at their peers. The owner of the lost property and the thief ran after each other over a frightening distance, causing passers-by to complain. Idlers and tramps sprawled out on the dirty roadside, waiting for hired business to cover their 3 meals for the day. Panting porters and peddlers who transported goods numbly piled their goods in front of the shop doors, ignoring the curses of the shopkeepers. Coachmen who were hurrying along whipped their old horses violently to disperse the people who blocked their way in the mud and shouted at the rascals who tried to sneak up behind them for a ride. Adventurers and mercenaries huddled around the rotten and blackened wooden bulletin boards, searching for information on everything from official wanted posters to private commissions. The Dark Knight priest stood on a wooden box at the corner of the street and looked down at the people who came and went. He felt sad and helpless as he continued his sermon with a dry voice that no one cared about. Mysterious people with weapons hidden in their bodies appeared on the street from time to time to discuss an unspeakable business deal. In the middle of a crowd of onlookers, 2 men who had become enemies in a bar fought each other until their heads were bleeding, but they still refused to stop. A shrewd and vicious peddler habitually bargained with an equally shrewd customer, wanting to squeeze every last bit of advantage out of the other party. Prostitutes gathered at the end of a dirty and dilapidated alley, flirting with each other. The second floor above their heads, which had been in disrepair for a long time, did not even bother to hide their cries. A gambling gang of cats gathered at the corner of the street. There was no lack of bookmakers, shills, thugs, and lookouts. A group of sneaky gangsters gathered together mysteriously, staring at every passerby with a sneaky look, and discussing in hushed tones from time to time, "We shouldn't have come here at all. Look at the filth all over the street. It's too dangerous." Glover forcefully pushed away a peddler who wanted to sell his goods to them. "Relax, we are safe for the time being. Zombie, you don't mind me calling you that, do you?" Thale's voice came from beside him. Glover shook his head to show that he did not mind. But the zombie kept his head down, listening to the movements behind him. His hand was hidden under his cloak, pressing on the hilt of his sword. In the alley that the 3 of them had just passed through, a few ferocious gangsters were mercilessly punching and kicking the 2 poor people who had no money to pay their debts. Cohen furrowed his brows and caught up in 2 steps. He was tall and strong. With a few punches and kicks, he dispersed the debt collectors, but when he turned around, he found that the debtors had disappeared. When he saw the police officer's actions, Thale sighed and explained in resignation. "First, we're all wearing cloaks. This implies that we have another identity or mission, and it also means that we might be hiding weapons. If they attack us, there will be unknown dangers. Secondly, based on your figure and gait, I can tell that you are not to be trifled with. Coupled with the 3 of us, it is not difficult to guess that you are bodyguards, the kind that can fight. Thirdly, as far as I know, because of the kidnapping incident, the Black Street Brotherhood deployed a large number of people to Red Street Market to confront the Blood Bottle Gang. Among them are quite a number of dangerous people who can threaten us. So, in reality, we are much safer than we thought. As Thales spoke, he glared at a street ruffian who was secretly sizing them up. The ruffian immediately shifted his gaze away as if nothing had happened. What your highness said is exactly what I wanted to say. Cohen touched the corner of his shirt that was torn when he tried to stop the fight. He walked back to Thales and Glover in a bad mood. What were we talking about just now? Glover cast a disdainful glance at Cohen. When I was young, the Brotherhood had yet to rise to power. When I grew up, I rarely came here. As the zombie spoke, he knocked away a drunkard. But no matter when, downtown is always dangerous. Cohen supported the drunkard so that he leaned against the wall and slowly slid down so that he would not fall head first. The police officer patted Glover's shoulder. You have to come out more often, zombie. At first, I also had the illusion that this place is dangerous. Call me that again. Glover's expression did not change, but his voice turned cold. You will know that it is not an illusion. Cohen's smile froze on his face. Thales smiled and took over the conversation. Downtown is where most of the poor people in Eternal Star City live. It is also a community. Of course, it is not as dangerous as what the public says. You can only enter, but never leave. Glover nodded. Thales thought of something and lowered his voice slightly. At least it is not a mouth full of fangs that chooses to devour people, but at that moment, slap. Thales suddenly extended his hand and pressed down on a dirty little girl who passed by him. Cohen and Glover were both shocked. The little girl looked at the teenager in panic and tried hard to break free from Thales' grip on her wrist. I thought you could tell, Thales said softly to the thin and weak girl who was no more than 7 or 8 years old. I have no money on me. Thales gestured at the strong police officer and vanguard with his chin. The money is on them. The dirty little girl was about to cry, but her eyes darted left and right shrewdly. The memories of the street surged in his mind. Thales suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu, so he looked around. Hey! What did you do to my daughter? Sure enough, a middle-aged woman whose makeup was as thick as a paint plate and whose clothes were as messy as a drying pole rushed out from the alley where prostitutes gathered. She screamed with a sharp and harsh country accent and pointed at Thales while she cursed, "You're the one who did this to me. Everyone, come and take a look. Someone is bullying a little girl on the street. How shameless. How shameless." The passers-by immediately turned their heads and jeered. Let me tell you, Elisa is my baby. Her father is a famous hero on this street. If you don't give me an explanation, don't even think about. The woman with heavy makeup raised her head and saw 2 tall and muscular men in cloaks standing beside Thales. They were Cohen and Glover. Her voice immediately became softer, and she instantly forced a smile. Misunderstanding. The woman lowered her head and scolded her daughter fiercely. I knew that you, little brat, wouldn't know your place. What did you take from them this time, huh? How many times has your mother taught you? No matter how much you want it, you can't just take other people's things. This is the most basic morality of a person. Quick, hand it over. Apologize to your brother. Don't worry, she didn't take anything. Thales smiled faintly and let go of his right hand. The girl named Elisa cried and threw herself into her mother's arms. She did not forget to give Thales a fierce look that was the same as her mother's. What's wrong, my dear? As if it was a play, a sloppy hooligan walked over with a fierce voice. Behind him were 5 or 6 hooligans or vagrants who also harbored evil intentions. I heard that someone bullied our daughter. Thales frowned slightly. When she heard the man's voice, the woman instinctively changed her expression and became fierce again. Well, since she didn't take anything, then you're accusing a good person. Let me tell you, Eternal Star City has its laws. We may be poor, but poor people are ambitious. Dignity is priceless, and you're slandering someone's innocence without any basis. So it's you? The hooligan walked over while digging his ears. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Thales. You bullied others with your power and slandered my daughter as a thief on the street, but in the next moment, Glover decisively turned around, raised his arm, and threw a punch. With a bang, the leader of the hooligans flew 2 meters away while blood gushed out. He fell to the ground and did not move. As the onlookers cried out in surprise, his companions behind him saw that the situation was bad and immediately scattered. The woman trembled when she saw this, and her voice became softer again. Ah, it's a misunderstanding, please forgive me. She apologized in a fawning manner while she slapped Elisa hard. She's not smart since she was young. The three of them looked at each other in silence as they watched the woman drag the girl into the alley while cursing. Soon, she appeared at another intersection in search of her next target. Under Glover and Cohen's gazes, the passers-by who did not get to see a good show sighed in disappointment. They turned around and left. Thales sighed and continued what he was saying just now. Of course, this place is not as safe as you think, especially when you gradually lose your guard against it, just like the Great Desert. Unexpectedly, the person who answered was Cohen. Thales and Glover turned their heads at the same time. It's dangerous, but it's safe. The police officer stared at the prostitute who held her daughter's hand and stared at the passers-by on the street. He was lost in thought. Cohen sighed faintly. He was not as carefree as he usually was. It's not dangerous, but it's not safe either. You've been to the desert? The zombie asked slowly. Cohen shook his head and did not answer. It was obvious that he was not in the mood. Thales seemed to have thought of something as well. He nodded and said, just like how everyone in the world only hears of its name, but does not know the reality of the other shore and the distance. Even though we're only separated by a wall from that place, it's very close. But it's as far as the heavens and the earth. The difference between clouds and mud. Cohen came back to his senses gloomily. Speaking of which, where are we going? Thales observed the police officer's abnormal behavior and smiled faintly. A place with answers. Cohen and Glover frowned at the same time. They were puzzled. Confused, they could only blindly follow behind the prince and go deeper into this increasingly complicated and dangerous street. Glover grew up in Red Street Market in the Western District, but he knew little about the streets of Lower City District. Although Cohen worked at the police station, he did not seem to be familiar with the place either. The two of them stumbled along the way and were in a sorry state. On the contrary, Thales traversed the streets and alleys with ease. He was already familiar with the place, and with the help of Never Get Lost, he was even more adept at it. This damned mud, has the funds of the road administration been eaten by dogs? Your Highness, can I ask, this is clearly Lower City? After pulling his boots out of the mud for the third time, Cohen asked awkwardly, what is this place? But why are you so familiar with it? On the other side, Glover did not say a word. He merely kicked away a stone that was blocking the way and followed the prince's footsteps. Didn't I tell you? Thales lied without batting an eyelid. The Jade Star royal family is blessed and protected by the gods. They will never get lost. Huh? Blessed? Protected? Never get lost? Cohen scratched his head. So, my old man is lying to me again? When I was young, he clearly told me that the Jade Star royal family is shouldering an eternal curse. So, follow me closely, don't get lost. Thales somehow remembered the journey in the black track. He flapped his cloak and strode forward. Some paths are like life. Once you fall behind, you can never go back. Glover seemed to have remembered something, but the taciturn him only pulled his cloak tighter. So, you said that we should come here to find answers? Lower City District. Cohen stared at his feet carefully, guarding against the road that was as bad as Blade Fang's camp. Thales nodded. To be honest, my day has been full of ups and downs. Hope and darkness alternated, success and setbacks went hand in hand, pleasant surprises mixed together, and sorrow and joy intertwined. Thales walked forward and passed through a few doorways in a familiar manner. He said faintly, just like the past few months, the past 6 years, the past, my entire life. Glover and Cohen were stunned. Tell me, have you ever seen a despairing person whose hope is dashed and he has nowhere else to go? Have you ever seen a numb and despairing person who abandoned everything? The teenager walked forward and looked at the dirty and noisy streets. The corners of his lips curled up. Cohen's eyes darted around. I have seen quite a few, Glover frowned. There have been. Both of their voices rose and fell at the same time. They could not help but stop talking and glance at each other. Thales urged absent-mindedly. In the Great Desert, Cohen continued. The Western Front, Glover said at the same time. Cohen and Glover looked at each other again. Both of them were filled with indignation, as if they were saying, "How dare you interrupt me? I was in the Purge campaign." During the Desert War, the two of them, who were already at odds with each other, stopped again and glared at each other fiercely. Hey, have you had enough? Don't interrupt me again, both of you. Thales finally could not take it anymore. Do you need me to get a room so that both of you can continue to be lovey-dovey? The police and Vanguard finally stopped talking. They snorted coldly and turned away. As expected of Doyle's follower. This was Cohen, who felt good about himself. As expected of Doyle's relative. This was Glover, who was disdainful. In the Doyle mansion in Eastern City District, Doyle, who was lying on the bed eating fruits, flipping through pornographic albums, and recuperating from his injuries, sneezed loudly. Baron Doyle and his wife, who were outside the door, were so shocked that they rushed into the room again. My poor son. Where was I? Thales exhaled and said unhappily. Despairing people, Glover and Cohen said at the same time again. The two of them frowned and looked at each other. Thales nodded and looked at the chaos on the street. He seemed to be deep in thought. Now, seeing these people in Lower City District makes me feel like I'm still living in a normal world, and not in some other people's circle. Some other people, Cohen and Glover started thinking at the same time, but they had different answers. But Thales did not expect their answers. He just continued to wander in his own memory. Have you ever seen a person who treats rudeness and violence as a personality, and treats sarcasm as a witty remark? Cohen sighed. When I was young, Glover snorted coldly. In the family, both of them, who had spoken at the same time for the umpteenth time, stopped talking at the same time. Their expressions froze. Thales looked at them suspiciously. Are you sure you don't want to get a room? Cohen and Glover pursed their lips and decided not to speak even if they had to die. Thales sighed softly. I miss Waya and Ralph. The prince continued to sigh. There are also people who pretend to be profound and reserved, and treat speculation, suspicion, and jealousy as daily social interaction. There are also people who treat tacit unspoken rules as a matter of course, and say one thing but mean another as a rule of conduct. People who treat hypocrisy and pretentiousness as proper etiquette, and ambiguity as watertight. Unfortunately, I've met all of these people over the past few days. Thales let out a long sigh. Maybe we'll meet again in the future. And all of them have their eyes on me. Whether it's hope or coercion, scrutinizing or disdainful, they're hoping to find answers from me, to answer questions they can't answer. Thales' eyes dimmed. But they're wrong. The prince pushed aside a clothes-drying pole and walked down a flight of stairs. I have no answer. At least, I don't have the answer they want. I don't even have the answer I want. Thales stepped on the muddy road in his memory, just like it was many years ago. Nothing seemed to have changed. The prince's emotions affected Glover and Cohen. Both of them were deep in thought, and they were silent. And in their eyes, I can't feel myself. I don't know what I'm doing, what I want to do, and what I can do. Thales brought them out of the alley and arrived at another street. This place was much more run down, but it was also much quieter. I don't even know who I am. Thales looked at the deserted and sparse street from afar and fell into silence. You're of noble blood, and you're exceptionally intelligent, Glover said stiffly. Naturally, you have a heavy responsibility, and you're far more powerful than ordinary people. Cohen snapped out of his daze and became anxious when he heard that. I think so too. The zombie cast him a sidelong glance. Thales looked back at them and smiled. Yes, it's all right, fate will prepare everything for you. That's what my father once said. Thales stared at the uneven ground under his feet and walked forward again. In the past 6 years, this sentence has always been very useful. Especially when I'm still in the north. At that time, I didn't have the chance to hesitate. Thales furrowed his eyebrows and thought of the Raven of Death laughing forlornly. I could no longer hesitate. But Thales suddenly raised his head. But, the teenager avoided an alley where thieves gathered. What if fate is also lazy and lazy? Glover and Cohen both frowned. If even fate refuses to show me its true form and only presents me with an empty mirror, then I can only see my helpless face in it. Thales gritted his teeth. Then how can I see my own answer clearly? Glover pursed his lips and seemed to be deep in thought. Cohen widened his eyes and looked confused. Have you played chess before? The rise and fall of the empire? Thales stepped on the muddy, dirty, and obstructed street in Lower City District. He raised his head in confusion and looked at Eternal Star City's clear, blue, and untainted sky. Glover raised his head. Yes. Cohen scratched his head in embarrassment, and his voice became softer. I know the rules. I can't help it, the old man taught my cousin his chess skills, Thales smiled faintly. Since I returned to the kingdom, many people have wanted to play chess with me, and I have satisfied all of them. Thales continued to walk forward, and his gaze gradually became fierce. But one of them is the most special person. He did not use the way I am used to. They walked on an unfamiliar street. The houses and alleys here were stacked together, and they could still vaguely tell that the place was orderly when it was first planned. But it was still filled with beggars and gangsters, and it was difficult to escape the chaos brought by man-made disasters. Most people play chess, and what they see are chess pieces and chess games. Thales moved sideways to avoid a carriage that was splashing mud. But he is not. The prince's gaze became solemn. Whether it was 6 years ago or 6 years later, he is a maverick and different. Not only does he disdain to play chess, he never glances at the chessboard, and he doesn't even care about the situation of the game or the outcome of the game. Glover's frown deepened, and Cohen's gaze became more and more confused. But Thales' words carried an invisible force that made the two of them subconsciously tense up. Because in his eyes, there are only chess players, big or small, and there is no distinction between superiority and inferiority. They are all solitary, contemplative, and do whatever they want. Thales clenched his fists. He knows, or rather, he is certain, the prince gritted his teeth. The one who makes choices on the chessboard is always the chess player. The legendary Wing, Anchor-Byral, Zayn Covendier, and even the shadow on the throne in Renaissance Palace all flashed across Thales' mind at this moment. Every chess player who makes different choices and becomes who they are, is always traceable. Thales took a deep breath. And he grasped all of these. He only looks at the chess player, and only treats the chess player as chess pieces. He probably believes that as long as he captures the chess player, he can play any game he wants. Just like how a king is not respected by his bloodline, Thales gently pressed his hand on his chest. But the bloodline is honored by the king. Glover and Cohen were silent. One was solemn, and the other was confused. Thales gradually sorted out his thoughts, and his tone was fearful. He is an opponent I have never seen before. His playing style can't even be described and evaluated as brilliant or inferior. His chessboard is formed by connecting different chess players together. For this, he is willing to tie his hands and feet, and even commit suicide to give up his chess pieces, and even overturn the chessboard. Thales' gaze was unfocused, and his mind was elsewhere. Just like some players know how to operate, some play operations, some know techniques, and some look at the big picture, but he. Thales sighed. He is only single-mindedly staring at the mainframe's power supply. Cohen finally did not feel lonely anymore. He was satisfied to see that Glover also revealed a confused expression at that moment. You'll get used to it. The police officer patted Glover's shoulder in satisfaction, as if he had been through this before. The prince is always like this. He always talks nonsense. I've seen it before. I am his personal guard who accompanies him day and night. Zombie's expression turned cold, and he flung Cohen's hand away without giving him any face. I don't need you to remind me. But Thales did not care about these small details. He was fully immersed in his own thoughts. He chose, or rather, he believed that he chose the king and the chess player, not his bloodline and the chessboard. The prince took a deep breath, but for a moment, he felt a little dazed and hesitant. But how can he be so certain? Thales said slowly. If he is respected because of his bloodline, will he definitely be honored because of his bloodline? Will the chess pieces in the chessboard definitely become the chess player? Thales turned around. What do you think? Glover and Cohen, who were competing with each other with their gazes, were shocked. Both of them snapped out of their daze. I can't give you an answer, Glover said cautiously. I still don't understand. Cohen worked hard for a long time, but he still felt dejected and discouraged. His Highness is playing a game, Glover coldly reminded this companion of his who had an ambiguous relationship with his sister. With an opponent that we cannot see in the distance, an important person who is difficult to deal with. Glover's gaze became fierce. Or, there is more than one. Thales nodded in approval. The police officer blinked and shook his head. No, you guys are involved in politics. Why do you have to beat around the bush? But without waiting for Cohen to answer, Thales moved forward again, leaving Cohen, who was trying hard to express his opinion, behind, feeling wronged. So, he is forcing me into the game. Thales remembered the past, and his expression was as cold as ice. Or, he knows that a chess player like me, once I enter the game, I will become the chess player he wants me to be. Thales subconsciously tightened his muscles. Because of this, he gave me a sword. The prince's gaze went straight ahead, piercing through the streets, as if he saw something. Because he knows, or he believes, no matter where the blade is pointed, no matter what I draw the sword for, block or attack, slash or stab, once I pick up the sword, Thales said faintly, I will never be able to put it down again. Glover felt the Duke of Star Lake's struggle and hesitation, but he did not speak. But Cohen tried hard to blink. Where are you going? What are you doing? Sword, air, Cohen's gaze was profound at first, then lost. I am sorry, I still don't quite understand. It's okay, Cohen. Thales snapped out of his daze and exhaled, it's a good thing that you don't understand. The prince looked at him with a complicated expression. It means that you are very happy. Don't worry. But unexpectedly, the police officer shook his head decisively. No, Your Highness. Although I know you are secretly scolding me, Master Zadie told me that when you do not know whether to raise your sword, Cohen hesitated for a moment, but still said firmly, it is time to ask your heart of the sword. Thales was stunned. What? The heart of the sword, Cohen said solemnly and seriously. In the Tower of Eradication, without this thing, you cannot graduate. Humph! Glover crossed his arms and sneered. It's that stupid tower's theory again. Cohen glared at Glover in dissatisfaction, but in the end, he did not clash with Glover. Instead, he turned around and asked Thales, "This is the Tower of Eradication's general view on the power of eradication. The power of eradication is not a tool, but a self. Its training is not the practice of skills, nor is it the repetitive repetition, but the training of the heart. It is the questioning of one's self, strength and body, appearance and spirit, skills and personality, actions and beliefs. The sword is external, the heart is internal, the moves and skills are external, and the power of eradication is internal. Only when the internal and external elements complement each other can one reach the pinnacle of the power of eradication." Thales was deep in thought. Cohen showed a nostalgic look. For this reason, as a training method, every swordsman and every fighter in the Tower of Eradication has to embark on a journey to find their own unique heart of the sword. There is no strong or weak, only whether it is suitable or not. The heart of the sword is connected internally and externally, so that one can achieve greatness. Your sword must be parallel to your heart, and their ideals are interlinked. Otherwise, at some point, your heart will always be disconnected from your sword. Your martial arts skills will only yield half the results with twice the effort, and your power of eradication will be sluggish and difficult to execute. Just like how you cannot force a meticulous and thoughtful swordsman to wield his sword freely, you cannot force a straightforward and rough fighter to be meticulous. Parallel, and their ideals are interlinked. Thales was slightly lost in thought. He remembered Ricky's explanation of the power of eradication in the Prison of Bones. Glover snorted in disdain. It sounds extravagant, but when it comes to fighting, Cohen ignored Glover, but looked at Thales instead. "What about you? Where is your heart of the sword, your highness?" Thales was silent. At that moment, he suddenly remembered Falkenhaz's words. "Hold on to your sword. Don't lose it." But at that moment, Thales suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. "You've crossed the line, young masters." Almost at the same time, Cohen and Glover's expressions changed. Vigilantly and solemnly, they bent their knees and placed their hands on their swords, entering a fighting stance. It was only then that Thales noticed that at some point in time, the streets around them were already empty. It was eerily quiet. And right in front of them, a man with a resolute face and sturdy muscles crossed his arms. He stared at them with a burning gaze. His left arm was tied with a piece of black silk cloth, and it swayed gently. Looks like the scumbags along the way did not lie. The man watched Cohen and Glover's movements, and his gaze changed. They are indeed tough. They are worthy of this cloak. No wonder they dare to come to our street business. Thales stared at the black silk cloth and was lost in thought. Supra-class. Glover fixed his gaze on the resolute man. "He makes me uncomfortable." Cohen took a deep breath. "I know this guy. He's on the list of ex-convicts in the police station." The police officer was eager to take action. "Thunder Axe Oskow. He served in the army before, on a warship in Eastern Sea Hill." "Perfect, we can take this opportunity to," but right at this moment, Oskow whistled softly. Soon, the sound of footsteps rose from all directions. It went from scattered to deafening. In a few seconds, countless figures with black silk cloth tied around their arms appeared from the surrounding streets and alleys. They blocked the three of them so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. Glover and Cohen counted the number of people, and their expressions changed at the same time. "This is also." Cohen's expression twitched a little. "There are too many." "This number is extraordinary," Glover concluded solemnly. Thales furrowed his brows. Cohen exhaled. "Damn it. I remember that gloomy-looking guy at the back on the left. Silent Killer, Leork. His background is still unknown. Thales turned his head to the left, and as expected, he saw a familiar face. Leorc leaned against the wall with his head lowered. None of the dozen thugs around him dared to approach him. And on the right. That's Steel Adrianza. He's definitely one of the Northlanders who bullies the market and collects debts. He's a reckless Northlander. That's strange. These desperados' subordinates are different. They usually don't gather together, Cohen pondered. Glover did not speak. He just moved his arm to confirm the extent of the whip injury affecting his movements. Welcome to the underground street. I wonder where you came from, young masters. Oskow took the axe handed to him by his subordinate. He took a step forward and flashed the blade with a smile. Black Street Brotherhood greets you. Underground Street. Thales sniffed instinctively. As expected, he smelled the faintly discernible moldy smell from his memory. It was a place he was familiar with. Thales was confused. There's only one, come to this place to play? Thunder Axe clicked his tongue and shook his head. There's an entrance fee. Oskow waved his hand gently. The thugs around him with ill intentions slowly approached the three of them. I have a flare to request assistance from Western City Police Station. That means the director will definitely nag after this and deduct my. Cohen touched the back of his waist in annoyance. I have one too. The Royal Guards, but the Flag Bearer Division. Glover said gloomily. But at this moment, Thales boldly took a step forward without hesitation. Is that so? Entrance fee? The teenager under the cloak ignored the dense crowd of people from the Brotherhood and looked straight at Oskow. You have to know, I quite like this place. The feeling every time I come here. With complicated and subtle emotions, Thales sized up the seemingly familiar streets around him. He sighed with emotion. It's like going home. Chapter 601. Go home. When he heard Thales' words and sized up his figure, Oskow sneered without hesitation. Not many people have the right to settle down here, boy. Behind him, the Brotherhood's thugs, who were tied with black silk, also sneered. Their gazes were fierce, and they stared at the three people who were trapped at the fork of the alley with malicious intent. You don't know this. Thales curled his lips into a smile. He did not panic. As if he did not see Oskow, he looked behind him. Where is your leader? I want to talk to him. Thunder Axe's smile faded. You're Wuxia? Glover looked worried. What does this prince want to do? Huh? Oh, right. Wuxia? Cohen was confused for a moment before he reacted. He was puzzled at first, then he looked excited. Why, what do you want to do? Save the world again, just like in Northland? Thales turned around and grinned. Visiting a friend. Don't use the distress flare. Just protect my back. Cohen and Glover were stunned at the same time. I'm the leader here. Oskow's gaze on Thales became more hostile. You can talk to me. He swung the axe in his hand. Or talk to it. Thales sighed. When he was about to answer, hurried footsteps came from the alley. It's them. A few figures squeezed through the group of thugs and came to the side of the leader, Oskow. Thales recognized them. They were the Brotherhood Sleepless, the one who had chased them all the way to Laurel Club, Redmore, whom Thales had met at Red Street Market. I remember them. Redmore panted and pointed at the three people. Especially the big guy with the stiff face. Glover exhaled in displeasure. Cohen turned around in confusion and asked Thales and Glover, do we know him? Also, do I look stiff? Glover's expression became even worse. Are you sure it's them? Oskow was a little unhappy with Redmore, who suddenly cut into the group and interrupted him. There are so many of us. We're going to fight the Red Turbans. Don't waste our time for a few small fries. However, in the Brotherhood's team, Leorc spoke faintly. Readmore is a sleepless. He wouldn't be wrong. Oskau shot a displeased glance at Leorc. That's right, it's them. Redmore panted, straightened his back, and gritted his teeth. When they were in Red Street Market, they sneakily hid outside the One Night's Romance to watch. Then, they escaped into Blood Bottle Gang's territory. Now, they are here. There is definitely something wrong with them. Holy sh*T, Cohen blinked. He lowered his voice and was slightly surprised. How did he know we came from Red Street Market? Glover sneered and replied in a gruff voice, don't worry. Because you look like a prostitute. Cohen looked confused at first, then indignant. Thales shifted his gaze and observed almost everyone in the field. We're still very busy, so you three. Oskok waved his axe and said in a clear voice, are you going to surrender and confess, or are you going to wait for us? I told you. Thales suddenly spoke so that everyone in the room could hear him clearly. Your rank is not high enough. Let the leader talk to me. Oskok's gaze turned cold when he was interrupted. He first glanced around. The Brotherhood's thugs, who were whispering to each other, quietened down again. Every year, there are always noble young masters who are used to being bossed around. They can't stay still and think highly of themselves. They want to learn from stage plays, disguise themselves, and visit this magical place. Oskok stared coldly at Thales, who looked the youngest but was obviously the leader of the trio. Just to see how miserable our lives are, and then feel how good our lives are. His words caused many thugs to reveal looks of jealousy and hatred. Thunder Axe's tone changed and turned into a ferocious smile. Until they see how good our lives are, and how miserable their fates are. While they were at each other's throats, Glover felt the hostility from the people around him become more obvious. He could not help but clench his teeth. Enough. The Brotherhood's Steel All Adrianza pulled out a spiked mace and coldly said, what do you have to say? Let's talk after we beat him down. Across from him, Cohen unsheathed the load-bearer sword from its scabbard, ready for battle. Everyone. Thales had no choice but to cough loudly. Are we really going to do this? He exhaled and glanced at the densely packed enemies around him. It was all right. He was so close to catching up to the murderous disaster swords, the awe-inspiring Lampard's army formation, or the orcs surrounded by the surging black tide. To be honest, I'm already past that age. Thales said helplessly. Aoschok frowned, but his eyes kept sizing up the moving troops, calculating the time to surround them. The young man spread his arms, completely ignoring the ferocious gazes of the countless people in front of him. I say, I'm really past the age where I can reveal my identity or show some of my strength, and then pretend to be profound in the midst of exclamations. I can scare my enemies so much that they piss their pants, and let passers-by think that I'm an invincible fighter. I can gain self-esteem, pleasure, and a sense of existence from this. Cohen and Glover looked at each other. So, please, I don't want to do that. Thales noticed that more and more thugs moved quietly and gathered behind them. I'm not interested in this method. Glover and Cohen moved their feet, widening their defense area and keeping an eye on the movements around them. Oh. So, which noble young master with an extraordinary status are you? After revealing your identity. Aoschok's expression changed, and he showed a ruthless expression. Can you let us ask for more ransom? But the young man smiled faintly and did not care. In fact, I doubt whether my father will pay for my ransom. Based on past experience, he would probably rather that I be killed. At this moment, another cold voice rang out. How do you know? Aoschok, who was interrupted again, saw the speaker clearly and said in dissatisfaction, Leorc, but Thales chuckled softly and looked at the familiar face that he had seen countless times on the streets when he was young. His old friend. The quiet killer, Leorc. At that time, this man always lowered his head and put his hands in his pockets. He walked leisurely with his shoulders swaying. He slowly strolled into the Brotherhood's territory like an ordinary local hooligan. But even Quide, who was used to being arrogant and despotic, did not dare to say anything when he saw him. And all the child beggars knew that they should not look him in the eyes. Thales dispersed the memories of the past and chuckled. Because I know my father. But the quiet killer shook his head. No. What I want to ask is, how can you be sure that the person who will lead us is Morris? Thales narrowed his eyes. Seeing that his authority was being questioned again, Aoschok angrily warned, Leorc. But the quiet killer did not even look at Aoschok. He only stared at Thales quietly. Thales looked at the familiar face that had experienced many vicissitudes of life. He suddenly recalled the time when he was young, when he listened to the entanglement between him and Felicia. This guy. Thales pointed at Aoschok. He rose to prominence during the era of the 13 generals. He has been Rhoda's blade. Aoschok's expression changed. Steel Cone is Senza's fighter. Leorc, your business is mediated by Morris. Thales nodded one by one as if he was familiar with them. He even seemed a little lazy. As for the sleepless over there, he is Lance's man. Leorc, Adrianza, and Reedmore frowned at the same time. Glover was puzzled. Even though he was a child beggar from the Blood Bottle Gang, he did not know much about the Brotherhood's internal information. How did the prince? Cohen looked calm. After all, the Jade Stars knew everything. The Brotherhood has such a big operation and lineup, but all of you do not belong to each other. You are divided among the 4 leaders. This means that the leader is someone else. As for the one closest to this place, I can only think of Fatty Morris. Thales looked around and said loudly, why is he not out yet? But no one answered Thales's voice in the alley. It could only arouse the doubts of the Brotherhood members. Thales frowned and could not help but start to mutter. Did I guess wrong? Adrianza, who was in the crowd, snorted coldly. This kid has a sharp tongue, but I don't know. Before he finished speaking, his figure suddenly moved. He launched a surprise attack. He went straight for Thales. Something unexpected happened. Oscu and Thales' expressions changed slightly. But a figure also flashed behind the teenager and faced Adrianza head-on. In a flash, the air surged. Clang! Clang! Shing! The alley was narrow. The sound of weapons clashing was ear-piercing. Those who heard it all frowned. After the 3 rounds, Adrianza gritted his teeth and retreated. He looked at the wound on his right arm. He was shocked and angry at the same time. In front of him, Glover, who was blocking Thales, sheathed his sword coldly and shook off the blood on the blade. There was a small commotion in the Brotherhood's team. Aoschok's expression also changed. That Steel Cone, Senza's subordinate, who is famous for his fighting ability. Today's idea is indeed a little tough. F***ck, Cohen's eyes were filled with surprise. He could not help but look at Glover in a different light. Although this guy can't beat me, he's still pretty cool with a sword, Glover exhaled through his nose as a disdainful response. I've seen this sword technique and footwork before. Adrianza tore the black silk cloth off his arm and bound the wound tightly. He stared at Glover, and his expression was full of wariness. You served in the regular army before? Very close. Glover snorted coldly. He swung his sword again and stopped the other 2 thugs from the Brotherhood. Guess again? Adrianza frowned. Aoschok could not take it anymore. He shouted angrily, Motherf *** curs. Let's go together and take them down. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 thugs closest to them roared and rushed forward on the other side. The figures on the periphery surged. They were obviously eager to fight as well. Thales sighed. In the end, we still have to do this? Sure enough, he did not need to speak. Another strong figure passed the teenager and went forward. Shing! Swoosh! With two terrifying muffled sounds, the two thugs at the front fell to the ground at the same time. Blood flowed out and they cried out in pain. Drag them back to disinfect and bandage them. They might still be saved. Cohen swung his sword with his flashy load-bearer. He looked at the enemies in front of him and snorted disdainfully. Who else? The thugs in his direction froze. They stared at Cohen's blade, which was still dripping with blood. No one rushed forward again. On the other side, Glover also drew his sword without batting an eyelid. After he knocked down a person, he pushed him back into the enemy's group, causing chaos among the enemies. Their swift movements and powerful attacks were extraordinary. The thugs from the Brotherhood looked at each other and did not move forward for a while. Cohen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, fighting on the streets is different from a battlefield where orders are strictly obeyed. As long as I knock down the one who seems to be the most ruthless and fearless, it will serve as a deterrent. Thales was the only one who rubbed his face with a headache. Damn it! Aoschok watched his subordinates drag away the thugs who had fallen to the ground. He was furious when he saw how cautious they were. The opponent's strength is troublesome. Let's not talk about it for now, but have the thugs from the Brotherhood in the capital not fought a tough battle for a long time? As long as there's someone who is ruthless and fearless, they will delay their attack, damn it. When did Blood Bottle Gang get these two tough foes? Then, Aoschok looked at Cohen and Glover. He signaled to the others and gestured at Thales with his chin. The Brotherhood's formation immediately began to move. Cohen had been on duty on the streets of the capital for many years. He was sensitive to their plans. He extended his arms and protected Thales behind him. Don't even think about it. Glover took a step back in tacit understanding. The two of them protected Thales. But Thales sighed helplessly. All right, I'm serious. Thales ignored the expressions of the two people beside him. He pushed their arms away and pointed at Aoschok and Leork with a sullen expression. You guys go and tell Morris that I can help him with the problem he encountered. I said, I'm the leader here. Aoschok extended his finger. He was extremely dissatisfied. And I'm not. Forget it. Thales could not be bothered to listen to his harsh words, which were meant to distract them and take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. From the looks of it, even if I say I'm a prince, they will not stop and sit down to talk. I have to bring out the real deal. Aoschok, Thunder Axe, right? Thales raised his voice. Since you work for Rhoda, I think you must know the blacksmiths on South Street. For example, Karachi? Aoschok's arm froze in the air. You must have felt terrible, too. After his shop and the other shops that had dealings with you were raided for no good reason, your underground arms business, especially the processes such as the tempering of old goods, became full of obstacles all of a sudden, wasn't it? Thales sneered. And I'm afraid this is not the only thing that makes you feel terrible. Thales was satisfied to see that not only Aoschok, but many of the thugs from the Brotherhood, including Adrianza, Leork, and Redmore, changed their expressions. Glover was puzzled again. You even know this? He does know something. It seems like it's not small fish, Adrianza, another Northlander, said coldly. Take him down regardless of casualties. The people behind him immediately stepped forward, but Thales turned his head at the right time. Adrianza. The teenager said loudly. You are Senza's #1 right-hand man. You have been running business with him in the Northern Territory and the Land of Cliffs. To be precise, you are fighting for territory with Blood Bottle Gang. Adrianza snorted coldly. Over the past few years, especially after the alarm at Broken Dragon Fortress was lifted and peace returned to the Northern Territory's borders, you have been smooth sailing and forced Blood Bottle Gang to retreat. But you were sent back by Senza. Thales shook his head. Because he knows the reason for your victories over the past few years. He knows where the key to Black Street Brotherhood's development lies. Especially these days, when your development is blocked. The moment he finished speaking, a figure swayed in front of him. Clang. Adriance's spiked mace and Glover's sword were entangled. They could not advance or retreat. CK, the Northlander nicknamed Steel, all gritted his teeth. His expression was ferocious. King hate nobles. What a coincidence. Glover did not forget to reply in a muffled voice while he wrestled with the other party. Me too. But on the other side, Cohen suddenly trembled. He subconsciously turned around and raised his sword to block a blade that appeared out of nowhere. Clang. Leorc's figure moved swiftly. He retreated the moment he came into contact with the blade, like a ghost under the sun. In an instant, the situation changed. Battle cries rose. The Brotherhood's hatchet men surrounded and attacked. Glover and Cohen shouted angrily. The two of them stood in front of Thales and protected him in the middle. They exerted all their strength to block the attacks from the swords and sabers. Thales knew that the situation was not good, but he had faced such situations countless times. He believed in Glover and Cohen's abilities. So, he forgot about the fear in his heart and calmly said, Leorc. Are you not worried that you will be entangled with us here? Leorc's gaze flickered in the crowd. Felicia has just escaped from danger. Aren't you going to take a look? Leorc's expression changed. He put down the blade that he held tightly and blocked the hatchet men behind him. Thales smiled faintly. Or could it be that the news she brought back made your leader extremely nervous? Leorc's expression changed again. But this time, he showed a ruthless expression and ordered his subordinates, go. Leave him with his tongue. As long as he can speak, it will be fine. Thales' smile froze. CK, on the other side, Glover and Adriance separated again. He swung his long sword and drew two streams of blood at the same time. He took down two hatchet men who wanted to take advantage of the situation and blocked the other enemies who wanted to swarm him from the back. Cohen roared and swung his sword. He used his strength to control the width of his sword. Time and time again, the enemies who could not stop him fell back into the group. Are you still not coming out, Morris? Amid the battle cries, Thales summoned the Sin of Hell's river and let his voice penetrate the crowd. But the situation did not change. Take care of yourself. Oskau sneered in front of him, chatty young master. Thales felt a chill in his heart. I want to say, that why? Cohen panted. Are we really not going to ask for reinforcements from Flames? Although Cohen and Glover appeared to be at ease, Thales could not help but feel anxious when he saw the enemies swarming in front and behind him. What about Lance? The sleepless eye of the Brotherhood? The prince added a name and shouted. I think he was the most affected by the news that Felicia spat out, right? Doesn't he want to go home and take a look? The moment he finished speaking, a calm voice that was different from the others spread in the air, as if it was right beside his ears. Stop. Thales exhaled and stared at the surging crowd. Finally, a fat and strong figure appeared in the crowd. He spoke in a low voice, but it was as if he had the power of 1,000 men. It made the crowd quiet down. Everyone, step back. The hatchet men were puzzled in the chaos. Then, they slowly put down their weapons from the back to the front, stopped fighting, and retreated. The battle cries gradually died down. Glover sheathed his sword, leaving behind two pitiful people wailing on the ground. Cohen elbowed the last hatchet man who was in a killing frenzy. He panted and raised his head. The crowd at the entrance of the alley slowly parted. A short and fat but strong man walked over with calm steps. Thales saw the man's face clearly and felt relieved. 6 years. I see him again. Boss Morris. When Oskar saw the man, his expression became solemn. We will take him down soon, but Morris only curled his lips and revealed a ferocious smile. Can't you see, Axe? One of the 6 powerhouses of the Brotherhood, Morris, who occupied lower city of the capital, patted Oskar's shoulder. He turned his head coldly and looked straight at Thales. He is not one of those cowards you kidnapped. He is not one of those young masters who think they are the main characters, but once they lose their status, power, or divine weapons to rely on, they tremble in fear. Thales also looked back at Morris with a cold look in his eyes. When he was a child beggar, it was this kind-looking fat man who managed the gang business in Black Street, the birthplace of Black Street Brotherhood, and even the entire lower city. Every time he appeared, Leork, Felicia, Rick, Locke, Quide, Beth, and most of the Brotherhood members Thales had met had to obey his orders. And he would occasionally appear in Sunset Pub. Every time he appeared, Jayla would be cautious, and the boss would not look good. Oh, right, Morris also raised a ferocious angry wolfhound, which almost killed Thales. But this could not be compared to Morris' other crime. He once suffocated an escaped child beggar to death in front of everyone. Since then, the Brotherhood's own people and their opponents were all in awe of Morris. No matter who it was, when they looked into the eyes of this smiling fat man who could even lay his hands on children, without the slightest bit of pity, they would feel a chill down their spine. The child beggars even hid and cowered under Quide's warning, afraid that they would be unlucky. But at this moment, Thales suddenly realized that he was already standing there, looking straight into Morris's eyes. This is a noble. Morris continued to move forward, passing through the crowd. The thugs of the Brotherhood all lowered their heads and retreated. The real kind. Not the useless foppish young masters that the Red Turban likes to cling to. Morris finally arrived in front of Thales. Cohen and Glover dutifully stood in front of Thales and warned the seemingly ordinary fat man. Morris looked at the 2 bodyguards in front of him and revealed a shrewd smile unique to businessmen. At that moment, Thales suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Enough. The teenager suddenly spoke, and he seemed to have lost his composure. It's close enough. Thales reminded his 2 subordinates, be careful, this guy's psionic ability, but before Thales could finish, Morris raised his eyebrows and smiled with his eyes squinted. Yes, it's close enough. In the next second, Cohen and Glover's expressions changed drastically, and they swayed at the same time. 2 dull sounds were heard, and both of their weapons were pressed against the ground at the same time. Thales was shocked. Glover was seen trembling as he pulled his collar open and panted in pain. Breathe. Morris just looked at him with a smile, as if he was watching a child next door playing a game. Damn it. Thales was shocked and angry at the same time. Morris's psionic ability is too far away. On the other side, Cohen's face was also red, and he desperately supported himself against the ground. I remember now, the Brotherhood, the fat boss, psionic ability, damn it, if only I had a chance, not too much, just 1 second to draw my sword, I wouldn't have to be so embarrassed in front of the prince, but you don't have that 1 second. In the Tower of Eradication, Master Zadie's words rang in his ears. If you don't snatch it, you don't have it. If you don't snatch it, you don't have it. Cohen angrily and painfully punched the ground, but it only made it harder for him to breathe. Ah, I recognize you. You're the infamous stupid police officer from the gang in Western City. Morris scrutinized Cohen, who had his hood down, and clicked his tongue. It must have been hard on your father for you to survive until now. Cohen trembled. F***ck, Glover's expression was ferocious, and he stared at his own hand with difficulty. Damn it, if it wasn't for the whip, I could. Morris straightened his back. This time, he looked at Thales. His smile did not diminish, but his gaze turned cold. Say it, kid, the fat man clicked his tongue. Who are you? Or more directly, who is your boss or your father? Thales took a deep breath and realized that he was not among the targets of Morris's psionic ability. But, he raised his head and looked at the smiling Morris. Behind him, there was Oskau, who had a ferocious grin on his face, Adrianza, who was unhappy, and Leork, who had a cold expression. He had underestimated Morris. He was not the butler of the Brotherhood who rarely fought. On the contrary, as long as he used it properly, his psionic ability could even defeat 2 supra-class elites. But, Thales closed his eyes and took a deep breath. 6 years ago, he did not even have the chance to face him, did he? At that time, one of his dogs could bite him to death. But now, Thales opened his eyes. His gaze was calm and clear. This is an interesting show. Morris hummed in agreement and looked at the teenager with great interest. You're quite brave. But Thales' next words made Morris' smile disappear. So, this is how Black Sword was trained? Thales curled his lips. Because of your air psionic ability, he simulated similar situations countless times. His resistance training was constantly improved, and he was able to calmly escape every time he faced Asda. Black Sword. Asda. Morris frowned. But a few seconds later, he laughed out loud. Over the years, more than one person has used Black Sword in front of me. With 2 clangs, Glover and Cohen could no longer hold on to the hilt of their swords. They supported themselves with their arms. The air was thin, and their symptoms of hypoxia became more obvious. Thales was anxious, but he forced himself to calm down and stared straight at Morris. But Morris scratched his chin, his face full of nostalgia. They always talk like they're old foxes, pretending to be close to people to intimidate them. It's as if they're of high status and have big businesses. It's as interesting as saying, "Do you know the kingdom's wrath?" I used to joke around with him. The kingdom's wrath. Thales thought about the man who carried him and charged into the enemy's formation with an aura as violent as a volcano. He frowned. In this world, there's probably no one who can joke around with that guy. As he thought about this, he suddenly laughed out loud in the midst of the crowd. I know. Thales also revealed a nostalgic expression. You don't fall for it. You've known Black Sword for a long time. You're very familiar with him. Perhaps 20 years ago, when you were still mercenaries in the Great Desert? Morris' gaze froze. Thales chuckled. Right, the 9 powerhouses? At that moment, the members of the Brotherhood looked at each other in confusion. Morris did not speak. He only pursed his lips and stared at Thales with a silent expression. The teenager also stared back at him quietly. But the next moment, Morris burst into laughter. Pretending to be profound and revealing some superficial secrets to make people think that you're well-informed and that you're at an unfathomable level. I've seen this pretentious act before. Thales' expression did not change. He looked at Morris and shook his head. Very childish. Morris swung his arm, unconcerned. Tie him up and bring him back. But at that moment, there was another commotion in the Brotherhood. This commotion did not originate from the rear. Thales lowered his head. He was also slightly surprised. At some point in time, Cohen raised his head and stared at Morris. The glory of the stars surged madly, gushing out of his heart without any regard for the cost. It shone brightly on his skin. They provided him with an endless supply of extra energy, supporting the police officer to forcefully inhale much more oxygen than usual. It made him tremble, but he could not stop it. He stood up. Cohen gritted his teeth and spun the sword in his hand. His vision gradually turned red and blurred. It's time to get back at them. On the other side, Glover also stood up slowly. His power of eradication spread throughout his body, melting the stored substances and energy, reducing the discomfort in his body, numbing his pain and soreness, and making his expression cold. The zombie's eyes froze and focused on Morris. As usual, his pain disappeared without a trace. His emotions gradually became numb. His body became a cold, cruel, and fearless weapon again. It's time to kill. Oskau and Leork looked at the two people in front of them in shock. They knew what kind of burden and damage Morris' psionic ability would cause to a fragile human body. This is impossible? Morris was equally surprised when he saw the two people break free from the restraint of the psionic ability. I underestimated you, Morris murmured. This is an ability and quality that can only be trained in bloody battles. You're all seedlings of supreme class. Black Sword was right. Psionic abilities could catch people off guard. But they could not change the outcome. Morris touched his forehead helplessly as he looked at the two tough men who stood up again. He smiled bitterly and helplessly. You're right. TSK, TSK, TSK. Why are the elites always on the enemy's side? Thales nodded. He felt the same way. But this time, he smiled happily. Can we talk now? Morris' smile froze for a few seconds. Behind him, Oskau and Leork gripped their weapons. Cohen and Glover's expressions became even more terrifying. Finally, the plump man sighed and spread his hands. Glover and Cohen immediately felt that the air around them smelled good again. Then, they panted and returned to normal. Don't worry. I hate childish tricks too. The change in the situation made the prince feel at ease. He said loudly, we're all adults. Morris looked at Thales' tender face and furrowed his brows. Thales came to his senses and coughed. You know, during the age of the Empire, men became adults at the age of 14. They could go to war, get married, and have children. The teenager took a step forward. That's why I don't want to use my identity, and I don't want to use sensational news to scare people. Thales looked at him seriously. I'll say it again. I'm here to help you, Morris. Morris rubbed his hands. He looked around. The Brotherhood's thugs had calmed down again. He sneered. How? Returning to the battlefield he was most familiar with, Thales took a deep breath. The Black Street Brotherhood may be big, but there's no need for them to gather 4 big shots at the same time to carry out a normal street robbery, even if there are 2 muscular men behind them. Cohen shook his head. Glover swung his arms and snapped out of his previous state. Thales thought about what he had seen and heard over the past few days. He said faintly, there's only one reason for you to be so nervous. Morris stared at the teenager. You're talking nonsense. Thales ignored his words and sneered. But what if it's not them? Morris rubbed his hands together and paused. If the culprit who kidnapped Felicia's people in your territory, if the culprit who destroyed your business, hindered your development, caused everything to go wrong for you, and caused you to run into obstacles everywhere, isn't the old enemy that you thought? Thales' voice became stern. What if it's not Blood Bottle Gang? Morris did not reply, but Oskau, Leork, Adrianza, and the others behind him had different reactions. Of course, you already know, from Felicia's mouth. Thales said coldly, you just don't know what to do. Because the enemy is too powerful and cannot be resisted. Morris pursed his lips tightly and stared at the teenager under the hood. Thales pushed Glover and Cohen aside. Under their worried gazes, he took a step forward and stopped a foot away from Morris. Their eyes met. It turned out that he was already as tall as Morris. And the evil fatty in front of him, who made countless people fear him, his gaze, was so fearful. Thales was at a loss, but he quickly regained his composure and said resolutely, and I am you. I am also the only hope for the Brotherhood in this predicament. Now, can we talk? Thales finished speaking and waited quietly. The air became quiet. Morris did not say a word. His gaze became dark. Everyone subconsciously clenched their fists or weapons. Leork's cold gaze met Cohen's. Glover and Adrianza looked at each other and exchanged a provocative gaze. Finally, amidst the unbearable silence, Morris suddenly burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Perhaps it was because of the heir's psionic ability, his laughter shook the alleyway and made people uncomfortable. Leorc pressed his ears in discomfort and said through gritted teeth, "Boss," but Morris suddenly turned around. "Retreat." The fatty had an elated look on his face as he waved his arms around happily. "Go home, go home. Do what you need to do." The people in the Brotherhood were stunned. Thales exhaled and smiled. In the next second, Leorc, who had followed Morris for many years, turned around and gave his order without hesitation. Amidst the rustling of footsteps, the people who belonged to Morris behind him dispersed. Redmore and his Sleepless were expressionless, but they quietly melted into the shadows and disappeared into the messy and hidden alleyway. Adrianza hesitated for a moment, but he nodded and turned around with his subordinates. Glover and Cohen finally breathed a sigh of relief. More than half of the people in the alleyway immediately dispersed. Only the last few people were left. Boss Morris, Aoschok looked at Thales unwillingly. "Are we still going to Red Street Market today?" Morris did not even look at him. He only looked at the prince with interest and repeated, "Retreat." Aoschok took a deep breath. "Boss Morris, since we have mobilized so many people, we should not return empty-handed. We should at least go to Red Street Market and give the Red Turbans a warning." When Morris heard this, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something. "Oh, you're right. That's good." He waved his hand in a sluggish manner. "Go, it's all up to you." Aoschok was stunned. He looked at the thin team behind him. "But we are going to Blood Bottle Gang. We need numbers." Boss Rhoda, oh. Rhoda. My old friend. Morris was like an old man who was hard of hearing. He slowly dug his ears. "Is he here too?" Aoschok pursed his lips. "No, boss, but," Morris's face fell. "Then why are you still talking nonsense?" The plump man turned around slightly. His eyes were filled with coldness. "Is your surname Rhoda too?" Aoschok's face immediately turned pale. However, he judged the situation and did not continue to pester him. He turned around decisively and left with his subordinates. The Brotherhood's forces, which were originally heavily surrounded, were suddenly left with 3 people. Morris, Leorc, and another subordinate who had opened up a path. Then, in the empty alleyway, Morris rubbed his hands together and looked at Thales with a smile. "This handsome, why?" Thales suddenly interrupted him. "Why did you say that this is a true noble?" Morris paused. A thought appeared in his head. "Because I have seen it before." Thales narrowed his eyes. The Brotherhood's kind-looking plump man laughed. "A true noble has nothing to do with their outward bearing or even their birth or bloodline. Instead, it is the mark that is branded in their soul and bones." Morris' smile faded slightly. His small eyes shone brilliantly. "Even if they are mired in mud, even if they are born despicable, even if they have nothing, they are also destined to be nobles." Thales was deep in thought. Morris rubbed his hands on his clothes. He walked forward and extended his hand politely. Let me introduce myself. I am Morris. I do not have a surname." He chuckled. "I am just a street thug." Thales looked at the man's attitude and suddenly had mixed feelings. 6 years can indeed change a lot. The teenager did not think too much. He also put on a smile and held Morris' swollen fingers. "I am Wyacasso." Morris' smile remained on his face until Thales said the next sentence. "I am the attendant of the Prince of Constellation. I represent the noble, magnanimous, and wise Duke of Star Lake, the second prince." Thales' expression became solemn. "Prince Thales Jade Star." Morris' hand froze. Glover and Cohen looked at each other. In the face of Thale's indifferent but prideful gaze, Morris seemed to be a little confused. He blinked, took a step back, and listened to another subordinate whisper something. A few seconds later, the plump man turned his head and his expression changed instantly. "Oh my, you are the prince's attendant, right?" Morris held Thale's hands again and shook them vigorously. He looked pleasantly surprised. "It is my honor. It is also my honor." Thales let him shake his hands and sighed. "You may not be able to imagine." Morris listened attentively. The teenager looked at the charmingly naive Morris before him and said sincerely with emotion, "But a long time ago, I really did not expect that I would one day stand here like this and talk to you." Thales shook the plump man's hand back forcefully. "Boss Morris." Morris' smile was so wide that it almost reached the back of his ears. He clicked his tongue and shook his head. Oh my, you are too polite." Glover and Cohen looked at each other's change in attitude and showed disdain at the same time. "Just a little bit," Morris smiled obsequiously. Thale's lips curled up slightly. As the son of Count Gilbert Casso and the attendant of the prince from a prestigious family, His Excellency Wuxia Xianxia is 24 years old this year. Morris was in high spirits, but his words made Thale's expression change. "And he doesn't look like you." At that moment, Thale's expression froze on his face. "At least he is not as handsome and elegant as you." Morris happily patted the back of the teenager's hand and bowed clumsily. His eyes shone brilliantly. "Lofty and honorable, generous and wise, Prince Thales." Chapter 602. Underground Street, Grove's Pharmacy. Grove listlessly sent away a bruised thug from the Brotherhood and recorded his credit in his notebook. Only then did he sit down lazily behind the counter. He warmed himself with a bottle of wine as he watched his wife take care of the shelves. Not to mention the occasional street robberies and petty thefts. Even if everything went smoothly, there was basically no profit to be made from opening a pharmacy in Lower City District. But he, the slick Grove, still managed to take root in this notoriously chaotic place. He had been doing business peacefully for more than a decade. This was not something an ordinary person could do. Aside from the good connections his father had made while he was still alive, his good working relationship with the Black Street Brotherhood was also one of the reasons. Now, in the underground street, he was considered a big shot. Who would be stupid enough to give him a hard time? Every time he thought of this, Grove felt a little proud, which made him look around his shop even more contentedly. Occasionally, he would take a sip of the warm wine. "Dad, this business of mine is much better than when you swindled people back then, isn't it?" The door of the shop was pushed open, and the bell behind the door rang. And a gust of cold wind seeped in from the street. "There's a customer." Grove shivered in the cold and raised his head reluctantly from behind the counter. "Don't tell me it's those ignorant thieves. They haven't stopped for more than a decade. It's winter now, and there's a shortage of herbs. We don't have enough typhoid medicine. If you must buy it, the price won't be cheap." Grove, who was repeating himself mechanically, was stunned when he saw the customer. The person who opened the door was a strong man with a stiff expression. He lifted his cloak to reveal the sword hilt at his waist. He looked down at Grove from above. Behind him was another large man who was about the same size. The latter was unlucky enough to be caught by the doorbell's rope. He was shocked. Then, he held the weapon at his waist and looked around unhappily. Grove was a little puzzled. He had never heard of these two people in the Brotherhood. Were they new? Or robbers? Having lived in Lower City District for a long time, Grove's first reaction was to reach for a knife under the counter. But the appearance of a third person made him change his mind. It was an average-sized man with a childish face. He was clearly a teenager who was still growing. He lifted his hood and scanned the shop in a daze. This was strange. Grove mumbled. He had seen a lot over the years. He had met all kinds of customers, those who were just shopping, those who were sincere in bargaining, those who were poor but pretended to be rich, those who were rich but stingy. However, he couldn't tell the background of this young man. He couldn't tell if he was a second-generation noble from a wealthy family or a commoner from the lower city who was used to living a hard life. He couldn't tell if he was a gangster who had been beaten up, or if he was a harmless and adorable hedonistic young master. The young customer did not pay any attention to him. He just stretched out his hand and stroked the rows of shelves like a wanderer who had just returned home. Of his two muscular attendants, one was extremely vigilant and kept looking back, while the other lowered his hood and stared straight at Grove, hesitating to speak. When Grove saw the latter's face clearly, his expression changed drastically. F***ck, it's you again. The owner of the pharmacy looked disgusted and annoyed. Stupid police officer. Cohen, who was about to greet his boss, paused. What did you say? Grove coughed, but the disdain in his eyes did not diminish. I mean, Police Officer Caribbean. Cohen's eyes lit up. He ignored the young man who was walking around in the shop and moved closer to the counter. I'm here today, do a good deed, don't come here and stir up **T again. I really don't sell any illegal drugs here. Before he spoke, Grove let out a long sigh. I have nothing to do with those gangsters either. Thud. With another arm pushing against the door, a short and stout fatty walked into Grove's pharmacy and looked around with interest. When he saw who it was, Grove shuddered, and he choked on his words. M.O., Morris? Grove stared at the new customer in front of him in horror. But he reacted quickly and quickly adjusted himself before walking out of the counter. He forced a smile and spread his arms, as if he wanted to hug him. Morris. Welcome, my good friend. But Morris extended his hand mercilessly and pressed down on Grove's chest, preventing him from hugging him. Grove. The leader of the Brotherhood only nodded faintly and pushed Grove back behind the counter slowly but firmly. The latter could only smile awkwardly and nervously. Cohen widened his eyes. Didn't you say that you don't know him? You and this scum of the Brotherhood. Cohen said angrily. But the two of them, who were just exchanging pleasantries, ignored him. Welcome, Morris. Is there anything special? Grove looked nervously at the calm-looking fatty. His words were filled with humbleness and fawning. Relax. Morris narrowed his eyes and patted the shoulder of the owner of the pharmacy. Old friend. I'm here for a walk. Grove was shocked when he was patted. Then, he reacted and squeezed out a smile. Of course. Come, take a walk. My dear, clean up the floor. Then bring out your gang. Grove's wife nervously grabbed the broom beside the shelf. But Morris grabbed the owner's shoulder. Don't worry about it. Just accompany your friend and leave in a while, Morris said calmly. But the more indifferent the leader of the Brotherhood was, the more terrified Grove was. Okay. Grove waved his hand to get his wife to go back. He carefully approached Morris, looked at the angry Cohen, then pointed at the dazed teenager by the shelf. What's going on? Why is there a police officer? And who's that? Morris raised his eyebrows and turned around. Glover stood at the door and stared at him. His right hand was on his weapon, and the warning look in his eyes never diminished. Bodyguard. The dignified fatty snorted softly. My friend's bodyguard. Grove was stunned. Friend? A little friend. Morris turned to look at the teenager between the shelves. His words were meaningful. And a big friend. Grove blinked, and the way he looked at the teenager changed. He quickly shouted, Have a good time shopping, customer. With that, Grove rolled his eyes, rubbed his palms, and giggled. Morris, since you're here, I'd like to hand in my money for next month in advance. Yanni, bring me the money bag. Morris furrowed his brows. Money? Cohen's reaction was even faster. He immediately said angrily, "Hey! How dare you ask for protection money in front of me?" Grove turned to the police officer and said sternly, "What? What? What protection fee? Don't spout nonsense. This is money I owe my friend. I'm just returning the money. Do you understand? Returning money? Is there a money for returning money?" Cohen jumped up and said earnestly, "I'm telling you, don't be afraid. I'm telling you, don't be afraid. The police officer is here to uphold justice for you." On the other shelf, the shopkeeper's young wife walked over shakily. "But, dear, didn't you just hand in the money last month?" Grove seemed to have found a breakthrough. He turned around and said fiercely, "Why are you spouting so much nonsense, B*TCH? His wife cowered a little from his roar. "Morris is our good friend. Why would you be so calculative?" Grove waved his hand with a look of extravagance. "Just hand it over." He then turned to look at Morris, who had a complicated expression on his face. He became friendly and ingratiating again. "Hey! Do you think I don't exist?" This was the indignant Cohen. "But our income this month." This was the pitiful Yanni. Bang! Morris slams his hand on the counter. He suppressed all the voices. "As I said." Morris looked around. This big shot of the Brotherhood's gaze seemed to have power, forcing everyone to shut their mouths. "Grove, I'm only here for a stroll." Morris smiled and placed his palm on Grove's shoulder. "Relax." The boss of the pharmacy subconsciously nodded, but he clearly couldn't relax. Instead, he fidgeted uneasily under Morris's palm as he broke out in a cold sweat. Morris curled his lips and chuckled. "We have a rule. Since it's next month's money, you'll have to pay it next month." Grove exhaled a breath of air. Morris glanced at Cohen from the corner of his eye. "Or, not pay." The moment he said that, Grove broke out in a cold sweat again. That's not what I meant." However, Morris chuckled and released him. He turned around and walked between the shelves. He followed the youth's footsteps. "Rules?" Cohen came to the front of the counter and gritted his teeth in disbelief. "Hey! Grove, you don't have to pay, and you don't have to be afraid of him. I guarantee that as long as you are willing to testify against Morris and his gang for their crimes of bullying and extortion, I'll definitely send him to prison." Grove, who was at a loss for words, looked at him in a daze. At that moment, another figure floated past the counter, but it brought with it a hint of coldness. Grove shuddered. "Hi, Leork." Grove looked nervously at the back of the person who passed by and forced himself to squeeze out a smile. "The medicine I sent the other time is still useful." However, Silent Killer didn't even look at him. He only walked past the counter and followed his boss. Grove's greeting hand hung awkwardly in midair. Cohen looked at Leork's back and then at the petrified Grove. He felt that his previous words had been for nothing. He chased after Silent Killer angrily. "No, you did it on purpose, right? Let me tell you, Leork, you still have 3 unsolved murder cases. Wait until my colleagues gather all the evidence." However, Leork didn't even look at him. He was expressionless. "Excuse me, I want to eat pie in the kitchen." Cohen was stunned. "Eat pie? You're really here to seize people's wealth?" However, before he could do anything, Glover, who was beside him, covered Cohen's mouth. Ugh. Ugh. No, I want, ugh. The zombie's expression didn't change as he pushed and shoved the police officer into a dark corner. The shop finally quietened down. At this moment, the young man who was quietly looking around the Grove pharmacy on the other side of the shelf suddenly turned around and called out to the owner's wife. "You're Yanni, right?" The boss wife, who was tidying up the shelves with her head lowered after being wronged, was shocked and raised her head. "Yes, yes. This, customer, how can I help you?" The youth who was leisurely touring. Thales saw the other party's appearance clearly. It was a young woman with gentle eyes and gentle brows. "You're a helper here?" The young boss wife obviously knew that the person in the shop was someone from the Brotherhood. She had yet to recover from the atmosphere just now. She spoke carefully. "Yes, I've always been a helper here." Separated by a shelf, Thales looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar young woman in front of him. There was a moment of confusion in his eyes. "But the boss called you darling and B*tch?" Thales felt that Morris was walking towards them through the shelves. The other people in the shop also shifted their attention to their strange conversation. However, Thales didn't care. Yanni glanced back at her husband, who was on the counter. Grove was horrified again. I'm his wife. I married him a few years ago." "Is that so?" Thales looked at Yanni in front of him gently but dejectedly. She was the helper in the pharmacy who often helped child beggars when she was young. She distributed food, medicine, and even warm clothes. She was found out and scolded by the boss more than once. And that stingy, vicious, ugly, and smelly pharmacy shop owner. Thales lowered his head. A gloomy feeling rose in his heart. I'm his wife. I married him a few years ago. Things remained the same, but people changed. But not all of them had happy endings. The prince then looked up. "Do you know, Yanni, you're very beautiful and very young?" Yanni was taken aback and startled. "Huh? But Thales remembered the past. His gaze when he looked at her was extremely warm. Gentle, kind, hard-working, and capable. Yanni blushed at first. Then, she glanced nervously at the people around her and shook her head in panic. No, but Thales didn't wait for her to speak. He continued, "And your husband, he's old and ugly. He has a mouth full of yellow teeth. He's weird and has a bad temper. When she came here to do business, when she was young, she was often beaten and scolded by him." Grove, who was on the counter, heard this and froze on the spot. Yanni seemed to be frightened as well. But Thales said to her seriously, enunciating each word clearly, "Listen, he's not good enough for you." Yanni's face turned even redder. She lowered her head in panic. At that moment, "Hey!" A wide and plump figure inserted himself between the shelves and interrupted the strange conversation. "Why don't you clean up the shelves over there, Yanni? It's a little dusty," Morris said with a smile. As if she had been pardoned, Yanni hurriedly avoided Thales' burning gaze and hid to the other side. The plump man from the Brotherhood watched the lithe lady boss leave and snorted softly. "I don't think a person like you came here to shop or to flirt with women." Thales sighed and turned to face Morris. "What if it's true?" Morris' expression changed. He was as passionate as fire. "Then Lower City District and the Brotherhood will always welcome you. Red Street Market as well." Morris stopped smiling and his eyes shone. After all, not every noble is happy to see their boots stained with mud. Thales no longer paid attention to Grove and Yanni who were whispering to each other. He replied with the same profound meaning. "Mud is the foundation of building a house." Morris picked up a bottle of medicine and tossed it in the air. He shrugged. "But for some people, building a house is so that they don't see mud." Thales smiled coldly and decisively snatched the medicine from his hands. He carefully placed it back in its original position. "Then their house will collapse sooner or later." Morris was a little surprised by the teenager's actions. "Please forgive me." The plump man clicked his tongue apologetically. My sister's culture, I don't really understand. Thales suddenly spoke. You're not the only one. Morris' ears pricked up. Thales raised his head and stared at the once familiar, but now unfamiliar, dazzling eyes. It was not just you. During this period of time, the Blood Bottle Gang was also tampered with. Many of their businesses were cut off from inside and outside. For example, they relied on illegal alcohol trafficking, smuggling, the food market, and iron smelting. They had a deep relationship with the great nobles and officials. They also had close ties with the open market, so they were affected even more. Morris' expression became solemn. He turned around and looked at Grove and Yanni, who were watching them from the counter. They shrank back in fear and did not dare to listen anymore. The plump man then looked at Thales and whispered, I don't understand. Of course you do. Thales interrupted him and walked to another row of shelves. What did Felicia tell you? Who kidnapped her? Morris' gaze froze slightly. He was extremely vigilant. So, you're here on behalf of the kingdom's secret intelligence department? Or rather, this was your idea, and the kingdom's secret intelligence department is just following orders? Thales smiled. See, you understand. But Morris' expression changed. He stared at Thales coldly and clicked his tongue as he shook his head. I'm flattered to receive such favor from you. The plump man thought silently, how did I or the Brotherhood offend this young prince? Or did Black Sword offend him in Dragon Cloud City 6 years ago? Is it worth him mobilizing the kingdom's secret intelligence department to seek revenge? What kind of enmity did they have? Thales shook his head in a relaxed manner when he saw that the effect had been achieved. On the contrary. The prince stopped in front of another row of shelves selling typhoid medicine and said seriously, I'm not related to the kingdom's secret intelligence department. I have nothing to do with the secret intelligence department. They don't know that I came behind their backs. Morris' gaze shifted. Are you sure? The plump man looked doubtful. The kingdom's secret intelligence department is all-pervasive, I'm sure. Thales turned around decisively and interrupted him. When I say that they don't know, the prince's expression became stern and brooked no rebuttal. They don't dare to know. Morris was silent for a while. You're very confident. He stared intently at Thales' face. Just like the countless opponents who fell at the Black Prophet's feet. Thales was also silent for a moment. The opponents who fell at the Black Prophet's feet, for some reason, he suddenly thought of many people, the late King Adi, Crown Prince Midir, King Nuvan. I don't know about the kingdom's secret intelligence department. I don't know what kind of entanglement the Black Prophet has with your sleepless eye, Lance. Thales organized his thoughts and spoke again, but it made Morris frown again. But I know that your relationship is complicated, and you're in a delicate situation. Thales stared at Morris. While he felt the strange change in status between the two of them after 6 years, he tried hard to dig out something from the Brotherhood's leader's eyes. If Lance doesn't like the Black Prophet, the prince said flatly. Tell him that I don't like him either. This should be the basis of our conversation. Morris was deep in thought. Thales turned around and ignored the plump man. Instead, he walked to the counter and resumed the previous conversation. Did he force you? Ah. Yanni, who was by the counter, was shocked. Only then did she realize that the teenager, whose gaze was so intense that she could not bear it, was looking at her again. Thales stared at Grove, who was behind the counter. He suddenly realized that Grove was looking at him and Morris, who was behind him. He had long since shrunk into a ball out of fear. He no longer had the image of a vicious, ruthless, and petty boss. You used to be a helper here, and he was the boss. Does that mean he forced you to marry him? Yanni was stunned. Thales' gaze became stern. For example, if you don't marry him, you won't have a job. Grove, who was behind the counter, trembled. No, Seeing her husband's fear, Yanni also snapped out of her daze. She said in a trembling voice, "Of course I didn't. I volunteered." Volunteered? Thales raised his voice and stared at Grove, but it gave him the illusion that he was looking down on him. "You could have made a better choice. It didn't have to be him." Cohen, who reappeared from a hidden corner, happened to see this scene. He was stunned for a second. Huh? Grove was about to speak, but when he saw Cohen and Glover's size, he was instantly terrified and could not even speak. Yanni bit her lower lip and grabbed her husband's hand. Aye. Thales turned around. His gaze on Yanni returned to being gentle. "It just so happens that I need a maid. You can have a better job, a better life, a more respectable environment, and even a better home." Yanni was stunned. Grove's face immediately turned pale. Thales smiled. "What do you say?" Cohen realized what was happening. "Hey, Ty, why, the police officer said in a righteous manner with a look of disbelief. "I'm going to have to talk about it. What you're doing is considered kidnapping," but he could not finish his sentence. With a glance from Thales, Cohen's mouth was once again covered by Glover, who had the advantage of capturing him. He was dragged into a corner and became silent again. At that moment, the voice of another troublemaker came from behind. "Cough, cough, cough. King. Ty. Palace. Irk." Morris coughed. He finally found a suitable form of address after much difficulty. "My little friend." He walked forward with a face full of smiles. "You know, the customs here are different from those in Northland. We don't do this," but Thales ignored him. He only stared at the stunned young woman. "What do you say?" the prince said softly. "Yanni?" Yanni was stunned. Fear, surprise, and countless other emotions flooded her at the same time. She could not seem to react. Morris frowned. On the other side, Grove was about to cry. "Don't rush. Take your time to think. I'll shop for a while more." Thales smiled and turned to walk back to the shelves. Morris frowned and looked at Yanni and Grove, then at Thales. "Why?" The fat man followed Thales. His tone was displeased, revealing the displeasure of a boss whose authority was being interfered with. Thales, who was between the shelves, did not turn his head. He chuckled and said, "I like it." Morris took a few deep breaths and his expression returned to normal. "No, I'm asking," the fat man narrowed his eyes, revealing the shrewdness of a businessman. "Why did the Black Prophet do this? What does the kingdom's secret intelligence department want?" The dignified kingdom's intelligence department did not investigate Extet's military movements or understand the political trends of the Fog Three Kingdoms. Instead, they mobilized manpower and resources to deal with the gang business of a few street thugs. Thales turned around and was somewhat impressed by the gang leader's ability to control his emotions. His quality was comparable to that of a high-ranking person. The prince stared at him. "You really don't know?" Morris shook his head. "Just like how I don't understand why a dignified prince of a country would condescend to a muddy place like ours to talk with us bumpkins." His tone revealed his suspicion. Thales met his gaze quietly and recalled the moment when the man had exposed his identity. Even if he was born in a humble family and mingled in the streets, there were still people he could not underestimate. Moreover, strictly speaking, this was Black Street Brotherhood. It was Black Sword's territory. Black Sword. Thinking of the man who was strong enough to fight a mystic, Thales shed his contempt and did not dare to be negligent. First of all, although the Black Prophet is still alive, the specific affairs of the kingdom's secret intelligence department are no longer under his control. The prince returned to his negotiating mode and said solemnly, "The successor is not well known, but he is young and full of vigor. He is determined to forge ahead and unpredictable." Morris frowned and rubbed his chin as he began to think. Secondly, we all understand that perhaps Black Street Brotherhood rose too quickly, and their members are mixed with good and bad people. Perhaps Blood Bottle Gang is too old to rise again and is not as powerful as before. Thale's gaze turned cold. But you, both of you are not simple thugs on the streets. Be it Black Sword or the people behind Blood Bottle Gang. Morris' fingers froze as he rubbed his chin. This damned prince. How much does he know? As for why the kingdom's secret intelligence department did this and why they attacked the two gangs that are closer to the bottom of society, I don't know either. Thales stood between the shelves coldly and crossed his arms. I neither care nor care about the details of the kingdom's secret intelligence department's actions. He disliked it even more. Morris' eyes darted around. You don't know? He sneered. Then what do you want to talk to me about? What can you help me with? Did you really come here just to say a few harsh words, stroll around, admire the scenery, and flirt with women like an ordinary rich playboy? Morris glanced at the counter, and a flash of viciousness appeared in his eyes. A day trip to Lower City District? But Thales just smiled. I'm here to look for medicine. Morris was stunned. What? You know, winter is coming again. Thales sighed. Prepare clothes to ward off the cold, and prepare medicine to treat illnesses. Morris was silent for a moment before he smiled again. He looked tacky, honest, rude, and straightforward. Don't talk in riddles. We are really cultured. At this moment, Thales suddenly raised his head and spoke loudly to Yanni, who was whispering to Grove. Are all the typhoid medicine here? Yanni and Grove jumped in fright. Yes, there are still some in the storeroom. Yanni said while trembling with fear. Thales smiled. Very good. The teenager lowered his head again and picked up the goods. Morris raised his head and furrowed his brows. You don't look like you have typhoid. Thales nodded, then shook his head. Not at the moment. Morris snorted softly. And there is definitely no shortage of doctors in the palace. Thales hummed in acknowledgement and suddenly said, Why? Over the past 6 years, you have been growing stronger and winning against Blood Bottle Gang. Have you ever thought about why? Morris was stunned. You. Black Street Brotherhood rose to power in less than 10 years. As a rootless, spontaneous organization, a civilian organization. Thales raised his head and put on a pretentious air. Why is it developing so smoothly? When he heard the news about himself, Morris became serious again. He thought for a moment and sneered. We are young, better organized, less burdened, stronger willpower, and at the same time, we have a greater strategic vision. He took a step forward. Also, 6 years ago, we fought a great battle in Red Street Market and defeated Blood Bottle Gang, but Thales shook his head firmly and interrupted him. No. Morris was stunned. The prince also took a step forward and met Morris's gaze. His tone was resolute and decisive. Because the kingdom needs you. Thales said slowly. The situation needs you. The era needs you. Morris was stunned. What? The kingdom needs you? But Thales did not give him a chance to ask. He turned around and continued, as an underground force in the kingdom and a black glove that is not afraid of getting dirty, Blood Bottle Gang has an unclear relationship with many local tyrants over the past decades. The transfer of benefits and the binding of relationships are even more deep-rooted. When he said this, Thales' gaze became fixed. For example, the Iris family of South Coast Hill, Covendier. Morris was deep in thought. Thales stopped and carefully studied a bottle of typhoid potion. Yes, between the king and the vassals, between the central government and the local government, between the capital and the entire territory, Thales' gaze gradually became absent-minded. Blood Bottle Gang, which rose to power by smuggling at the borders, chose to fall into the most influential and deep-rooted party from the very beginning. It was also the most difficult to get rid of them. To be the vanguard of others is to be protected by others. Thales stared at the potion in his hand. This is something I only understood after I stepped into politics for many years. It is also the reason why they have been able to flourish and stand tall even though they have suffered heavy blows from the kingdom's officials for decades. Morris did not speak. He only furrowed his eyebrows and pondered deeply. Otherwise, you would have seized the entire Red Street market during the one-night war 6 years ago. You could have even followed up on your victory and seized more. Thales put the potion back and remembered the experience that changed his fate that night. He sneered and said, "Why did you have to give up half of the territory you seized and make peace with Blood Bottle Gang, which was greatly weakened? Why did you draw a line between us?" Morris scratched his chin. His dazed gaze became clear again. "It's interesting to hear. It's more interesting to play with them," Thales said decisively. He turned around abruptly and looked straight at Morris. "Although we are both gangsters who live on the streets and fight for our lives, Blood Bottle Gang has a large business and a deep foundation, while the Brotherhood started from the grassroots." Thales' eyes were bright and piercing, as if they were burning the air. "Logically speaking, you are not their match. When the referee and the banker are on the same side, how can you still play?" Morris pursed his lips and looked serious. "But we are winning," he retorted with a hiss. "Yes," Thales nodded and admitted. "You are winning." But his gaze immediately became brighter. His voice was like a blade, and each word was like a knife. "Not for anything else. It's precisely because of a series of events that happened in recent years." The Duke of Star Lake's voice seemed to have magic. "Because there is already a successor to the throne, because the royal family's rule is gradually stabilizing, because the kingdom's political situation is gradually becoming clearer, because Constellation's national strength is recovering, because Extet's inevitable decline, because the borders are no longer in turmoil, Constellation will be free from the heavy pressure, you will be victorious," Thales said resolutely. 6 years, or even 18 years after the Bloody Year, the entire chess game in Constellation will change drastically, and the offensive and defensive positions will change. Central, South Coast, Northern Territory, Eastern Sea, Western Desert, and Blade Edge. When the traditional tyrants in these places will either lower their heads and admit defeat, restrain themselves, or fall from exhaustion. Morris was a little absent-minded at first, but as Thales went deeper, he gradually became serious. When agriculture, sea trade, iron smelting, wine production, salt production, tobacco production, and other huge chains of interest that were once scattered all over the kingdom because the royal family was weak and the kingdom was in chaos, they were reorganized and redistributed. When places like Blade Fang's camp, when the local suzerains, nobles, and officials' power were shuffled again and again with the royal family's regular army and the king's officials stationed there, Morris' eyebrows moved back and forth, and he could not stop. When Blood Bottle Gang, who had been drawing gray nutrients from these empty spaces, when they lost their local connections and protection, when they lost their source of flesh, blood, and food, when they lost their backing and confidence, when the letters they wrote to the Covendier family for help never came back after the iris flower submitted to the 9-pointed star, Thales' voice became calmer and more solemn. "How can Blood Bottle Gang, the gang nobles who have been at the top for 100 years, not become weak, not rot, and not fall?" He stared at Morris' eyes, which had clearly wavered. "How can you, the new challengers, not win and become stronger?" Morris gulped. His eyebrows were solemn. Thales turned his gaze away and exhaled. He stared at the exquisite decorations in the small pharmacy, which he knew was made by the mistress at first glance. "After the kingdom's war chariot ran over you, Black Street Brotherhood, as the representative of the desire and struggle of the bottom of the kingdom, as a new underground force without roots or foundation, as an external force outside of the official departments that have long been corrupted by the local nobles, as the most unruly force," Thales raised his hand and slowly clenched it in the air. It was as if he was crushing something. With the tacit consent of the royal power, it was only natural and unimpeded for you to nibble away at Blood Bottle Gang's body after it fell. When the conditions were right, success would come naturally, and you would be able to destroy it easily. Morris stared at Thale's hand in a daze. This is the truth behind how Blackstreet Brotherhood was able to completely shake their underground hegemony in the past 10 years and usher in a golden age. Thales clenched his fists, and his voice tightened. You won, not for anything else. The prince's gaze was as sharp as a sword. It is precisely because the kingdom needs you. Chapter 603. After a moment of silence, Morris scratched his chin and looked at Thales with a strange gaze. So, you came all the way here to give me a political lesson? Thales put down his fist and answered him confidently, you want an answer, and I am giving it to you. Morris sized up the furnishings around him. After thinking for a moment, he raised his head again. If that is the case, then the answer is too far away from us. It is unrealistic. Thales smiled. On the other side of the medicine shop, Yanni and Grove whispered to each other while trembling. Glover tried his best to calm Cohen, who wanted to rush forward and take down Leork. But it was as if there was an invisible wall in the middle. Everyone abided by it and did not dare to cross it to interrupt the conversation between the Prince of Constellation and the Brotherhood's powerhouse. Yes, politics is too far away from me, politics is too unrealistic for me, these are the most common misconceptions in our lives. Thales' gaze changed. Whether it is the misophobic gentlemen who think that politics is too far away, so they are dismissive, self-righteous, and avoid public politics like a deadly plague, or the pedants who think that politics is too far away, so they are cynical, apathetic, and believe that there is everything in knowledge, or the cynics who think that politics is too far away, so they are apathetic and think that they have to return to their lives, or the keyboard warriors who think that politics is too far away, so they are fearless, boastful, and point out the general trend of the world with their words. You're still the same rascal who looks like he's just fooling around, living a befuddled life, and living one day at a time. Maurice curled up one side of his lip, showing his teeth. But Thales ignored him. Intentionally or unintentionally, consciously or unconsciously, they are all expressing the attitude that politics is too far away. But with all due respect, they either have some misunderstanding about politics, or they have some misunderstanding about distance. Morris did not say a word. Look at me now, I am standing in front of you. When he said this, Thales' voice turned cold. And do you think that during the rise of the Brotherhood, the relevant departments have always been indifferent to you and let you do whatever you want? Morris narrowed his eyes. The relevant departments? You mean the most mysterious relevant departments who are always missing when it comes to benefiting the people, and only fulfill their duties when it comes to patriotism? Morris snorted. There was disdain on his face, and his words were filled with mockery. We have our own ways to deal with them. They're like a pile of **T. Every time I'm done squatting in the pit, I have to stand up and wipe my ass. Only then can I see them in the pit of **T, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. But Thales shook his head and ignored his emotions. Then why did you order a retreat just now? Why didn't you listen to Ayaskau and follow the original plan? Gather our men and kill our way to the Blood Bottle Gang to collect the debt. Who cares who the culprit of the kidnapping case is? The Brotherhood only needs to kill to establish our might. Morris rolled his eyes and said nothing. Thales turned around and walked to the next row of shelves. From time to time, he would pick up a medicine bottle and fiddle with it. Politics is not far away from you, Boss Morris. Even for people like you who see the kingdom as nothing and trample on the boundaries of the law, high walls and iron walls not only trap those who are willing to be in the cage, but also restrict those who think that they are outside the cage. It's an invisible net that blocks every inch of color in our line of sight and every gap in the air. Every move we make, every word we say, and every breath we breathe are all trapped in it. We cannot escape. Thales stared at the medicine bottle in his hand and felt its sturdy wall. He was lost in thought. Morris was silent for a few seconds before he let out a low snort. Maybe I should let Lance listen. The fat leader of the Brotherhood narrowed his eyes and said. He knows this the best. But Thales sneered. You too, Morris. The prince raised his head and met Morris' gaze. After all, you're the one who does the accounting and manages the money. At that moment, a fierce look flashed in Morris' eyes. But in just a few seconds, the leader of the Brotherhood snickered and waved his hand nonchalantly. Come on, we rough men on the streets don't understand the nonsense you're talking about, and we're not interested, but Thales suddenly raised his voice and interrupted him. If you're really not interested, Morris, then all of you, Black Sword, and the mercenary group known as the 9 Powerhouses, would not have come all the way to the capital. His voice gradually became softer, and the speed of his speech gradually slowed down, but the power contained in it made Morris frown. And if you're not interested, Thales took a step forward. You would not have accepted Prince Horus's employment. At that moment, Morris' gaze changed. You would not have stayed in Eternal Star City after he failed and died, lurking in the shadows to forge ahead. Thales gently turned the medicine bottle in his hand and said slowly, you have ulterior motives. Silence enveloped the conversation between the two people. Then, Morris snapped out of his shock, adjusted his expression, and exhaled. Who did you say just now? Thales smiled nonchalantly, turned around, and put down the medicine bottle. Lady Yanni. The prince suddenly raised his voice and broke the barrier that separated the two conversations. It attracted the attention of the other people in the medicine store. Have you thought about it? Yanni shuddered violently when her name was called. She raised her head in bewilderment and looked in Thales' direction mechanically. What? Grove, the shop owner, had a long face. He looked at his wife anxiously, then at Morris nervously. Thales was not anxious or annoyed. He smiled gently. A chance. I said, I want to give you a chance to find a new path and a new life. Thales glanced at Grove, who was beside her. The coldness in his eyes almost made the latter's legs go limp. At least it's better than now. Yanni stood where she was in a daze. She subconsciously wiped her hands on her apron. Cohen frowned and wanted to speak, but as time went by, Glover had obviously grasped the trick to holding him back. Leork cast an inquiring look at Morris, but the fat man was deep in thought and did not respond. Grove was the only one who showed a pained and pleading expression. He shook his wife's arm. Yanni was in a daze for a long time. She turned her head around in a daze and swept her gaze over the medicine store she had been in for more than 10 years. Then, she glanced at Grove, who was once the shop owner and was now her husband. Then, she slowly turned her head and looked at the handsome and gentle young noble. Thales did not rush her. He just waited quietly. Finally, after an unknown period of time, Yanni took a deep breath. Slowly but decisively, she pulled her arm out of her husband's fingers. She wiped her hands, took 2 light steps forward, and stood in front of Thales. Thales smiled in response. Grove was immediately dealt a heavy blow. His body swayed, and his face turned pale. Morris' thoughts were in a mess. He frowned fiercely. Cohen widened his eyes in disbelief. Glover did not move and was expressionless. Leork continued to lean against the corner of the wall and watched coldly. Yanni cleared her throat and said seriously, "Young master, I am very, very grateful for your favor." This. Young master, I am very, very grateful for your favor. Thales raised his eyebrows. Yanni said firmly, Yen and I said firmly, I do not need the new life you gave me. The moment she said that, the entire medicine store fell silent. As soon as he said that, the entire pharmacy fell silent. Thales frowned slightly. What? Yanni tried her best to squeeze out a smile. I mean, the life I have now is already my best choice. What I'm saying is that my current life is already the best choice for me. The best choice? Thales muttered to himself for a while. He gestured with his chin at the cowardly Grove. That's him? Grove shuddered again. But Yanni turned around and glanced at her husband. Then, she said to Thales with certainty, yes, him. Thales was silent for a while. He lowered his head and sneered. Tell me, will your old husband, Boss Grove, beat you up? Yanni trembled slightly. Morris snorted on the other side. Grove's face was pale, as if he had been struck by lightning. Thales looked up and tried hard to see into Yanni's heart. Tell me, Miss Yanni, or Madam Grove, are you happy here? Yanni's eyebrows twitched. She pondered this question in pain and hesitation. Perhaps it was because the young man's 2 bodyguards were too strong, or perhaps it was because of the dignified aura that he exuded, or perhaps it was because Morris' presence was extraordinary. At this moment, the entire pharmacy was silent. Everyone was waiting quietly. Finally, after half a minute, Yanni's eyebrows relaxed. She raised her head slowly, ran her fingers through her hair, and gave Thales a beautiful smile. There were traces of weariness that should not be present at her age. I am truly grateful to you, young master. But you may not be aware. Yanni looked at Thales seriously. There was a rare sense of relief and fatigue in her words. I come from Ricenan town in the western desert. More than 10 years ago, the war took my father and brothers away. My mother and I had no choice but to leave our hometown and seek our own survival. Thales' gaze dimmed. And although Eternal Star City is rumored to be the wealthiest and most prosperous capital, this big city is actually not that welcoming to foreigners. Yanni took a deep breath and glanced at the shop that she had stayed in for almost half of her life. This street looks chaotic, barbaric, and unsafe. This shop looks shabby, old-fashioned, and dilapidated, but this is already the place that feels most like home to me in the capital. The place that feels most like home. Thales clenched his fists. On the other side, Glover furrowed his eyebrows, Morris snorted softly, and Leorc buried his face deeper into the shadows. Yen and I sighed and smiled bitterly. And Mr. Grove. I mean, my husband. Yanni turned to look at Grove with a complicated gaze. The latter was looking at them uneasily. Yes, he is older than me, a little fat, and a little impatient. He's usually a little stingy, calculative, impatient, selfish, and short-sighted. He snores loudly in his sleep at night. Yen and I took a deep breath and said with difficulty, and yes, if I pull him up when he's drunk, he'll hit me. Thales glared at Grove coldly. The latter was first horrified, then showed a fawning and remorseful expression. Cohen frowned. He raised his index finger and was about to speak, but for the 3rd time, he was forced back by Glover's fierce gaze and firm grip that said, if you dare to interrupt the prince, I'll kill you. Yanni slowly turned around and said softly, but he took me in, took care of me, gave me a job, gave me a place to get medicine, and treated my typhoid mother. Just when I was at my lowest, at my wit's end, and was about to risk everything to look for a job in Red Street Market, Grove's eyes were filled with joy. He didn't do it out of kindness, much less love. Thales snorted coldly. He did it only for your beauty and youth. Yanni trembled slightly and suddenly looked up. Yes. Thales was shocked. At some point in time, Yanni's eyes had already turned red. She spoke agitatedly and agitatedly. Of course I know. He coveted my beauty. He saw that I was young, hard-working, and capable, so he... Tears trickled down her cheeks as she raised her voice. But who didn't? Yen Ni's sudden outburst startled everyone. The young woman took a deep breath and wiped the corners of her eyes. You're young, young master. You were born into a wealthy family and live a carefree life. Perhaps you don't know what it's like to be so hungry that you lose your mind. You don't even care if a man takes off your skirt for a mouthful of bread. Thales stared at her blankly. But I know. Yanni clenched her fists on her apron. I know. She turned around and glanced at Grove. Her gaze was filled with a desolate smile. Yes, my husband is full of flaws and shortcomings. Some of them are unbearable. He's certainly not the ideal man in every young girl's heart. Grove flashed his wife an extremely ugly smile. Yanni snorted, but her laughter was bitter. Her voice was low. But the reality is, which woman's husband in this world is as good as the stories say? Especially here. Thales responded in silence. That's right. I might have a bit of good looks, and I'm younger than him. That's why he, who has money and a career, took a fancy to me. He made me work for him and made me marry him willingly or unwillingly. That's right. Yanni sniffled and said mournfully, but a talented man and a beautiful woman. Isn't this the universally acknowledged truth of a happy marriage between a man and a woman? The young woman turned her head in panic and looked at the other people in the pharmacy, Cohen, Glover, Morris, Leork. But no one answered her question. Under the heavy pressure, Yanni lost control of her emotions. She sobbed. Just like in Isabel's search for her husband, a man can only use his achievements and wealth to exchange for a woman's age and beauty. He can't see anyone with tears in his eyes, so how can he hope for love and affection? From the commoners to the nobles, which family isn't the same? Which family isn't the same? Yanni rubbed her red nose and stroked her hair that had become dry and colorless after her marriage. She sneered and said nonchalantly, as long as a man has fame and wealth, he can cover everything else. He doesn't care about his flaws or how he is. And to a lady, being young, beautiful, virtuous and capable is the only value. Who cares if you're happy or not? Thales could feel the agitation in her emotions and could not help but feel remorseful. But Yanni turned a blind eye to his reminder. In the opera, Princess Isabel's criteria for choosing a husband are always the same: fame, reputation, and outstanding talent. And there are only a few things she can use to attract a candidate: beauty, virtuous, and intelligence. These are the only matches. Yanni said absent-mindedly, as for the specific husband she chose, is it the handsome knight of Light Needham, the agile and elegant elf Cahill, the unparalleled General Ruhr, the powerful Prime Minister Mariah, the infatuated Duke Mater, the noble Imperial Prince Jules, the sinister and vicious scholar Vita, or the evil and extreme Black Knight Uther? Is it really important? I take off my dress in exchange for his bread. Yanni's eyes were blank. This is the most recognized trade and match. Thales looked at her quietly and suddenly realized that the person in front of him was no longer the kind Yanni he was familiar with. 6 years later, that reserved and shy girl had experienced too much and seen too much in this ruthless neighborhood. He suddenly felt a heavy heart. He even began to doubt his choice to come to Lower City District. Just like this medicine scale. Yanni smiled sadly. She reached out to take down a medicine scale and fiddled with its weights. Everyone only recognizes the left item and the right weight. One side is medicine, and the other is the weight. The left and the right cannot be mixed, and the content cannot be changed. Yanni stared blankly at Grove, who was equally stunned. As for me and my husband, we are only following the rules of the medicine scale. On the other side, Morris was caught off guard by this scene. He had other important matters on his mind and did not listen carefully. He just waved his hand impatiently. Grove, your family matters, but Thales suddenly raised his hand and gestured for him to keep quiet. Morris immediately choked. Thales sighed and tried his best to speak to Yanni in the most gentle tone. But, Yanni, I just want, Yanni snapped out of her daze and sneered. She had completely forgotten about the status and power this mysterious young man in front of her, who called Morris a brother, might have. And what's the difference between you and me? Whether it's coercion or seduction, you'll use the status, power, wealth, and achievements of a certain noble family and place them on the medicine scale that everyone agrees on in exchange for my body, looks, obedience, and service. Perhaps I'll even inherit the glory of your descendants. Then everyone will see it as a good deal, as if this is the most normal thing, as if this is the only fair deal in the world. Thales's breathing suddenly became erratic. Yes, you might be better than my husband, more handsome, richer, younger, and even kinder, young master. But even if you're the king, to me, it's just taking off a dress and exchanging it for a piece of bread. Yanni shook her head indifferently. Her tears had already dried up, revealing the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes caused by years of hard work. The dress is still made of cloth, the bread is still made of flour. When I weigh it, it's still the same medicine scale. Nothing has changed. Thales felt his heart stop beating. Nothing had changed. This is the sorrow of being a woman. For the rest of our lives, we must and can only work hard to weave and dye our own dresses. Only then can we take off our dresses and choose between bad and not so bad bread, even if you think that a certain bread is extremely delicious and is practically the king of bread. Yanni glanced at Thales and sneered. In this aspect, you're not even as good as my husband, even if he's old and ugly. Grove was delighted at first, but when he saw Thales' expression, he felt bitter in his heart. At least, I've lived with him for many years. I understand him, and I know how to deal with him. At least, I know that I can be the mistress of a medicine shop here. I can live a normal and worry-free life. No matter how bad things are, I won't be so poor that I have to rely on hard labor to wash clothes and even sell my body to make a living. And this is better than hooking up with some rich and powerful noble young master, living a luxurious life for a period of time, and then being abandoned for no reason. Thales was speechless. He could only clench his fists. All his eloquence were overshadowed when Yanni poured out her heart in despair. Because the medicine scale in this world only allows me to exchange my dress for bread. There's a strict partition in the middle, and I can't cross it. So, it's the same with any man. It's just bread to stave off hunger. Yanni shook her head in confusion and sneered sadly. There's never a better choice or a better life. Thales was silent. Only Yanni's soft sobs could be heard in the air. Morris sighed softly. Leorc's gaze was sharp. Glover lowered his head and pondered. Even Cohen looked sad. It's not your fault, Yanni. After a while, Thales composed himself and shook his head. It's because this medicine scale is too old. It's not good enough for you. But you do deserve better. But Yanni was still unmoved. She stared at Thales vigilantly, and the stubbornness in her eyes did not diminish. Thales looked at her now and thought of the past. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. He opened the corners of his mouth weakly, and a weak smile bloomed. Good girl, Yanni. Good girl, Yanni. At that moment, Yanni was stunned. She stared blankly at Thales' pained eyes and was stunned for a long time. Good girl, Yanni. This title, a memory from a long time ago, when she was still a girl, suddenly surged into her mind. Take it, black-haired boy. This is typhoid medicine. Remember, children can only use half the dosage, thank you. Korea will get better now. Here, is this enough? Sigh, it's not enough. The price of the medicine has increased. It's okay, I'll make up for it. Fill in the accounts. I hope Mr. Grove will not notice. Don't worry. Didn't you say that there are many rich people in Red Street Market? I'll go there to try my luck. I might be able to get some money to return to you. If the boss hits you, I'll smash his precious signboard. But that's Blood Bottle Gang's territory. Alright, you should go now, or else he will really find out. Hey, wait, these are the remaining clothes. Take them, it's very cold this winter, thank you. Sinti and the others will be very happy. Then I'll go. Hey, good girl, Yanni. I said don't call me that. What else do you want? You know, a good girl like you will definitely be happy. Pfft. There's only so much. You won't get anything even if you try to please her. No, I'm serious. I will let everyone in downtown know that there's a good girl, Yanni. Good men will fight to marry you. Pfft, ha 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 ha, alright, hurry up and get lost, glib-tongued boy. Believe me, a girl like you, Thales turned his head and said with a sigh, good men will fight to marry you. Yanni stared at the teenager in front of her in a daze. Thales took a deep breath. His voice trembled slightly. But. I'm sorry, maybe they're just exchanging bread for a skirt. Yanni and the teenager stood in the pharmacy, facing each other in silence. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, Yanni's gaze became gentle. Perhaps. Yanni smiled brightly. But I've understood it a long time ago. That's good enough. She said softly, glib-tongued boy. Glib-tongued boy. Thales took a deep breath and lowered his head to press on the bridge of his nose. Is that so? Thales rubbed the bridge of his nose. He turned his head around unnaturally and walked between the shelves. Then forget about my suggestion. Good girl. Yanni stared at Thales back in a daze. Behind her, Grove heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he was shocked by Leork, the assassin, who was staring at him coldly. After the farce, Cohen lowered his head and pondered. Glover, on the other hand, looked around vigilantly. He was afraid that the Brotherhood would suddenly turn against them, and he was also afraid that the police officer's sense of justice would act up again and cause trouble. Only Morris frowned and followed the prince into the shelves. What exactly do you want? Hearing the voice behind him, Thales raised his head. What do I want? Thales turned around. When he met Morris' gaze again, he had already returned to normal. He had become the natural and indifferent prince again. As you can see, I'm flirting with women. The teenager chuckled. But his heart was not as calm. He could only feel an unjust aura rumbling in his chest. No, I don't care if you've taken a fancy to a good wife or want to flirt with her or even force yourself on her. What I want to ask is, Morris snorted angrily. He approached Thales and gritted his teeth. What exactly do you want from us? What do you want? You're the heir of a country. Are you going to use Red Street Market and flirting with women as a pretense to persuade us to pay attention to the kingdom's politics just because you met Black Sword in Extet? Thales' gaze was dark. What do I want? As I said, it's winter, and it's going to snow again. The prince looked up and turned the resentment in his chest into motivation to think. Get ready to ward off the cold. Morris was puzzled. I don't understand, but Thales' voice became stern. Horace. Morris' words came to a halt. The former second prince, the sword of reversing light, Horus Jade Star. The teenager suddenly raised his head and looked at Morris coldly. What did he ask from you during the bloody year? Morris widened his eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds. The fat man's gaze changed. Coldness, treachery, decisiveness, and fierceness appeared in succession. But Thales was unmoved. He only met his gaze quietly. After a while, Morris' expression was ferocious. He lowered his voice. Then what you asked for is a little too much. And too dangerous. The fat man's heart was cold. As he stared at Morris' expression, Thales already had an answer in his heart. Then we won't be in a hurry. We'll take our time. The teenager was calm and confident. First, I want to know what you know. Morris frowned. What we know? Thales nodded. He tried hard to forget the disappointment he felt when he failed to repay Yen's debt of gratitude. Even though politics is everywhere and affects everything, I don't think that every party is self-aware. But I don't think that everyone is self-aware, especially with the difference between you and Horus. I don't think that he will tell you the entire plan. Especially during the bloody year. When he said this, Thales's gaze focused. So, I just want to know how you know Horus. I want to know what is the relationship between him and Black Sword. With every sentence the prince said, Morris' eyelids twitched. Then, Thales's voice turned completely cold. And all of you, aside from sneaking into Renaissance Palace, carrying out a coup, and killing the crown prince, what else did you do for him? At that moment, Morris almost turned into a statue. He stood rooted to the ground like a 1,000-year-old tree. He stared at Thales. His expression kept changing. The shelves became quiet again. Only Yen's cleaning outside and Cohen's angry rebuke of Leorc could be heard. After a while, the fat man from the Brotherhood lowered his head and sized Thales up with a cold expression. I understand. Another Jade Star with desires. Through the Secret Intelligence Department's operation, he found out about our background and strength. Thales frowned slightly. Morris smiled slyly. Then, what can you give us, Your Highness? When he heard this, Thales sneered. Survival. While Morris was stunned, Thales suddenly turned around. Yanni? The prince raised his voice and attracted everyone's attention again. Grove was so frightened that he collapsed on the counter again. I need some typhoid medicine. Yanni turned around. Although her eyes were still red, she was no longer afraid or in pain. The young woman smiled faintly. Her tone was gentle. All right, young master, I will pack it for you. How much do you want? Take it, black-haired boy. This is typhoid medicine. The memories of the past slowly reappeared before his eyes. All of them. Thales lowered his head and rubbed the bridge of his nose so that no one could see his eyes. I want all the typhoid medicine in the shop today. Grove, who was sitting on the counter, was stunned. All of them? He was shocked at first, then overjoyed. He quickly flipped open the account book and started to calculate the numbers. Cohen and Glover were also stunned. Thales turned around and returned to his conversation with Morris. After your successive victories over the past decade, the situation has changed once again. The difficulties you encountered with Blood Bottle Gang is just the tip of the iceberg of the Secret Intelligence Department's next plan. Morris, like a fierce and sensitive hound, asked hurriedly what change. What plan? Thales curled his lip slightly. Me. I'm back, he said softly. Morris was slightly puzzled, but after a few seconds, his eyes became clear again. Because, you returned to the capital from the north? Thales' eyes brightened. He nodded. Everyone said that under the Black Sword, Senza is the best fighter in the Brotherhood, Fisher is the most difficult to deal with, Lance is the most mysterious, Rhoda is the most domineering, and Anton is the most vicious. But they missed it, the prince sighed sincerely. The person in charge of the accounts is Morris. Morris flashed a malicious smile. That's right. Thales did not keep him in suspense anymore. Just like 6 years ago, I descended from the sky and changed the political situation of Constellation. Now, I'm back. The situation of the entire kingdom will change once again. Morris was puzzled. What do you mean? How so? Thales smiled faintly. At that moment, Fakenhaz, Prime Minister Cullen, the young Duke of Iris Flowers, One-Eyed Dragon Koster, and the weathered and thin Duke of the Northern Territory, Val Arund, the scene in front of him finally stopped at the conference hall, at the other end of the deep corridor, at the Supreme Throne. Thales' smile immediately disappeared. You don't need to know the details. The prince put away his emotions and looked straight at Morris. You only need to know the kingdom's secret intelligence department reports directly to the supreme throne. They have always been far-sighted and ambitious. They never do useless things. Thales recalled what he had seen and heard in the secret intelligence department and could not help but frown. Morris also had a solemn expression. All of their actions are based on what they think, say, do, report, and hide. They might even lock another set of items in the safe. But they definitely didn't do it to intimidate someone or some gang. That's why they threatened, kidnapped, arrested, and reorganized the gang. They did so many things that seem to have nothing to do with the two gangs that influenced the bottom class of the kingdom. Morris listened attentively. According to my estimation, they are preparing for a big operation, Thales said coldly. The encounter between Blood Bottle Gang and the Brotherhood is just a prelude. They are sharpening their swords. Morris looked puzzled. Us? Why? Do they want to carry out another one-night war? Do they want us to fight against the Red Turban again? I don't know. Thales shook his head and thought about the information he knew. But if I had to guess, the secret intelligence department might be focusing on 3 directions. Morris raised his eyebrows. Which 3? But this time, Thales did not answer as straightforwardly as before. Instead, he stared coldly at Morris. It was as if he was waiting for something. What's wrong? Morris urged in puzzlement, say it. Thales stared at him silently and suddenly smiled. Yes. He stared into Morris' small eyes. Say it. Morris was stunned at first, but as the boss of a territory, he quickly understood and looked back at Thales with a gloomy expression. It's your choice. Thales shrugged. Like the most experienced businessman, he was unhurried. Anyway, they are not in my business, and the people they kidnapped are not my people. Morris stared at him, as if he could not believe it. Thales blinked. He was friendly and obedient. After a while, Morris exhaled as if he had accepted his fate and snorted in displeasure. One mission. Thales frowned. What? Morris raised his head and looked at the muddy and messy streets outside the window. He said faintly, the answer you want comes from one of our missions. A long time ago, not long after the 9 powerhouses were established, we accepted a mission with a sky-high reward. Thales continued asking. What mission? Morris snorted and crossed his arms. There was a nostalgic look in his eyes. Looking for someone. Thales was very puzzled. He urged him to continue with his gaze. Morris clicked his tongue and shook his head, as if he had turned back into a stingy, money-hungry mercenary. The person who offered the bounty hid his name, but was generous. As long as we were willing to participate, we would be rewarded, and the final bounty was enough for us to expand into a 100-man team. To be honest, we were just one of the people hired. To get the bounty, we had to compete with countless people in the same line of work. Many of them were famous mercenary teams, bounty hunters, and even the private soldiers of nobles participated. But we were young at that time, and we did not care about anything. Lek was greedy for money, Kiers was arrogant, and Cole only cared about having meat to eat. Even Black Sword was not much better than that stupid police officer at that time. Morris was engrossed in his narration. He shook his head and sighed. Of course, the biggest trouble was not the others. He first clicked his tongue in disdain, then broke into a smile, as if he was turning the page of the most interesting story. In short, from the Central Territory to the Western Desert, from the Great Desert to Dragon-Kissed Land, from the 3 Kingdoms of the Mist to South Coast Hill, we almost ran through a small part of the Western Peninsula. We chased after them, fled, fought, killed, and were killed. In short, we were in a state of chaos and were badly battered. If we wrote our encounters into bardic poems, we could sing them in my tavern for 20 years without feeling bored. As Thales listened to his spirited narration, his thoughts drifted back to the former Blade Fang's camp. He remembered the golden age of mercenaries that his boss Tampa described, and he could not help but gradually become lost in thought. And when the mission was finally completed, and we went back to report to our superiors to receive the reward, we realized that it was not an ordinary mission. Thale's eyes sparkled. "You mean," Morris sighed. "In line with its sky-high bounty, we were asked to report to the military camp at Broken Dragon Fortress. Because the person who placed the bounty on this mission had an extremely high status." Thale's eyes sparkled. Military camp, extremely high status. Morris looked at the street outside the window. His words were mixed with wariness, disdain, regret, and other strange emotions. "That's right. That was the first time we met Prince Horace," Morris said disdainfully and resentfully. "Just when that bastard raised his wine glass and generously handed over the boxes of bounty to us, and when he casually ordered us to kill all of us." Thales was shocked. Horace, he suddenly remembered the nickname given to him by the Northlanders. The Butcher of Constellation. Kill all of us? Then. Thales frowned and said, "Then how did you?" "Black Sword," Morris sighed and said. He and Horace were old acquaintances, especially when he placed the tip of his sword against the prince's neck. Their relationship became even better. Thales quietly ruminated on this dusty old matter. So, this was the encounter between the 9 powerhouses and Horace. The ups and downs were thrilling. Thales suddenly remembered something. Then, the mission. "What was the mission you accepted from Horace?" Morris' eyes trembled slightly. At that moment, he broke away from the solemnity and wariness, and a smile appeared on his face again. "That journey was also the first time we got to know her." "Her?" Thales thought of something. Morris nodded. "A noble lady was kidnapped, and it involved her reputation. We had to rescue her in a low-key and secretive manner, and bring her back in one piece." Morris patted his arm and grinned. "But, we only found out later. F***ck, there was no kidnapping." He snorted helplessly. In order to escape marriage, that lady would do anything, from dressing as a prostitute to crawling into the toilet. She was our biggest problem. Escape marriage? Thales remembered something. "That's right." Morris exhaled and looked into the distance. There was a ghost of a smile on his face. The beautiful, sexy, intelligent, but domineering Princess Constance, nicknamed the Little Jinx. His tone was soft, as if he was afraid of waking someone up. Constance. Little Jinx, a small urn of cinerary ashes suddenly appeared in front of Thales. At that moment, his emotions fluctuated. "But you know, after spending so much time with her, we, the 9 powerhouses, have given her another nickname." At that moment, Morris' eyes showed nostalgia and sadness. "The 10th powerhouse." Chapter 604. "You mean, Constance Jade Star, my little aunt?" Thales subconsciously repeated his words. Constance. Little Jinx. Escaped marriage. And, the 10th powerhouse? Morris smiled knowingly at first, then gloomily. "I still remember that on the day we finally returned to Constellation after going through a lot of hardships, the Little Jinx suggested that we get drunk as a farewell, so we snuck into some rich person's wine cellar, laughed and cried at the same time, and drank until dawn. Then, we gave her this name. Of course, after we woke up, we realized that the wine cellar she found was actually the supply warehouse of Arched Sea City's main police station." Thales arched an eyebrow as he recalled what Aunt Elise had told him about Constance's glorious past, and he probed, "I heard that she was very lively." Lively? Morris recalled the past and sighed helplessly. Black Sword said that the sunset goddess probably caught a cold when she was creating Constance, and accidentally dropped her soul into Hell's River. She could only pretend that nothing had happened, and when the gods weren't paying attention, she quickly fished it out and stuffed it in randomly. For her and the trouble she caused along the way, Morris' expression was a mix of bittersweet and bittersweet. But he shook his head and decisively cut himself off from the past, becoming solemn again. Thales listened to him and could not help but smile. He began to imagine his notoriously unreliable aunt and the 9 powerhouses wandering outside. But when he thought of the cold stone urn in the Jade Star family tomb, his smile immediately disappeared. So this is how you met Horus. Thales returned to the present and said seriously, "You don't seem to like him?" Hearing this name again, Morris's expression turned ugly. "No one likes him." The fat man from the Brotherhood snorted coldly. "And vice versa. No one likes Horus." Seeing his impression of Horus, doubt surged in Thales' heart. "Then why do you still work for him?" The prince frowned. "Take risks for him and commit treason?" Morris stared at him a little meaningfully. The fat man snorted, his expression disdainful. "We don't work for him," he said coldly. "Horus, that cold-blooded butcher, an inhumane pervert." A cold-blooded butcher. Thales became even more puzzled. "But, we are willing to risk our lives for Black Sword, just like how he is willing to go through fire and water for us." The plump man cut him off, as if he did not want to continue the conversation. "That's it." Thales mulled over his words and sorted out the logic behind them. "Are you saying that it was Black Sword's decision to work for Horus?" The prince narrowed his eyes and said, "And all of you were only assisting him from the side?" The corners of Morris's mouth twitched, but he didn't comment. "I remember now. You said that the Black Sword and Horus were old friends?" The youth raised his head and reorganized his thoughts. Black Sword. It seemed like he was the key. What is the relationship between them? What did he owe Horus? Or did Horus give Blacksword something? So much so that he was willing to risk his life for the second prince and even dragged you, his sworn brothers, with him? Morris still did not answer, but only stared at him carefully. A few seconds later, the plump man chuckled softly, but the way he looked at Thales became even more amused. "What's wrong? Why did you stop?" Thales narrowed his eyes. "Yes." Morris smiled slyly and repeated his words. "Why did you stop?" Thales' expression changed. The plump man's gaze was still locked on him. "Fine," Thales snorted coldly, thinking that this guy was really good at making deals. He was starting to miss the Northlander's straightforwardness. "Although the clues are messy and unrelated," the prince said solemnly, "but based on what I've seen and heard, the kingdom's secret intelligence department has been doing things in 3 directions recently." Morris listened carefully. "The most likely, and the most urgent, is Western Desert." Thales thought of Anchor Byril and his heart sank. This involves the military system, the feuds between nobles, political history, and one bad thing would be war and bloodshed, and that place happens to be the birthplace and lair of Blood Bottle Gang. Morris furrowed his brows slightly, seemingly puzzled. "Next is South Coast Hill." The prince said faintly, "As far as I know, the business there is flourishing and life is rich. If the kingdom's secret intelligence department has any use for you and Blood Bottle Gang, you should be more familiar with it than I am." Morris was deep in thought. "Lastly is Blade Edge Hill, but I don't know much about it. I only know that it might have something to do with the local feudal structure." Thales shut his mouth. Silence returned to the two of them. "That's it?" Morris was a little disappointed as he asked, "Just 3 places? 3 dukedom territories? That's it?" Thales sneered softly. "That's the kingdom's secret intelligence department. Why, do you want more?" Morris tried hard to digest the information. His expression gradually changed. "Western Desert, South Coast, Blade Edge, and us, are you King kidding me?" Thales had no intention of being courteous with him. "Why, Do you think a prince of a country would come to the notorious lower city district just to joke around with a gang leader? Who knows? Maybe you're really lustful, and just want to take liberties with women? Thales flashed a polite but hypocritical smile. Morris pondered seriously for a while, then looked up again. All right, let's assume that what you said is true. If there's really such a big deal behind this, what can you expect us to do? In other words, what can we street thugs do when it comes to important matters of the kingdom? All we can do is lie flat and let them do whatever they want. Thales was silent for a moment. Tell me, Morris. Back then, when you 9 powerhouses accepted that mission with a sky-high price, the prince said faintly. Have you ever thought that you would come into contact with the royal family with the longest history in the world? Have you ever thought that you would end up like this today? Morris' expression was slightly restrained. His gaze was dark. Thales sighed and took a deep breath. He walked to the next shelf. It was very strange. Although this place was narrow and cramped, not as bright and spacious as Mindy's Hall, and not as classical and grand as Renaissance Palace, Thales felt that his breathing was smooth, far better than when he was in the latter two places. But there was one thing that remained unchanged. Chains. Boss Morris, this world is full of invisible chains that connect everyone, everything, and every factor. Morris listened attentively, but his expression was puzzled. But they are not simply connected one after another, or connected end to end. They are not simply pulling one end to move the other. On the contrary, every chain is embedded with each other. You have me in you, I have you in me. Every pair of inlays is different. Pushing and pulling, squeezing and rubbing. Every node is unique and has its own rules. It is never repeated. Thales stared at the gap between the two shelves, imagining the chains piercing from left and right, and finally converging on his body, locking him firmly. Kessel, Renaissance Palace, Gilbert, the Imperial Conference, Mallows, Mindy's Hall, Anchor Birel, the Royal Banquet, Raphael, the Black Prophet, the Kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department. This time, however, he felt as if the chains were solid, wrapping around his body again and again. The teenager slowly reached out his hand, as if touching the unique coldness of every inch of metal. This is our world. The interaction of all levels forms the most complex, subtle, and unfathomable mechanism of influence. Even two chains that seem the least likely to be connected may hide an unimaginable connection. Thales stretched out his hand, closed his eyes, and said absent-mindedly, pulling one end will move the rest, and then they will be pulled back, affecting the original chain. Do you believe that sometimes, a bloody gang fight can affect the final ownership of a kingdom's power? Morris did not understand what he meant. Thales gently closed his left hand, and the scar on his palm, along with the imaginary chain, into his fist. Then, he pressed it against his chest. There, the burned scar under his clothes seemed to ache. Thales suddenly opened his eyes. Similarly, the rise and fall of the two largest gangs in the kingdom is actually the most interesting barometer. Morris' expression changed. When something happens to the kingdom, it will be reflected in the livelihood of the people at the lowest level. Changes in iron smelting, mining, agriculture, taxes, prices, stocks, profits, and quality of life. The Blood Bottle Gang is related to the interests of the great nobles and suzerains, while the Brotherhood is deeply rooted in the circle of the poor. When the two lose balance, it will be time for both sides to fight or negotiate. Morris was deep in thought. His brows furrowed. A few seconds later. The kingdom? With us? One of the leaders of the Brotherhood snickered. His gaze was cold. Come on, you are just exaggerating. You are just trying to scare us. The plump man stared into Thales' eyes. From finance to market, from budget to tax, from administration to people's livelihood, do you know how many obstacles there are in the chain from one end to the other? Do you think this is a marionette show where the king moves his fingers, and the gangsters on the street start to act? Thales stared at him for a long time, and suddenly laughed. So, you do understand. The prince looked at him calmly. At least I understand more than Lance, that information broker. Morris's expression turned a little ugly. Alright, I'll believe you for now. Thales turned around and fiddled with the goods on the other side. I believe that all of you are serving Horus because of Black Sword. But it still doesn't make sense. After Horus died and the bloody year passed, what made you stay in the capital, step into the quagmire of Lower City District, willingly become a gang at the lowest level, take root, grow, and dedicate your life? Morris became solemn. But soon, the solemn expression on his face turned into a playful one. Black Sword mentioned it before. Thales frowned. What? A cunning look appeared in Morris' eyes. After we returned from Northland, Black Sword told us that perhaps one day, a certain young prince would come to our door and become interested in our relationship with the Bloody Year. He sized up Thales' back. Perhaps one day, a certain young prince would come knocking on our door and become interested in our relationship with the Bloody Year. Looks like today is the day. Thales' expression changed, and he put down the goods in his hands. Damn it. It seems like it was not a coincidence that they recognized me. Black Sword's relationship with these people is closer than I thought. Don't tell me that you formed the Brotherhood to avenge Horus? Thales ignored him. He was determined to continue to hold the initiative in his hands. According to you, Horus's charm should not be that great. However, at this moment, Morris walked to the display window and sighed. Child, have you ever picked up a bundle of linen? Thales caught up with him. What? Of course you haven't, pampered prince. Morris raised his hands and looked at his rough and plump fingers. His gaze was perplexed. But I have. Thales tilted his head, puzzled. You hold on to the roots, look after the head and the tail, bundle by bundle, beat, threshed, picked, sorted, stacked, and arranged, step by step. The plump man stared into the distance outside the window and said meaningfully, at first, you thought that this task was simple and clear, and that you could quickly finish it and get away. But you soon realized that from the first bundle, some of the linen unexpectedly bounced up and returned to the bundle. You thought that it was just a small problem, but as you progressed, more and more bundles of linen broke out of your control and became entangled. Morris' eyebrows were tightly knitted together. Over time, all the out-of-control bundles even became entangled with each other and tangled into a ball, messing up the entire stack of linen bundles. You couldn't find the ends, the roots, you couldn't hold them, you couldn't shake them, but you couldn't break free and pull them out. When you came back to your senses, even your own limbs had long since been tied up. They became tighter and tighter, and you couldn't free yourself. He said in a daze, at that moment, all the linen became a mess that you couldn't recognize and couldn't untie. And when you faced the mess, you just sank deeper and deeper, powerless. Sank deeper and deeper, powerless. Thales did not interrupt him. On the contrary, the prince followed his gaze and also stared at the dirty street outside the window. He seemed to be deep in thought. You're born noble, so you find it very troublesome to be entangled by invisible chains? Morris clenched his fingers and sneered. Next time, try flax. Feel the suffering of the people. Both of them were silent for a while. But Thales felt that he had read something. What about the others? Thales sighed. Aside from you and Black Sword, what about the others in the 9 powerhouses? Morris turned around and stared at him coldly. He did not answer. Looking at the man's expression, and remembering the confrontation between Asda and Black Sword, Thales suddenly knew the answer. What happened in the Bloody Year? He asked softly. Morris was silent for a while and turned his head. For some reason, looking at his expression, Thales suddenly thought of the people in the prison of bones. This made him dispirited. Enough. Let's go. He exhaled and ignored Morris. He walked out of the shelf, greeted Glover and Grove, and then walked towards the door of the shop. "Young master, may I ask where your residence is?" Grove suddenly walked out of the counter and approached Thales, but was stopped by Glover. The boss rubbed his hands obediently and said with a fawning expression, "The typhoid medicine you wanted, I can hire a carriage to deliver it." Thales frowned. "It's stored here," the teenager said coldly. "When I need it, I will inform this local friend to come and collect it." Thales glanced at Morris behind him. Grove immediately froze. The plump man from the Brotherhood snorted coldly. "Of course. Hey, hey." Cohen popped up in dissatisfaction. "How did you become good friends? Goodbye, Yanni." Thales did not even look at the police officer. Instead, he looked at the young lady boss with a complicated expression. And, the teenager was silent for a moment and said faintly, "Thank you." Yanni also looked at him quietly and smiled when she heard what he said. "You're welcome," the good lady, who was already married, replied softly. "It's my duty. Please take care of yourself, kind young master." Her tone was gentle, and her eyes were calm. Just like in the past. Thales glanced at Yanni one last time, and emotion surged in his eyes. "Ah, you too." Thales thought of something and waved at Glover. He casually pointed at Grove, who was in front of the counter, and then left the pharmacy. Zombie was stunned for a moment. He reached for his waist, but remembered that he had generously thrown his money bag to Xianxian at Laurel Club. Glover turned to Cohen awkwardly. The police officer was also stunned for a moment. He extended his index finger and pointed at himself. "Me?" Glover furrowed his eyebrows and made a hurried expression. "What else?" Cohen pressed his hand on the equally empty money bag at his waist. He remembered that his salary was almost completely deducted for this month, and he immediately felt bitter. "What?" Leork the assassin appeared at the right time and snorted coldly at Cohen. "Police officer, are you going to force people to buy on credit and dominate the market?" Cohen was momentarily speechless. Thales did not see it because he was walking in front, but Morris, who was behind him, observed the situation and laughed heartily. "It's okay. The bill will be on the Brotherhood." Grove, who was behind him, was stunned at first. Then, he trembled, and his expression was bitter. Morris seemed to have realized something and laughed out loud. "Don't be nervous, old friend. It's not that kind of bill. This time, we're really paying the bill. Yes, with real money." Grove flashed an ugly smile. Morris gestured with his hand. His subordinate took out a money bag and placed it on the counter. Old Grove did not expect the other party to really pay the bill. He was instantly overwhelmed by the favor. But Morris had no intention of ending it. "Hey, old friend." He put his arm around Grove's shoulder, and they seemed to be very close. Grove shuddered. Before the boss could respond, Morris patted his face in a friendly and kind manner. "Next time, if I hear you hit your wife again," Morris chuckled and stopped talking. His smile disappeared without a trace. Only his fierce-looking face was still shiny and glossy. Grove's lips trembled, and his entire body trembled even more violently. He nodded repeatedly. Morris patted Grove's chest in a forthright manner, almost making the latter faint from the impact. Only then did the fat man let go of him and walk out of the shop. After this group of unusual customers left, the boss of the pharmacy let out a long sigh and collapsed into his wife's arms. "Yanni, who was that?" But to Grove's surprise, Yanni, who had been submissive since she was a helper and had not changed even when she was his wife, revealed a profound expression that he had never seen before. "A friend." Yanni supported her husband and looked at the black hair behind Thales' head quietly. Her gaze was complicated and subtle. "A long, long time ago, little friend." Grove widened his eyes. His gaze wandered between the customers and his wife who had left. He could not believe that Yanni had such a friend. Only when Thales and Morris figures disappeared around the corner did Yanni snap out of her daze and sigh. But when she turned around, she saw her husband rubbing his hands together with a fawning expression. "My dear, what was the style of the dress you saw last time?" Grove smiled ingratiatingly and said, "It's the same style. Should I buy it for you?" Yanni, who knew her husband's character very well, raised her eyebrows in resignation and rolled her eyes. On the muddy street of the underground street, Glover and Cohen followed closely by Thales' side. Not far behind them, Morris strolled leisurely while he chatted with Leorc and his subordinates. Along the way, the people first huddled together and muttered maliciously when they saw Thales and the other two. Then, when they saw Morris, they looked terrified and avoided him. "Just now, Your Highness." The zombie first glanced warily at Morris behind him and lowered his voice. "If you wanted to help the lady in the shop, you could have used a more suitable method. And not let her suspect that you are." Glover hesitated for a moment and did not finish his sentence. "Flirting?" Thales said faintly and helped him complete the sentence. "Or lustful thoughts?" Glover frowned and did not continue the conversation. I was just about to tell you about this." When he heard this, Cohen's ears twitched and he earnestly advised Thales, "I know that at your age, you will start to be interested in girls. I know that at your age, you're starting to be interested in girls, but we need to develop the correct concept of love. Don't treat sexual harassment as flirting, you are right, Callan." But Thales did not even look at Cohen. Instead, he looked ahead expressionlessly. "I want to help Yanni. Not harm her." Glover was slightly stunned. He quickly glanced behind him and seemed to have understood something. Cohen was the only one who was confused and blinked his eyes repeatedly. Thales sighed. "So, do you think she is happy?" Thales walked past a familiar street and tried to forget his past. "Is she really satisfied with a husband like that? Is she really satisfied with that kind of life?" They did not expect the prince to ask such a question. Glover and Cohen were stunned. "Of course not." Glover hesitated for a moment before he said with certainty, "But at least she gritted her teeth and found a way to survive." Thales turned his head. Glover exhaled a breath. "Lily, someone told me," the zombie stuttered, "that life is miserable and bitter." Glover's gaze shifted. "But so what? We just have to deal with it. It doesn't matter if the posture is pretty or not. You can still live decently in a pile of *T and urine." When Thales heard this, he looked at the ruins and filth on the street and could not help but sigh. "You are a survivor, Callan Glover." "No, I am not." Glover looked into the distance and said in a daze, "She is." At this moment, Cohen let out a long sigh. Thales and Glover looked at him. "Although I did not really understand what she said, medicine scales, bread, and so on. But I suddenly felt." Cohen hesitated and looked disappointed. "But when she said that no matter who she married, she would exchange her skirt for bread, I suddenly felt very sad." Thales frowned. "Why?" "I don't know." Cohen shook his head and sounded indignant. But that is her life. She should be able to use other things to exchange for it, and she should be able to get something better." The police officer's voice became gloomy. "But people can only see her skirt. You always throw bread at her without asking anything." Cohen was unhappy. "As if that is the only deal, and there is no other choice." Glover snorted coldly. "In this world, there are men who do not only look at her skirt, but also not throw bread at her." Glover mocked. "Like you?" Unexpectedly, Cohen did not argue with his enemy this time. Instead, he shook his head sadly. "No, zombie, you don't understand. I don't think this is a problem that can be solved by finding 1 or 2 or a dozen good men. It's not that simple. Cohen scratched his head desperately, as if trying to grasp an indescribable thought. I just feel that she is facing an enemy that cannot be defeated. Thales narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? What do you mean? Cohen searched for the right words to express himself, and his expression became more and more pained. When I was still at the Western front line, our troops once captured a group of gray mixed breeds who invaded the borders and hunted the merchant caravans. Glover's gaze moved, and he began to size Cohen up again. I was still young and inexperienced. I asked their leader with a translator, "Why are the orcs hunting us?" I thought it would talk about the history of blood feud between the two races, the glory and pride of the orcs' ancestors, and even the benefits in and out of the desert. Cohen took a breath and said gloomily. In the end, it said, because humans are hunting us. Thales was deep in thought. Glover was expressionless. I asked it, can we stop hunting each other? It replied with a smile, of course. As long as one of us kills the other. The autumn wind blew on the street. The 3 of them were silent for a while. Cohen exhaled. His eyes were filled with worry and doubt at the same time. I swear, I have never been afraid of any gray mixed breeds. But at that moment, when I faced that orc who was still laughing before his death, for the first time, I felt tired, bored, embarrassed, helpless, and even fearful for no reason. The simple-minded Cohen said in a daze, it was as if my sword was no longer hitting a body of flesh and blood or a heavy axe, but an invisible iron wall. No matter how I slashed, it was useless. I even suspected that at that moment, my heart of the sword was shaken. Thales did not speak. He only furrowed his eyebrows. I wrote a letter to the Tower of Eradication, to Raffle, a friend of mine, and he replied, since the beginning of the uncivilized era, we have been winning wars against the orcs for thousands of years. We have also shed blood for thousands of years, and people have died for thousands of years. But why has it never brought peace? Cohen said absent-mindedly. Never. Thales sighed. Because we do not want peace in our hearts, Glover said in a muffled voice. Because we, and they, are not used to peace. Cohen smiled bitterly when he heard that. Yes, perhaps. Cohen immediately furrowed his eyebrows. But just now, the words of the shop owner's wife made me feel the same way. Why do people always think that if she wants to get married and find a husband, she can only exchange her dress for bread? Do they only look at her dress and men's bread? Or do they only allow her to wear dresses and men to take bread? Glover shook his head. I don't understand. But Thales' gaze was strange. I don't really understand either. Cohen also shook his head. But he looked puzzled and puzzled. I just feel that no matter how much I have suffered in the past, no matter how badly I have been injured, no matter how fierce the battles I have fought, no matter how powerful the enemies I have faced, compared to her expression when she said those words, it was as if it was nothing. Glover furrowed his eyebrows. He did not understand. Cohen scratched his ears and cheeks. He was worried about his poor language skills. I feel as if the enemies she has to face in those words are also an iron wall. They are even more powerful than all the enemies I have met in my life. From the criminals and gangsters on the streets, the orc desert bandits on the battlefield, to the fire knights of Ekstedt, the Northland army, and even the legendary demons and calamities, Cohen sighed. They are all more terrifying, powerful, and countless times more terrifying. At that moment, Thales stopped in his tracks. Glover cast a questioning glance at the prince. Cohen's gaze was unfocused. Even if I reach supreme class, even if I inherit the old man's title and lead all his armies, I can't win against them. Thales took a deep breath and raised his head to look at the sky. At this moment, he suddenly had an illusion that the invisible chains that bound him were rubbing against each other as he raised his head, making a ringing sound. And she, the shop owner's wife, is just an ordinary woman. The police officer sighed from the bottom of his heart. He looked deeply pitiful. She only has a pair of hands. This is not fair. Not at all. This time, Glover began to think deeply as well. Thales raised his hand gently. As he moved, the illusion of the chains clanging against each other became even more obvious. Yes. This is not fair. Thales' lips curled up into a cold smile. Not at all. Behind them, Morris saw that Thales had stopped moving. He also stopped moving forward. He only stared at the three people with a burning gaze. The passers-by around them, whether they were beggars, gangsters, merchants, or employees, all of them ran away to avoid them as long as they knew Morris and Leorc's identity. They did not dare to look at these people. Thales took a deep breath and lowered his head. If you can think of it this way, Cohen. The prince smiled. Then she will have two pairs of hands. Cohen, who was immersed in disappointment, snapped out of his daze. He was stunned when he heard that. What? Thales raised his finger and shook it. He chuckled. Maybe D is wrong. Cohen blinked and scratched his head innocently. Huh. Your brain, it might be, not very bright. Thales smiled and walked in front of Cohen. He stood on tiptoe and stretched out his finger towards Cohen's forehead. He flicked it with a clear sound. Ow! Cohen did not expect the prince to ambush him like this. He cried out in pain, covered his head, and retreated. But at least, compared to most people in this world, Thales retracted his finger. He looked at Cohen, who was gritting his teeth and making a "how dare you" expression, with great interest. He sighed and said, "It's not broken yet." Broken? Cohen looked at him with a displeased expression. At this moment. Thank you, stupid cop, Glover suddenly said gloomily. When he heard the word stupid cop, Cohen exhaled helplessly. He turned around and said forcefully, "Humph, if we fight again, I'm not afraid." Huh? The police officer came to his senses and said stupidly, What did you just say?" Glover sighed and walked forward. He stared into Cohen's eyes with a serious and awkward expression. "I said, thank you." Thank. Cohen was puzzled at first. He then covered his forehead and retreated warily. He then asked, "Thank what?" Glover was silent for a while. "Lillian." Cohen widened his eyes. The zombie said quietly, "I know that you've been helping her. After she helped her chase away the harassers." "Thank you." Glover glanced at Thales and sighed. "Thank you for lending her another pair of hands." Huh? Cohen looked at Glover in a daze, then at the amiable Thales. He felt their gentle gazes that could melt a person's heart. He was stunned and could not understand the current situation. What the hell happened? Thales looked at this scene and smiled knowingly. At this moment. "My dear, little friend." The three of them turned their heads at the same time. Morris rubbed his hands and walked forward with Leorc and another subordinate. Behind him, a few sneaky figures disappeared into the streets. The main street of the underground street is right in front. The fat leader of the Brotherhood chuckled. "If you don't mind, let me be the tour guide?" Thales raised his eyebrows. "There's no need." Cohen waved his hand and refused sternly. "We're decent people. We don't talk to you." Thales lifted his foot and stepped over Cohen. He spoke, and together with Glover's action of capturing Cohen, he interrupted the police officer's unfinished words, "Boo-hoo. No. I'll bite you." He choked. "So, you've already discussed it with other people in the Brotherhood, such as Black Sword? You don't think I'm joking anymore?" Morris' expression froze. "Ahaha. The leader of the Brotherhood laughed to relieve the awkwardness. Of course not. With Thale's gesture, Glover suppressed his urge to stop Morris, and turned it into strength to capture Cohen from behind. He watched as Morris walked forward and put his arm around the prince's shoulder. The two of them walked forward with their arms around each other's shoulders. But think about it, you only gave us 3 far-fetched names and told us that the secret intelligence department was going to do something unknown in these places, Morris whispered in Thale's ear. So, we should wag our tails and beg for mercy from you, who bullies others with his power, and follow you wherever you go, just like the Red Turban in the past, to become your watchdogs and pawns? Thales laughed. Morris, you don't look like a street thug. The teenager put his arm around the plump man's back. His words were spoken with ease. You don't have the boorishness and numbness of muddling along, living a befuddled life. As you said, I'm in charge of accounts. Morris winked. If you want to spend, you have to make a budget first. And I think you want to deposit it with us. Morris' gaze wavered slightly. It should not be just that batch of potions. Thales nodded. He recognized that they had arrived at the territory of Black Gold Casino, the holy land of low-level gamblers. First of all, I am not Horus, nor the Black Prophet. I am not your master, but I am not your enemy either. Thales narrowed his eyes. You should know very well what my value is like. Morris did not speak. Thales chuckled and said, but I believe that what you owe me is not just this batch of potions. Morris' gaze turned sharp. But Thales continued to look at the road ahead indifferently and ignored him. A few seconds later, Morris snorted and let go of him. You said that Constance is your biological aunt, right? Thales turned his head. Morris' expression turned cold. Then do you know how she passed away? Thales' heart tightened. He remembered Gilbert's teachings and sighed. Shadow Shield and Charlton. Asda, Morris said softly. Thales paused. Asda Sakern, the plump man's voice rang. He sounded extra careful in the messy and dirty streets. But there was a hint of coldness in his words. Thales raised his eyebrows. He did not expect this name to appear here. What? Morris snorted and looked into the distance. 18 years ago, in this city, his tone was indiscernible. The air mystic, Morris said faintly, as if he did not care. That undying monster. In front of Renaissance Palace, killed Constance. Killed. Thales spent a full 3 seconds to digest the meaning of this sentence. The image of the elegant, calm, and elegant tutor appeared before his eyes. Constance? But the teenager could only widen his eyes and repeat what he had said in vain. What? Morris looked at the sky and took a deep breath, as if he wanted to suck in all the scent of blood. She bled from her orifices and suffered the cruelest pain in the world. Then, she opened her eyes and died quietly. Our little calamity, our little powerhouse, she just lay on the ground, staring at the sky with lifeless eyes. The plump man's voice trembled slightly. Lonely. Helpless. Cold. At that moment, Thales shuddered slightly and found it hard to breathe. It was just like the experience his teacher had given him countless times. What? He could only repeat it for the 3rd time. Crushed to death by it. Morris stared at the sky absent-mindedly, completely ignoring the second prince's questions. And the other idiots in the 9 powerhouses, really idiots. How could humans defeat mystics and calamities? Why did they go? Why did they go to their deaths? Right before Black Sword and my eyes. In an instant, countless chaotic and complicated thoughts surged into Thales' mind. They even surpassed the upper limit of what he could handle. But among them, Black Sword's words to the air mystic that night under Rikuru's giant statue were especially clear. 12 years ago, when you, monster, went on a killing spree in Renaissance Palace, why did you not have such concerns? What followed next was the last words of the girl who made people tremble in fear on that day, before she turned into ashes. Be careful of Asda. Thales breathed in a daze. Aside from territory and interests, this is our personal grudge with the red bandana of Blood Bottle Gang. Black Sword, including Black Street Brotherhood. Morris lowered his head. Unknowingly, he had already clenched his fists tightly. His voice trembled as he said, "Our existence. It's for one day." He turned his head to look at Thales with bloodshot eyes. Let these unkillable monsters pay the price. Chapter 605. Constance. Asda. Thales walked on the dirty underground street expressionlessly. He thought about the air mystic he knew over and over again. Be it the ruthless villains in Red Street Market, the elegant and knowledgeable mystic in the chess room, or the inhuman monsters in Dragon Cloud City who destroyed the world. No, it's not just that. Thales' thoughts returned to the prison of bones, to the secrets buried in the darkness. The Blade of Purification, the Three Disasters Alliance, the Two Empresses, Froland. Asda Sakern, what did you do? And your so-called moderates, you and your companions, in the bloody year, what kind of role did you play? If what Morris said is true, then 18 years ago, you worked with the late king and murdered Constance, a member of the Jade Star royal family, right? I was born in the Jade Star royal family. What does that mean to you? A thought flashed through Thales' mind. He suddenly remembered what Asda had told him. What I look forward to, Thales, is not your ultimate success. But the fact that you are caught between the mystics and humans, between the calamities and the world, between your own nature and the gazes of others, between the inescapable future and the unforgettable past, in the end, you will be torn apart by conflict, destroyed by conflict, devoured by regret, until the day you compromise with us. When he thought of this, Thales subconsciously clenched his fists and the cut on his palms. Ah, this again. Cohen stared at Thales' back with a burning gaze. Beside him, Glover was staring at Morris warily. When he heard this, he could not help but frown. What do you mean? Cohen pointed at the expressionless Thales, who was pacing quietly in front of him. I have seen His Highness like this in Northland and Extet. He placed his palm by his mouth. With a mysterious expression, he lowered his voice. In a dark corner of the altar, after he was alone with a Bright Moon Priestess for more than 10 minutes, Bright Moon Priestess? Alone? More than 10 minutes. Glover was stunned. He subconsciously looked at Thales' back. He was like this back then too. Cohen's gaze shifted, revealing the shrewdness and wisdom unique to police officers of the Wang family. After he came back from chatting with the priestess, he became absent-minded. His footsteps were unsteady, and he looked dispirited. His eyes were lifeless, as if all the energy in his body had been sucked dry. Glover's gaze changed slightly. But His Highness recovered very quickly. Cohen revealed a nostalgic expression. A few minutes later, he became lively again. He went to look for the little girl from Dragon Cloud City in high spirits, and he quickly planned to do something big. The next second, the zombie turned its head and glared at Cohen. His gaze was as sharp as a knife, overflowing with killing intent. Cohen's words were stuck in his mouth. Why don't you try and make fun of His Highness again? Glover snorted coldly as a warning. He quickened his footsteps, brushed past Cohen, and rushed to Thales' side. What happened? Cohen caught up with him and looked aggrieved. I'm telling the truth, I'm not joking. Alright, even if it's fake, you don't have to be so angry. Thales was still immersed in his complicated thoughts. Unknowingly, he took a turn at a familiar street corner. The bumpy, muddy road, moss-covered corners, and signboards that were strewn all over the place, everything was so familiar. Just like when he was a child, he walked through this street countless times. The only difference was, he was alone. He lifted his feet, lifted his legs, and put down his boots. Thales repeated the rhythm of his advance mechanically and numbly, but he felt as if his ankles were hooked by chains, and every step he took was extremely heavy. Noises of people came from the front. Thales raised his head slowly. Not far away from him was a shop with a grand appearance that stood out from the rest of the area. Many people gathered outside the shop in twos and threes. Some of them were beating their chests and stamping their feet while sighing, while others were dancing and laughing in ecstasy. Thales stopped and glanced at the luxurious signboard above the shop. He knew what was going on. Black Gold Casino. When they were young, this was one of the places that tested the judgment of the child beggars the most. The gamblers who won would naturally be generous and spread their wealth everywhere, while the gamblers who lost would be hot-tempered. Sometimes, they would even punch and kick the people who grabbed their clothes to beg. Don't worry, brother. Under a small shed outside the casino, a thin man who was dressed neatly was continuously comforting another man who was dressed in shabby clothes and had a gloomy face. You're just occasionally unlucky. Think about it, how many times have you won before this? Do you know, all you need is a chance to win back your money. Just one chance, maybe only 10 silver coins, but just to be safe, it's best if you have 100. Behind Thales, Cohen saw this scene, and his expression immediately became solemn. Damn it. Glover also understood what was going on, and he snorted coldly. I know, brother. I used to be like you, but look at me now. I'm living a good life. Do you know why? The thin man under the shed passed his wine bottle to the man and patted his shoulder regretfully. Drink slowly, don't choke. I assure you, within a radius of 10 streets, the interest of this loan is the lowest, and it's just a peripheral business of the casino. Recently, they even have a discount. If you lose the first round, they won't calculate the interest for the part you lose, and it will start from the second round. Their exchange rate is also the best. Do you know that a while ago, the exchange rate for Mindy's was even 90-1? Ha, praise the virtuous king. And the exchange rate here is absolutely fair. I relied on this to win back my money back then. The despairing man drank a few mouthfuls of wine and listened to the thin man's words. His expression changed again. Thales looked at this familiar scene and sighed silently. But when he was about to turn around to look for Morris, a black shadow flashed behind him. Cohen walked forward with a gloomy expression, and Glover did not even have the time to pull him back. Yes, as long as you are willing, they will immediately release the money. Look at this heavy money bag. Oh, don't worry, how much money have they lent out? It's much more than your large amount. How can it be less than your money? At most, they will let you repay in installments. Yes, right here, sign your name. Can't read? Alright, then put your fingerprint on it and mortgage some small things. No, it's just proof, not robbery. What, the house is rented? Do you have a daughter? You know, sooner or later, she will get married and give birth to other people's children. The thin man happily pulled the man to a small table under the shed. The accountant behind the table lifted a money bag from underneath and lazily took out a contract for the man to put his fingerprint on. Then do you have a wife? No, if you are really unlucky, the owner is very easy to talk to, as long as you do some odd jobs and work in exchange for the debt. Do you know, brother, women all have private stashes of money, and they would rather buy earrings for themselves than give them to you, so that the head of the family can use them to do business and make a lot of money. It can't be helped, they are short-sighted. Sometimes, you have to squeeze them a little to squeeze out their little stash, just like milking a cow. The man looked at the money bag on the table and swallowed. The thin man beside him added, besides, you might not necessarily lose. Think about it. The head of the family made a lot of money, came home in high spirits, stuffed a new dress and a new gift into the hands of his wife and daughter, and then threw the heavy bag of money on the dining table. "Heh, let's see who the F***ck still dares to give you a hard time." The man wiped the ink pad, but hesitated when he was about to press on the contract. The thin man and the accountant looked at each other. The former sighed and pulled the man to the back. "Forget it, brother. Since you are so hesitant, there is no need to force yourself. Don't worry, their loans are all voluntary, they won't force you. Come, have a drink, we will help you think of an excuse. Why did you lose your wages for carrying goods today? I hope it can fool your wife." But the man shuddered and subconsciously pulled the indifferent thin man. His eyes were pleading. I. The man looked at the small contract with difficulty. At this moment. "Hey! The one in front, stop!" The police officer's loud voice rang loudly, attracting the attention of the people in front of the casino. "Don't sign, don't put your fingerprint." Cohen angrily pushed through the crowd, pushed the thin man away, and pulled the poor man to his side. "Do you want your family to be ruined? Or sell your children and wife? Or be forced by them to do illegal trafficking and smuggling? Go to jail and suffer for them?" The man was stunned and looked at the big man in front of him in confusion. Outside the crowd, Glover frowned and said to Thales, "Your Highness," but Thales only raised a hand and shook his head. As a police officer, he is the most suitable person to step in. In the crowd, the thin man who was disturbed became angry. Where the F***ck did this unlucky idiot come from, put him, but the accountant behind him pulled the thin man and whispered a few words in his ear. The thin man's expression changed. He looked at the angry Cohen and suddenly smiled. Oh, so it's the stupid Mr. Police Officer." The thin man rubbed his hands and gestured for his companions in the crowd to step back. He went to Cohen himself. "What, you want to check our qualifications again? This is a black gold casino with a long history. It has a license issued by the virtuous king 100 years ago. Do you want to go in and take a look?" The unexpected commotion here attracted the gamblers and passers-by around them. They surrounded Cohen and the man, all of them looked hostile. Thales heard someone in the crowd around him spit at the word "damn greenhorn" in a low voice. But Cohen only snorted coldly in the face of so many people. He faced the thin man and shielded the man behind him. But Cohen only snorted coldly in the face of so many people. He faced the thin man and shielded the man behind him. "That's right. I don't even know when you guys coerced and bribed us to get the license. Oh, the casino is run diligently. Every year, we report it seriously and pay taxes in full." The thin man became even more fearless when he saw so many onlookers. "As for threats and promises, your colleagues often come here to inspect. Why don't you go and ask them? If you don't have evidence, then..." Cohen suddenly raised his voice and interrupted him. "But illegal loan sharks are different." As Cohen spoke, he pushed the thin man away and rushed into the shed, only to find that the contract on the table was long gone. "Illegal loan sharks?" The thin man smiled slyly and said to the crowd. "Do you have evidence?" The people around them burst into laughter and boos. The police officer's expression tensed up. He looked up and glanced at the crowd, but found that the accountant was nowhere to be seen. He turned around and asked the unlucky man, "Tell me, how much interest did they charge you for the money they lent you?" The man was obviously terrified. He stuttered and trembled. Hey, I'm friends with him." "Stupid cop." "Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Police Officer," the thin man deliberately addressed him in a disdainful manner. He crossed his arms and snorted, "Why, do friends have to report the money to the police station for taxes as well?" Cohen turned around suddenly, his eyes filled with anger. The crowd around him was startled and dispersed to form a small empty space. "I know, it's your old trick. Cohen gritted his teeth and said to the thin man. He then turned around and reprimanded the man who was supposed to press his fingerprint. A certain guy dressed neatly, looking refined and elegant. He took a liking to a decent family like you, with a meager income and a sad face, so he tried to persuade you to come to the casino to try your hand. You won a few times in the beginning, so you couldn't help but come every day until you suddenly lost your money today. You probably want to buy some jewelry for your wife and earn some dowry for your daughter, right? Let me tell you, you've come to the wrong place, idiot. The man lowered his head in shame. And you? Cohen raised his hand and pointed at the thin man. His aura did not lose to the crowd around him. Scumbags, give the fat sheep some benefits first to lure them in. After a few days, when they lose all their money, you scumbags will wait outside to steal the sheep and sell your high-interest loans. And even if he borrows money, he'll lose it all again. Once he can't pay back the money, you won't be so nice to him. You'll go to his door to collect debts, threaten him, and even demand his wife and daughter. If you meet a tough guy, you'll find the Brotherhood's black debt collectors, until his family is ruined and he'll be at your mercy. Cohen was furious. Do you understand now, idiot? And you, thin man, you won't be able to escape today. Come with me to the West City Police Station. I'll teach you a lesson. Cohen grabbed the man's hand and walked towards the thin man. The helpless man trembled and looked at Cohen, then at the gloomy thin man. He did not know what to do. But the thin man took a step back and sneered. Tell me, Mr. Police Officer, the thin man clicked his tongue. Since you're here to enforce the law, where's your police badge? Won't you show it to us? Cohen snorted angrily. Old tricks again? Trying to steal my badge? But when he reached for his waist, he suddenly froze. The police officer stuttered. Badge. Cohen put his hand back in place, his expression a little terrible. I wouldn't dare. The thin man shrugged nonchalantly. Who doesn't know that stealing from you is courting death? You've sent so many thieves to jail, so, where's your police badge? The crowd started to make a ruckus, urging Cohen. But Cohen's expression was still ugly. Damn it. Looking at Cohen's reaction, Thale sighed. He suddenly knew why Cohen wore a hood to hide his identity when he went out. He also knew why the dimwit's words were contradictory. First, he said he was here to patrol the area, then he said he was on leave, and he was even hesitant about going to downtown. This guy, I know. The thin man pretended to be enlightened and took a step forward. Last time at Red Street Market, you fought with someone over the top girl at Laurel Club and injured a few nobles, right? Cohen wanted to say something but stopped. Laurel Club, top girl. These words caught Glover's attention. He frowned and looked at Cohen. So, you were suspended by the police station, your badge was confiscated, and you were told to reflect on your actions. The thin man from Black Gold Casino walked arrogantly to Cohen. Now, you don't have the law and power. The thin man poked the police officer's chest again and again. He was extremely pleased. Someone whistled, and the crowd immediately jeered even louder. There was no lack of mockery, ridicule, and even abuse. Cohen's expression was stiff. You, how did I know? The thin man took over his words, bowed forward, and said in an arrogant tone, stupid greenskin. Of course, it's someone from your inner circle who's going to complain to me. Cohen's expression changed, and he subconsciously grabbed the thin man's collar. What? You're so embarrassed that you want to beat me up? The thin man was not afraid, and allowed the other party to grab his collar. He even raised his hands provocatively and said sarcastically, everyone, be my witness. The corrupt police officer is beating up innocent people for no reason. Cohen was instantly stunned. A few shills led the crowd towards the center, and the curses became louder and louder. The crowd pressed against Cohen, and he had no choice but to let go of the man. The latter saw that the situation was not good, and slipped out of the crowd. Amidst the chaos, the thin man sneered and said loudly, "I know, you're that stupid police officer who's good at fighting. A few months ago, a brother of mine met you at the Sunset Bar, and he's been bedridden ever since. Hee, but we're law-abiding citizens. Don't scare us. If there's violence, I'll call the police." The surrounding crowd immediately burst into laughter. Many of them were gloating over his misfortune. Cohen was so angry that he could not say a word. His hand that was grabbing the thin man's collar did not move up or down, and there was no place for him to put it. "You." The thin man looked at the trembling Cohen with a funny expression, as if he was looking at a clown. "Why, weren't you acting all high and mighty? Come on, hit me. Hit my face, come on, hit me. Aren't you cops the best at bullying the people?" Cohen clenched his teeth, and his expression was one of struggle as he tried his best to control himself. The crowd started to jeer, and many of them were angry. "Oh my, what's this, a hood? Incognito. This material is really good. He's from a rich family, how much blood and sweat did they eat to get this? I heard that his father is a great noble. I knew he's not a good person. Come on, would a great noble let his son come here to suffer? I'm afraid he's an illegitimate bastard. F***CKU, my stall was one day late to pay the deposit, and the cops smashed it. It's scum like you. That's nothing, my father refused to be blackmailed by them and went to jail. When he came out, both his legs were broken. Stupid cops. Downtown is not getting better, and it's all because of corrupt officials like you. Hit him. What are you afraid of? We have so many people here. Who dares? They're the servants of the king. They're here to rule us on behalf of the royal family. Isn't that right, stupid?" Although no one dared to really hit him, many people pushed and shoved the blockhead back and forth. Mocking and cursing were endless, and someone even secretly spat on his boots. The police officer was in a difficult situation. He wanted to make a move a few times, but he forced himself to hold back. Looking at this scene, Thale sighed and nodded at Glover. But when Glover was about to walk forward, another deep voice sounded. "Is that enough?" This voice shook the air, as if it rang in everyone's ears, and everyone was shocked. The people turned their heads in unison. They saw a short and stout fat man walk into the crowd with lazy steps. "Then let's disperse." The onlookers looked at each other. Seeing that his entertainment was interrupted, the skinny man in the crowd turned his head and said angrily, "Who the F***ck are you again?" But in the crowd, a horrified voice sounded. It's Morris. That's Morris. The Brotherhood is here." At that moment, there was no need for anyone to remind them. A low exclamation broke out in the crowd. The feeling of fear quickly spread. With Morris at the center, the people in front of the casino suddenly scattered, leaving a large empty space. It also revealed Cohen, who was disheveled. He pushed away the gambler closest to him and looked at the people around him, unconvinced. But no one was paying attention to the police officer anymore. Fear, surprise, escape, with all kinds of emotions, everyone stared at Morris, who suddenly appeared. The scene was silent for a moment. Thales looked at the silent crowd, then at Morris, and could not help but frown. In the casino, many people secretly turned around and slipped away, while some timidly retreated and lowered their heads. There were also people who were thick-skinned and greeted him enthusiastically and ingratiatingly. "It's the boss." Someone raised his head, and the greetings came one after another, full of enthusiasm. "Hello, boss. Good day, boss. I heard that you guys beat up the red bandana again. Well done. Boss, I want to join the Brotherhood to make a living someday. Do you think I can do it? But in the face of the noise from the crowd, Morris did not say a word. He only raised his arm gently and clenched his fist in the air. As if there was a silent command, the lively crowd quietened down again. Asterisk thud, thud, thud. Asterisk only Morris' footsteps could be heard in the casino. He slowly walked past Cohen and snorted at the disheveled police officer with a faint smile. I think you need a little help from me. Cohen was indignant at first. He wanted to speak, but he held it in. Morris turned his head again and looked at the skinny man in the casino. The skinny man's face was pale, and he quickly nodded and bowed. Huh, Boss Morris. He, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I didn't see you, and I didn't hear that you were coming. You're such a busy person, how could you have the time to come here? Another customer appeared behind Morris. Leork glanced around coldly. The crowd visibly shivered again. The skinny man's expression became worse. He tried his best to make small talk, but the fear in his eyes was clear. Hey, Boss Leork, you're here too. Oh, my two bosses, do you want to come and play? Welcome, welcome. Please come in, we have a private room. But Morris only raised a finger and shook it. Today's business is over. All of you, get lost. The skinny man was stunned. The crowd also quietened down. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. Leork snorted coldly. He turned around and looked around. He said softly, someone didn't understand? The silent killer's voice faded away. Whoosh! In the next second, the crowd seemed to explode. Amidst the endless footsteps, no one dared to stay any longer. They turned around and left. They did not even dare to look back. Cohen stood on the spot and looked at the scattering crowd in a daze. He could not come back to his senses for a long time. The skinny man wanted to slip away, but Leork grabbed his shoulder from behind. I remember. I've made an agreement with Senza. Morris came to him. The fat man was calm and collected. He spoke slowly, but there was a hint of coldness in his words. The profits from this casino belong to him. After all, his men are injured or dead, and he needs a lot of money. I'm just taking care of him. The skinny man trembled slightly. He turned his head around mechanically. His smile was uglier than a cry. Boss, you see, Morris interrupted him. But we also agreed that we would only deal with those unscrupulous merchants and rich nobles. And that guy just now? He looks like a poor coachman. He does not have any profits. Morris narrowed his eyes at the skinny man. The skinny man gulped and looked at Morris with a fawning look. Boss, sorry. Before we took action, we really did not know what that guy did, Morris snorted. The skinny man immediately shut up. So, when you looted a sheep, you did not check its fur before you took action? Are you more amateur than a beggar? Morris glanced behind him, intentionally or unintentionally. If you touched the Prince of Constellation one day, Thales furrowed his brows. Morris' gaze turned cold. Then wouldn't my entire street be in big trouble? The skinny man was about to cry. You must be joking. Why would the prince come to us? Hiss. Leork, who was behind him, suddenly exerted force. The skinny man was in so much pain that he begged for mercy. All right. About this, Boss Morris, you see, there are not many rich people in the 3 districts of the city. Even the nobles are afraid of the Brotherhood's reputation. We were forced into a corner. Morris just looked at him expressionlessly. The skinny man felt that he had a chance. He wailed and said, besides, we are just looking for business at the entrance. It is not considered as earning money from the casino. After all, we have to eat, 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 eat." The skinny man's expression changed. His voice suddenly became hoarse. He looked like he was in pain. He started to gasp for air. Cohen was shocked. He instinctively touched his neck. Morris looked at the skinny man quietly. There was no emotion in his eyes. Leork coldly let go of him. The skinny man fell to the ground with a thud. He grabbed his neck with both hands and breathed in pain. Tears and snot flowed down his face, but he could not form a complete sentence. "No, boss, don't. Please, please, hey." Cohen could not help but take a step forward. "You want to kill me in front of me," but his arm was immediately grabbed by someone, preventing him from approaching. It was Leork. "If the boss wants to kill." The silent killer pressed Cohen's hand. He clicked his tongue in disdain and shook his head in disdain. "He doesn't need psionic powers." Cohen clenched his teeth. In the next second, the skinny man's breathing suddenly became smooth again. "Ha! Ha!" He fell to the ground and cried for the right to breathe again. Thales looked at everything in front of him silently. For some reason, he was reminded of his interaction with the air mystic. "This time, I gave face to Senza, and also to this police officer." Morris bent down and bared his teeth. He was kind and calm. "Next time, remember, do not refute me." The skinny man, who was extremely terrified, could not say a word. He could only nod his head desperately. "And do not harm the poor. The city is our route." Morris clapped his hands. He did not care at all. "Get lost," Leork kicked him and said coldly. The skinny man struggled to get up. He cried and nodded as he retreated. "The rich are the same." Cohen came to his senses and added with a roar. "Anyone?" The skinny man's figure disappeared around the corner. The entrance of the Black Gold Casino was suddenly deserted. "Wow, police officer." Leork glanced at Cohen and sneered in disdain. "Words are really useful." Cohen bit his lip and his expression was unpleasant. Thales and Glover walked forward. Cohen did not dare to look at them and turned his head away in shame. "Have you been here before?" "Police officer?" Maurice looked with interest at the deserted street, which had been frightened by him. Cohen came to his senses and saw that it was Morris. He turned his head away in disdain. "Of course, this is my jurisdiction. Whether it is patrol, investigation, manhunt, or the crime crackdown arranged by the police station every year, but this place." Cohen wanted to say something but did not. In the end, he could not continue. Morris exhaled. He felt at ease as if he had returned home. "But this place is far beyond your imagination, right? Whether it is the degree of chaos in the city's layout, the difficulty in handling it, or the complexity of the personnel." Cohen turned his head away angrily and did not reply. Thales sighed silently in his heart. For Cohen, being helped by the leader of the Brotherhood is almost a great humiliation. "Do you know, when I heard that there was a new, extraordinary, and rash greenhorn in Western City's greenhorn nest, I knew." Morris patted his belly and clicked his tongue. "You're going to be unlucky." The fat man from the Brotherhood continued to walk forward. Leork followed closely. "Me? Unlucky?" Cohen was stunned. Thales had a lot on his mind. He waved his hand and followed the fat man's footsteps. Glover reached out to grab Cohen's arm, but the indignant police officer shook his hand off and followed stiffly. "Humph," Cohen said stubbornly, "I'm fine. I've always been unlucky anyway." "But you," Cohen glared fiercely at Morris back. "Theft, extortion, robbery, intimidation, violence, murder. No, it's more than that." The police officer counted with hatred. "Drug trafficking, prostitution, gambling, smuggling, bribery, and even the usury just now." Don't think that you're being merciful just because you stopped the money lender. You have to know that it's all the evil you brought. As the main culprit, do you think you can get away with all the evil deeds you've done? Morris seemed to find this amusing and laughed. Leorc shook his head in disdain. Cohen gritted his teeth and said, "One day, all of you will pay for your crimes." Pay? Morris did not turn around. He only took a deep breath. Be it you or the Blood Bottle Gang, all of you are parasites that do not fit this world, Cohen said coldly. Thales swore that he had never seen him like this before. All of you are destined to die. Die? Morris paced as he chewed on the word. He suddenly laughed. I have to say. The fat man sneered and shook his head. Very ambitious, green. Oh, Mr. Police Officer. Why, do you think you're an exception? Cohen snorted coldly. Morris shook his head. No, no, no. Please do not misunderstand me, Mr. Police Officer. Don't worry, I've been aware of this for a long time. Morris raised his head and sighed. This line of work is the same as being a mercenary. Maybe one day, I'll fall, and I might even fall into your hands. The fat man glanced at Thales. The teenager looked back at him coldly. But, Morris exhaled. Look around. The fat man stretched out his arm. Thales followed his gaze and looked around. On the street, in the community, in the alleys, the inconspicuous grocery store and the apprentices who have nothing to do, the simple and crude workshop and the temporary workers who have nowhere to go, the empty food stalls and the idlers who have nothing to do, the dilapidated nests and the homeless who rely on them for shelter, the narrow and dim attic houses and the single dog who is alone even on Valentine's Day, the street peddlers who push their carts, the unkempt children who walk on the street, including the lower class, more miserable, and more frowning professions, beggars, prostitutes, hooligans, gamblers, authors, gangsters, including the Groves just now, the coachman who was forced to borrow money from loan sharks, the crowd surrounding you and denouncing the police officer, and even the family of the little girl who tried to blackmail you on the streets, Morris sighed. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, these people, who do you think they are? Cohen frowned. Poor people. Cohen paused for a moment and said indignantly, what I mean is, poor people. They're all poor people who have been harmed, deceived, coerced, and had their blood sucked by you. Glover thought of something and frowned. Morris burst into laughter. Thales sighed softly. No, Cohen. They're not just poor people. They're even more, no. Morris finally stopped laughing. He turned his head and looked at the indignant Cohen. You don't understand, Mr. Police Officer. All these people, they are all our people. Cohen was instantly stunned. The fat man from the Brotherhood narrowed his eyes, and a dangerous glint flashed in them. They all belong to Black Street Brotherhood. Chapter 606. All of them are from the Brotherhood? They turned a corner, and Cohen looked at both sides of the street in confusion. Everywhere on the street? Morris smiled without saying a word. Of course not. Thales quickened his pace and walked to their side. He said coldly, if it had come to that, the Brotherhood would have been destroyed a long time ago. At that moment, Thales and Morris' eyes met in the air. The former was cold, and the latter was laughing. They began a game that only they knew. But Thales' tone immediately changed. But there is no doubt that when we appeared in these people's sight, we were already targeted by the Brotherhood. Cohen frowned. Glover subconsciously placed his hand on his weapon and vigilantly observed every passerby on the street. Exactly. Morris laughed heartily. From the moment you stepped on the first brick in Lower City District, the craftsmen's shops, peddlers, beggars, merchants, and passers-by along the way have already seen you clearly. Cohen raised his head and spat. Bah, who doesn't know that all the shops on this street have to pay protection fees to the Brotherhood? They are all under your threat, but this time, it was Thales who interrupted him. But what he said wasn't wrong. The prince looked outside a shop. There were a few temporary workers who were sweating profusely as they unloaded goods. These people are indeed members of the Brotherhood. Cohen was puzzled. One moment it was not the Brotherhood, the next moment, it was the Brotherhood. Is it the Brotherhood or not? Morris seemed to be deep in thought. Oh, Your Highness, do you know? I don't know. Thales' expression did not change. I only know that you want to use this opportunity to show off your muscles to me and show the Brotherhood's foundation. Morris, whose thoughts were exposed, turned around in embarrassment. Mr. Police Officer, and this person. Both of you have extraordinary backgrounds. You must know and have seen the Blood Bottle Gang. Morris adjusted his emotions and chuckled with contempt and disdain. They have been around for 100 years. They are a gang aristocrat with a long history and a complicated background. The chain of interests behind them is deep and solid. Most of their members are scum who walk in the gray area. Glover's gaze fell on him. But Morris changed the topic and said meaningfully, although in your eyes, they are doing the same business, as their mortal enemies, the Brotherhood, are completely different. At that moment, Thales saw a shop in front of him. He could not help but narrow his eyes and slow down. Different? Cohen shook his head in disdain. You're saying that even though we're all scum, they're scum of the old, while you're scum of the lowly? Leorc snorted coldly behind him. This is your bar? Everyone turned around. Thales stood rooted to the spot and stared at a tavern across the street. In the shop, which was completely deserted, a fierce-looking man was sprawled behind the bar counter in annoyance, stabbing the counter with a knife from time to time. Cohen and Glover raised their heads and looked at the rusty old iron signboard at the top of the tavern. Sunset bless you. It looked like it was taken from a rural church in the Sunset Temple. Thales stared at the familiar tables and chairs in front of him. He recalled the countless times he walked through the shop. That bartender, he looks very fierce. Morris whistled from afar. The fierce-looking bartender saw them and immediately pulled out his knife in surprise. He looked like he wanted to fight, but Morris immediately gestured for him to calm down. Leorc walked into the bar and patted the fierce-looking bartender's shoulder. He started talking to him, and finally, when the bartender looked disappointed, he calmed him down. That Sunset Bar. Krowensky took over only a few months ago. His predecessor got his head split open, in a bar fight. Morris looked at Kerensky's unapproachable face, then sized up the deserted scene in Sunset Bar. He sighed. You can probably tell that he is not good at this job. Thales nodded slightly. There was a melancholy in his words that only he could understand. Being a bartender here is probably not easy. Things remain the same, but people have changed. The old man behind the bar counter is no longer around. Thales shook his head and turned to leave. This bar used to be owned by an old friend. Morris followed the prince's footsteps and clicked his tongue helplessly. I have to say, after they moved away, there are not many people in the Brotherhood who know how to run a bar and manage the place. Your old friend must be very powerful, Thales said sincerely. When he heard this, Morris hummed in agreement with complicated feelings. At least when they were still around, no one dared to fight here. Yes, who doesn't know that this is the Brotherhood's own green zone? Cohen snorted angrily, his anger still lingering. There are still people who dare to fight here? Morris glanced at him. Mr. Police Officer, since you said that this is your jurisdiction, do you really understand this place? Cohen was about to speak, but Morris raised his finger and interrupted him. Or do you only care about catching thieves and punishing peddlers, keeping an eye on illegal crimes, but you have never gone deep into their communities, their families, and their daily lives to see what kind of life they lead when they are not on the streets. Cohen paused. But he quickly replied in an unconvinced manner, I know. Lower City District is a gathering place for immigrants and the poor. This place is very poor. Poor? Morris suddenly raised his voice, looking as if he was amused. Poverty. The fat man's gaze suddenly changed. But, what is poverty in your eyes, Mr. Police Officer? Is it the imagination of the nobles who can't eat meat for every meal, and don't have new clothes during the holidays? Or is it the kind of poverty that is described in stories, where the rich and powerful like to find them to donate to charity because they are going to starve to death tomorrow? It seems tragic but is not realistic at all. Cohen's eyebrows twitched as he pondered the words of the leader of the Brotherhood. No, cop, Morris said bluntly, even forgetting to use street slang in front of the prince. True poverty lies somewhere in between. It is not so rigid and old-fashioned, and it is not so tragic. Thales had a thought. In fact, true poverty is numbness, tolerance, muddling through life without a future. It is poverty that does not lead to death, but it is difficult to live. It is a strange predicament where there is no need to commit suicide even though it is painful. Morris' words were filled with emotion. This kind of poverty is the real plague that can drive people crazy. It is highly toxic, contagious, and will continue to spread. However, the poison does not kill. It seems mild. Cohen thought hard, but in the end, it was to no avail. I don't understand. Morris sneered. All right, you are of noble birth, and you are a police officer. You live a luxurious life and do things conveniently. It may be hard to imagine, but some poor people work for a day and get paid according to their work, and they get 20 copper coins. His tone changed. But half a day after work, they have to use up all of them in order to fill their stomachs and feed their families. They don't have any left, or they only have 1 or 2 left, so, the next day, they can only work hard for the other 20 copper coins that are destined to be spent again. Glover and Cohen frowned at the same time. Yes, they won't starve to death. Morris' face was dark as he walked down a shabby, low flight of stairs. But they have to repeat it forever to ensure that they won't starve to death. For example, the poor coachman who lost money in gambling just now. Why do you think he wanted to borrow money to gamble? Do you think he will be fine just because you prevented him from falling into the scam of borrowing money? Cohen's gaze changed, and he suddenly raised his head. Poverty is not a sharp blade that cuts off one's head, police officer. Instead, it is a rope that slowly tightens, and a millstone that rolls patiently. When Thales heard this, he sighed quietly. At this moment, Morris was unhurried, like a teacher who was telling a philosophical story to his students. It gives you a little hope to live, but does not let you enjoy the joy of living, so that it can continue to exploit your life. It forces you to the edge of death, but just happens to not die, so that you can squeeze out everything from the numbness you feel day after day. Morris took a deep breath, as if he wanted to taste the sweetness of the air. It is called survival, a long death. Morris clasped his hands behind his back. Without realizing it, he walked to the front of the group. He looked at the stinking leather workshop in the distance, and the workers working hard inside. In the towns and in the countryside, there are always the darkest and lowest class of people who struggle to make ends meet, but are often ignored by the kingdom: foreigners who enter the city to seek work, farmers who lose their land, merchants who go bankrupt and are in debt, handicapped people who lose their labor, craftsmen who are eliminated by the market, poor people who have nothing to live for, beggars without dignity, old people without descendants, widows who have lost their pillar of support, lousy men who only know how to swing their fists after they retire from the army, lowly workers who have no choice but to sacrifice their bottom line and sell their dignity, but are still discriminated against and bullied. They are all poor hosts, and they are everywhere in the kingdom. There are far more of them than you can imagine. The lower city district is just the tip of the iceberg, and it is the better kind. Cohen tried to loosen his clenched fists a little. I know, but this cannot be, but Morris ignored him. They are often unable to speak, or even if they speak, no one will pay attention to them. They are not even seen, even by a conscientious and kind-hearted police officer like you. In the peaceful and prosperous official announcements, in the passionate and magnificent historical narratives, in the eyes of most happy people who do not have to worry about food and clothing, they do not even exist. Or perhaps, the meaning of their existence is to prove the sympathy and morality of others, and to bring the latter correct, hypocritical, and cheap self-satisfaction. Morris' tone became incomparably cold. They are excluded from the discourse, and it is difficult for them to understand, and they do not have the spare energy to feel what it means to pursue and desire ideals and ambitions, dignity and responsibility. These are things that can only be seen in bardic poems and stage plays. His expression suddenly became ferocious. Under such circumstances, if they do not seek and change, people will slowly deteriorate, and they will become objects or beasts. In the face of a difficult life, a harsh environment, a hopeless future, unfair reality, domineering public power, and the most urgent need to survive, they must find a way, they must have something to rely on, and they must grasp at the last straw. Morris' gaze drifted to the sky, passed through the thick clouds, and landed on the ground again, on the messy underground street. So, one day, a certain opportunity, a certain moment, a certain accident, they are forced to come together. They help each other, overcome difficulties together, and seek recognition and value. Perhaps it is just neighbors looking out for each other, perhaps it is a gathering of pitiful people in the same industry, perhaps it is a gathering of gangsters from poor backgrounds to boost their courage. Even if sometimes, these actions are not that legal. Thales quietly watched the dozen or so ruffians who were fighting in a street corner. But this time, Cohen only stared at them in a daze. He no longer had the intention to step forward and intervene. And the original purpose of them huddling together for warmth was to live a less painful life. The crime that you hate, or rather, the behavior that goes against the mainstream law, is just an inevitable but secondary byproduct. Morris also watched the brawl in the street corner. He shook his head at Leork, who was questioning him with his gaze. So, we appeared, Black Street Brotherhood, as a former member of countless gangs at the bottom of the hierarchy. At that moment, his gaze was distant and profound. I don't know when or how, but from the moment we appeared, we were deeply rooted in the community of the people at the bottom of the hierarchy. We were born from chaos, and we rely on chaos. At that moment, a stone suddenly flew up and hit the forehead of a leader of the gangsters, causing him to bleed profusely and fall limply to the ground. The gangsters who were fighting were startled and subconsciously stopped. Everyone turned their heads around. Thales stood up and dusted off his dusty hands. All of you were indeed born from chaos, Thales said coldly. But you also feed chaos. The gangsters reacted and rushed over while clamoring. Morris sighed and waved his hand. Leork walked forward with a gloomy expression. In fact, Your Highness, in Black Street, the Underground Street, and the 3 districts of the lower city, most of the poor do not directly participate in our grey activities, Morris said with a shrug. Thales smiled. You mean crime? Morris nodded. But they have never been stingy with providing convenience and tacit understanding to the Brotherhood. For example, in addition to their main business, they provide information, stand guard, occasionally run errands, provide logistics, and even rely on the economic prosperity brought about by our big business to supplement their household expenses. Their lives are intertwined with our activities. On the other side, Leork was finally recognized by the gangsters after he took down the third person. The latter did not even dare to turn their heads back as they scattered in panic. Cohen stood where he was in silence as he watched the gangsters disappear into the streets. Over time, habits became second nature, and repetition became the rule. Black Street Brotherhood is no longer just a mutual aid organization, and no longer just a violent gang. Morris clicked his tongue and spread his arms, as though he wanted to embrace the dilapidated street in front of him. Instead, we became the backbone deeply rooted in these communities, the backbone of the people at the bottom of the hierarchy, and an important driving force to maintain the ecological operation of the communities at the bottom of the hierarchy. He glanced at Cohen, intentionally or unintentionally. This is much more effective and practical than the police station, which is not seen once every 10 days or half a month, the patrol team, which has to suck the marrow out of their bones when they come, the inefficient and lazy low-level officials, the irrelevant departments that only appear for city inspections and political achievements, the king's warrant that only exists on the bulletin board and receives the same treatment as a small advertisement for syphilis treatment, and the charitable citizens who are passionate and talk about morality but have never set foot in this place, who are filled with sympathy but are far away and only know how to move themselves. They have evolved their own rules and the ecology at the bottom of the hierarchy. A copper coin is louder than the king, and a wine glass is heavier than a long official. Morris looked at Thales and sighed. No offense, but this is an old saying often said by the scumbags in Blade Fang's camp. Thales did not answer. But Cohen slowly raised his head. His gaze was dazed. Glover had no choice but to pull him to prevent the police officer from losing focus and missing his footing. I fought in the war in Western Desert. Zombie looked at Cohen's dazed expression and snorted indignantly. I have never heard of such a bullsh*t old saying. Morris was not bothered. He waved his hand and chuckled. Then, either you are still young, or you have too much earwax. His laughter stopped, and a cold glint appeared in his eyes. You have blocked your ears. Glover was speechless for a moment. So, yes, most of the people here may be poor, cunning, and disgusting, but most of them have never followed the Brotherhood to collect debts, to steal goods, to steal, to fight, to kill, or to commit crimes. But they have more or less provided convenience for the Brotherhood, and more or less benefited from the existence of the Brotherhood, even though these benefits make you hate them to the core. Morris sneered. These people from the Brotherhood may not be directly employed by our core 6 powerhouses, nor are they the purest and most formal members of the gang. They may not even have done any business that is even remotely related to the Brotherhood. But most of the time, there is no need to differentiate between themselves and outsiders. Because we have always been them, and they are naturally close to us. We can transform into them at any time, and they can transform into us at any time. In that second, Morris gritted his teeth and stood on the street that belonged to him. He clenched his fists lightly. They are not the Brotherhood, but they are better than the Brotherhood. Tell me, Mr. Police Officer, how are we going to disappear? Are you going to send everyone in this street, from the young laborers to the old, weak, sick, and disabled, to the Brotherhood's accomplices to prison? Cohen's body trembled as if he had been hit by a heavy blow. Morris turned his gaze to Thales, who was deep in thought, and smiled. This is the root, soil, and essence of the Black Street Brotherhood, Your Highness. Black silk. Morris' eyes shone brightly. We are all brothers. Leorc smiled. Intentionally or unintentionally, he crossed his arms so that the black ribbon on his left arm fluttered in the wind. We are all brothers with black silk. This was not the first time Thales had heard this common saying in the Brotherhood, but his eyebrows furrowed. Humph, Glover retorted in disdain. All of you are just a motley crew. Worthless. Even the most undisciplined of the feudal lord's conscripted soldiers can beat you to the point of scurrying away. Morris sized up Glover, who stood tall and straight. It was obvious that he came from a military background. Yes. Perhaps many people think that the Brotherhood is just a motley crew with a mix of good and bad. Compared to the kingdom's army and violence, they are all weaklings. They are not a match for the Brotherhood at all and can be destroyed at any time because of a word from a nobleman. Morris' gaze changed. He looked at the scene in the underground street and revealed a fierce expression. But don't forget, unlike the large-scale government officials and the army, we, including the people at the bottom of society who are inseparable from us, are timid and weak. We are filled with the wisdom of the streets and the cunning of the people at the bottom of society. We are inconspicuous and slippery. We will avoid direct confrontation at any time and break up into smaller groups. Even the police department and the patrol teams that are familiar with the local area often feel overwhelmed and powerless when faced with us. It is needless to mention the troops that have been prepared for the enormous battlefield. They are like broad, thick brooms. There are bound to be corners that cannot be swept. This is the true source of the Brotherhood's confidence. This is also the reason why we are born in the void. We are weak, isolated, and undisciplined. But when we face giants like Blood Bottle Gang and even the kingdom's officials, we are always powerless to resist. We are destroyed, but we can always rise from the ashes and make a comeback. Mr. Police Officer, and this, big brother who has fought in the war, do you understand? At that moment, Cohen looked hesitant. Glover was still not convinced. But neither of them could say anything. As for Thales, he just walked quietly and calmly on the street, one step at a time. The teenager sighed and suddenly asked, speaking of which, do you know Araka Merch? Do you know Araka Merch? Morris frowned. The kingdom's wrath is famous, Your Highness. The plump man shook his head. But even as powerful as he is, he can't do what we can for you. These words sound familiar, Thales smiled. Right. Stake from Shadow Shield. He seemed to have said something similar. I remember. The person who answered was Glover. His eyes were full of admiration. In the Battle of the Altar, Baron Merch was the vanguard. His Fury Guards clashed directly with the elite orcs from the three major tribes. He was brave and fearless, but he succeeded in breaking the formation. He opened up a path for the legendary Wings Cavaliers and His Majesty's main army to deliver the decisive blow. He also shocked all the friendly forces present, whether they were mercenaries, conscripts, or the regular soldiers of the royal family. He also established the final victory of the Desert War. Morris and Leorc's expressions tensed. Thales' thoughts drifted away. He returned to Broken Dragon Fortress 6 years ago, and he could not help but sigh. Araka Merch was not a human, Cohen said faintly. He was a broken soul that lacked a corner and was no longer complete. When he saw the others looking at him, Cohen snapped out of his daze. He shook his head and said, "Not me, my old man said it." Thales nodded. He remembered how the kingdom's wrath carried him on his back and charged forward in the Black Sand Army's formation 6 years ago. But he did not want to talk about his bravery. Merch told me that he was not the kingdom's wrath, Thales said with a sigh. The guards beside him are. All of them. The others were instantly stunned. Thales turned his head around. Similarly, the unkillable and mysterious Black Sword might be the leader and spiritual symbol of the Brotherhood. Morris' expression changed. But he was not the Brotherhood itself. Thales gestured at the view of the underground street with his chin and said with certainty, these people, as well as the lives, backgrounds, and experiences they represent, when all of these are added together, they form the true Black Street Brotherhood. And the Brotherhood is the symbol of their resistance amidst their numbness and poverty. Thales nodded and said with a sigh, it is also the weapon of the weak. Morris was a little surprised, but he quickly adjusted himself and chuckled. Your Highness, you are a wise man. So, Mr. Police Officer, in this city, you and the police station you represent, and even the kingdom itself. Morris spoke to Cohen, but he stared at the prince, as if waiting for his response. What you are fighting against is not gangs, not crime, not even evil, the fat man said with a sneer. It is poverty, injustice, indifference, despair. It is a group of people's self-satisfaction and complacency that leads to another group of people's inadequacy and dissatisfaction. It is the shadow that is cast by the overabundance of light. You represent the power of this country, stand in the position of the strong, and face the resistance of the weak. Cohen raised his head and stared at him blankly. You mean, when I enforce the law in Lower City District, I fight against the weak? Don't be bewitched by him, the teenager's words rang out, pulling Cohen back from his trance. Thales's words were steady and powerful. That's right, the Black Street Brotherhood might be a weapon that the weak at the bottom inadvertently picked up. But on the contrary, Cohen, what you are fighting against is not the weak. Due to his past trust in the prince, Cohen's eyes lit up as if he had caught a straw when he was drowning. He looked at Thales hopefully. But Thales' words were heavier than Morris. It is something deeper, and more terrifying. Once he said this, even Morris frowned. Thales took a deep breath. What you have to fight against is the side of the strong that you were born from. It is the unfair oppression they have been inflicting on the weak for a long time. Cohen was stunned. Even Glover began to think deeply. The crimes you punish on the streets every day, the chaos and disorder you experience, the darkness and pain you witness are just one of the consequences of this oppression and injustice, whether we want it or not. You drew your sword, Thales said softly. To fight against the wounds it cuts. In this world, there is no resistance that is more unbearable and more precious than this. Cohen stared at Thales in a daze. His thoughts were in a mess. Yes. A thought appeared in Morris' eyes. Your Highness is better at talking than I am. But, to borrow a phrase from the Tower of Eradication. Morris revealed a cunning look. How are you going to use your strength to fight against power? You can only embrace power. Everyone was silent for a while. Even Thales frowned and said nothing. I don't understand. After going through painful thoughts, Cohen clenched his teeth and shook his head. There are no such words in the Tower of Eradication. Morris snorted softly. Yes, the plump man's words were drawn out, and there was a deeper meaning behind them. There are no such words in the tower. At this moment, Thales suddenly asked. Who are you, Morris? The plump man from the Brotherhood paused for a moment before he smiled from ear to ear. You are a forgetful person, Your Highness. I am Morris, a small-time ruffian in the Brotherhood. Thales snorted coldly. No, I am asking. The prince's eyes were like lightning as he stared at Morris coldly. Who are you? Morris' smile froze for a moment. A small-time ruffian would never say something like this. You have already shown off your muscles, Thales said in a deep voice. Why not show your true self? At this moment, Morris' smile disappeared completely. Thales' expression did not change. He only stared at him deeply. Sensing that the atmosphere was not right, Glover and Leork subconsciously placed their hands on their weapons and exchanged hostile glances. But Morris only paused for a moment before he chuckled softly. He sighed and raised his head to look at the sky. Morris Ishka. The plump man's tone was full of sarcasm and hatred. Ishka? Thales frowned. He had never heard of this surname during the prince's lessons. I remember you saying that you did not have a surname. Morris lowered his head, nodded, and shook his head in a self-deprecating manner. Not anymore. I am from Dragon-Kissed Land, born in Chang'an City. Morris' gaze was unfocused. Starting from my great-grandfather, my family has been the private financial officer of the Archduke of Chang'an City for generations. From Dragon-Kissed Land, born in Chang'an City. Thales' expression changed. I see. You are from Anlenzo Dukedom, and your background is not considered low. And, he is indeed in charge of the accounts. But Thales immediately asked. Then how did you end up in? Before he could finish his question, Morris interrupted him and answered very straightforwardly. A few decades ago, an Lenzo dukedom had a land annexation rebellion. Morris smiled sheepishly. That was a political game played by the upper class. In short, it was a mess. In the end, the incompetent Archduke Shida pushed our family out as a scapegoat to appease the anger of his feudal vassals. Thales sensed Morris' emotions and did not continue to speak. Glover and Cohen looked at each other. Even Leorc seemed a little surprised. Morris sighed. You know, when the rope was around my neck, I was still a child. He touched his almost shapeless fat neck. At that time, my mother was hanging to my left. I still remember that her rope swayed for a long time. Thales frowned. And outside the scaffold, the prison warden was expressionless, like a stone statue. The people watching the execution were extremely fanatical, like an endless tide. I was still young at that time. When I was hanged, I only thought. Morris stared at the street absent-mindedly. It was so unbearable. Sunset and bright moon bless me. If only I could take a breath of fresh air. He said faintly, one breath, just one breath, so that I won't feel so much pain, so that I won't want to die so much. The atmosphere was gloomy. No one said a word. Only Morris' voice rose. He spoke of the past. For that breath of air, I am willing to give up anything. Morris' eyes were blank. I am willing to do anything. The silence lasted for a while. Morris woke up from his memories. So, when I woke up in a pile of corpses that was like a small hill, I understood one thing. The leader of the Brotherhood took a deep breath. He cherished the freedom of breathing. This world is not fair, Your Highness. Morris' hand moved away from his neck. He revealed a fierce expression that was unique to leaders. Even the air that we breathe. We have to fight for it with our lives. From the mouths of those who can breathe freely. Thales did not speak. I have other matters to attend to, Your Highness. Morris' mood obviously changed. He turned his head. Forgive me for taking my leave. Leorc will treat you well for the rest of your sightseeing trip. Once he said that, while everyone was still in shock, the plump man turned into another street corner without turning his head and disappeared before their eyes. Thales and the others were left behind. They stood where they were silently. So, that's my boss. Leorc snapped out of his daze from Morris' background. He regained his gloomy expression that was not to be trifled with. Where do you want to go next? Glover and Cohen looked at each other. In fact, Thales snorted coldly as he stared at the spot where Morris' back disappeared. I was almost robbed of my wallet by a little girl who begged, and I was almost blackmailed. I am very unhappy now. Leorc was stunned. Glover and Cohen were equally stunned. Thales turned his head and said solemnly, So, in Lower City District, where do these little beggars stay the most? On the other side of the street. Morris, who looked unhappy, turned a corner hurriedly and met up with another person in a cloak. If Thales was here, he might have recognized that it was the subordinate of the Brotherhood who whispered into Morris' ear when he met him. Lance. Morris was not interested in talking much. He directly called out the person's name. How is it? The person in the cloak, the Brotherhood's chief of intelligence, the sleepless eye Lance Corpion lowered his hood. Fatigue and haggard were written all over his face. Prince Thales was assassinated at the banquet last night, Lance said faintly. There are many rumors in the streets, but because the assassin is from Western Desert, the target of the rumors is the vassals of Western Desert, saying that they have ulterior motives. Morris frowned. Really? Lance snorted coldly, anyway, that's what the Secret Intelligence Department said. What else? Mindy's Hall, which is also the prince's mansion, has just been sealed by the royal guards and the city hall. They said that they want to find clues about the assassin. So, he is not in cahoots with your boss. It's the former boss. I am not sure. But I know that an old friend has returned to the Secret Intelligence Department. He used to be the person in charge of the Western Desert branch. Something big might happen in Western Desert. Morris did not speak. He was deep in thought. Finally, it was Lance who broke the silence. Compared to the previous one, how is this Jade Star? I don't know. Morris shook his head. There was a barely noticeable confusion on his face. It's a little similar, but not the same. It depends on Black Sword's attitude. Lance was not satisfied. You talked to him for half a day, and this is the conclusion you came to? Hey, why don't you go talk to him yourself? Morris retorted in dissatisfaction. Do you know that the brat is very slippery and crafty like a ghost? Every word he says is hidden, and he has sinister intentions. That's why I want you to go. Lance did not feel guilty at all. You yourself are this kind of person. You are very familiar with it. Morris was momentarily speechless. But his expression soon changed slightly. I remember that a few years ago, you asked me for someone, right? Lance narrowed his eyes. Who? 6 years ago. Morris scratched his chin seriously. On the day of the one-night war. Lance's eyes turned and immediately found the corresponding memory. Yes, a small accountant. He used to be the person in charge of the abandoned houses. He was quite talented and ambitious. For this, he killed his superior, that useless Quide, but I sent him to the capital. You know, Rhoda definitely does not want the person who killed his son to appear in front of him all the time. Morris interrupted him. Write a letter to him and look for the list of child beggars in the past. Lance frowned. What's wrong? Morris exhaled and kicked the broken wall at the entrance of the alley, causing some stones to fall. Do you remember, Lance? When we first came to Lower City District, we suffered greatly in this maze of rotten streets. Anton would go astray once he walked more than 50 meters, and he would not be able to find his way back to Black Street. Lance did not speak. He knew that Morris had more to say. Morris narrowed his eyes. Do you still remember who we first looked for as a guide in order to settle down in Lower City District as soon as possible? Child beggars. Lance answered without hesitation, we bribed the child beggars. They were the most inconspicuous, and they had been walking the streets since they were young. They were the most familiar with the roads here. Morris' gaze was fixed on the wall. Yes, the plump man repeated Lance's words and thought carefully. They were the most inconspicuous, and they had been walking the streets since they were young. They were the most familiar with this place. Lance seemed to have figured something out. He could not help but widen his eyes. So, I have a small guess. Morris raised his head and looked at the extremely complicated streets in Lower City District. His expression was profound. I want to verify it. You're tuning in to the UnparalleledSwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.